I think the pink pill, and she had the white boy on there, and she asked him like, which one is worse? And the white boy was like, well, the black manosphere is worse. You know, and that goes with everything when you was talking about in terms of what we.
But I'm here to tell you it is. But no. I'm here to tell you it is, nigga. Like it's her, so it's like it's fucked up with her saying it. But nigga, I'm telling you, one of the main reasons I push back so hard against this shit is them fucking white boys are not over there talking about beating their women. They're not over there talking about fuck these bitches and this and that. Them white boys are more talking about changing the law. They soft shoot the shit, you know what I'm saying? They say what they say about women, but it ain't to bash their women. They most certainly ain't bashing their children. You know what I'm saying? Like the white boys ain't doing what these niggas doing, bruh. And it's a disgrace, it's an embarrassment, and that's why I go at them niggas so hard. Because them white boys trying to get laws changed with child support while these niggas sitting around blaming black women. Right, you know what I'm saying? Them white boys don't sit around and blame white women for child support. They blaming the system. They say the system is wrapped up in feminism. They don't say their community is controlled by feminism, though. They say they control their community and that the system is backing women up. These niggas say that women are hurting black men by using the system against them, and then black men don't fight the system. They just talk shit about the women. So it's fucked up because them white boys are fighting the system and the niggas blaming the women. It look bad on us.
And yeah, that's a good point, Taz, because I was looking at Kevin Samuels. He was talking actually to white women. And it was like this little, they was all sitting at the table. And, you had a couple of brothers there, and there was a white boy. White boy, he never say nothing. You know, when Kevin Samuels started going in, he didn't like how, and that wasn't his girl or nothing. But he didn't like how he had their attention. Yeah, because he had a level of integrity that, like, I don't really care about the subject. I really don't like the way you're talking to her like that. You know what I mean? Right. You could tell that was his facial expression. And he didn't say nothing in the conversation. So it was a level of how far, okay, you're going too far type shit. And he kind of, you could tell by his mannerism that he was like, yo, he knew that at that point, like, nah, like, I understand the whole argument. And he agreed with Kevin Samuels, but he just didn't like the way he was talking to that white woman. And I can tell that from the expression. So, I mean, those motherfuckers, I think, what movie I was watching, I think that was the NWA movie where they had Suge Knight, the dude that's playing Suge Knight. Like, just because you're born male doesn't make you a man. He said some more shit like that. You know what I mean? So they gotta go. Yeah. They gotta go. Like you know what I mean? From a standpoint of, and you're talking in terms of media and people watching them. And I think it was one of those young guys that came in. There was a new member of Solar Vision Debate League. I forget which one it was.
It just seemed like everybody.
He came over there. He was so influenced by their rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? That it was like, damn, that's deep. So it's like young motherfuckers listen to this shit too. You know what I'm saying? And that's a whole thing now. Like, you know what I mean? So yeah.
What you say, Blue?
Nah, I was just gonna say, man, it just seemed like everybody, man, from the 80s and back, man, it's fucked up, bro.
Man, fuck you, fam.
Nah, bro, you can't say that shit.
There you go, trying to divide that shit.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, though. That was a crazy time, bro.
I'm saying, like, that's like coming at the end of the story.
They still, but I'm saying, they still fighting that shit, though, on the internet, and that shit ain't real. I'm looking at my homeboy. These dudes is family, man. Mm-hmm. Like, go look at my Facebook. Yeah, and they get their progression.
Yeah, you got fucking daughters and you crying about women. You got daughters and you crying about women. You got sons and you sitting there teaching them that women ain't shit, this and that, but then you want your son to grow up and be something productive.
Like, you know what? I'm finna go get me a man, Dad.
Right. You're gonna be mad when your son be gay.
Yeah, they set up a program.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about because I played a video of a nigga today, bro. This nigga got daughters, and he's sitting there saying that as soon as she has her first period, she's a woman. Motherfucker, you got daughters. Yes. He said as soon as a woman has her first period, 9, 10, whatever it is, she's a woman. That once you can have a baby, you become a woman.
And this is what Lance said yesterday. That's why I'm talking about sorry for your daughters. Like, that's why.
Paid agents.
Yeah, and that's how you can tell it's from the type of men they coming from. It's a man. Like it's like it only thinking about their purpose for women.
Right.
Their purpose for women is to have sex. Your purpose for a woman as a man doesn't define what a woman is.
Right.
So just because a woman can make a child, you like, yep, mission accomplished. That's all she need. Wait, what? Like, what the fuck? You don't give a fuck that if she have a baby, she gonna be nourishing and not abusive to it and impatient with it? Hello?
And what I'm trying to say as far as, like, you know, the past generations, like, yeah, we know it's been fucked up shit each generation. But at the same time, we done seen in past generations where
they 5 minutes away.
Mothers who was actually doing what they was fucking supposed to do. But we not gonna make it seem like it was just them. Like, we still got some shit that old heads that's going on right now, old heads couldn't even imagine would have been going on in relationships. Like, so at the end of the day, we can't look back and say them niggas was fucked up. We gotta look at this shit like, nah, we got an issue within our community. And we, what, 3 or 4 generations? I'm just saying, we like 3 or 4 generations removed from supposed to be fucked up. Like, how you come out of slavery, get treated like shit every fucking day, and you think niggas supposed to be walking around with perfect sense? Like,
but like what Blue's saying, the reason why it's so important to understand what Blue's saying though, because check it out.
I get it. I just wanted to add.
No, I'm not diminishing anything you said, because I think you're right too. I'm saying, like, with what that shit though, the reason why I be stressing that shit is because you got 40-year-old niggas telling 18-year-old niggas to do what they did in 1990.
That shit don't work.
In 2000, nigga.
Hey, Sam, you done struck the pool with me. Hold on, bro. Nigga, my grandfather, nigga, I was dealing with a situation with my wife. Now, you know how women are way more boisterous. And I appreciate that shit because at least I know where she's coming from. I don't got no problem with her speaking her fucking mind. But my grandfather is like 94 at the time. So he like, you know, he waited till she walked out the room. He was like, grandson. Now, you know, back in my time, I was like, man, look, I ain't even finna let you finish that because by the time you finish granddaddy, you gonna basically be telling me you put your hands on my grandma. That's where you're going right. And my grandma ain't never said nothing about you. And in case you ain't noticed, bro, I'm still able-bodied like a motherfucker. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Punch your 94-year ass.
But don't tell me you put your hands on my grandmama and try to tell me to beat my wife fast. That shit will get you put under jail if these women don't kill you, granddad. Like, we in a different time. These women will kill your motherfucking ass playing around like that.
Yeah, I think
you don't want to kill your woman. You just trying to get control. So you losing at that point. If you think you gonna beat a woman ass to get control, she gonna kill your ass in your sleep that night. These women ain't the same.
What you say, Lola?
Yeah. Suave made a good point. You know,
that's me.
You know, the idea of since they are capable of having a menstrual, that you're supposed to make them women. You know, and that's, you know, when you talk about like development as a individual and what the responsibility of what a parent is. You know what I'm saying? And it's adapting to the world that they live in right now. And that's why like when you apply like, you know, laws from a 7th century and the old doctrine, like when you do that, you know, you put them at a disadvantage. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Your job as a parent is to get them ready for this world, and in this world, you give them better chances when they graduate high school and they go to college before having children. I mean, that's just in this world. In this world, they, you know, to put any person, whether it's male or female, in the best position to be successful in this world, they have to go get through high school and go through college before they think about having children. So anything outside of that, you know, like you said, it's some type of you know, personal, selfish type of agenda behind it.
And you're right, because the way society set up, you would be putting yourself behind the 8 bars. If you start out having kids and you ain't got no way to sustain yourself first.
Right. So yeah.
Let alone your kids.
Bro, in the grill, yeah, they got some fries, curry, bro.
Yeah, but Blue's on point though. You know what I mean?
I want to say something.
You don't see that now. Like with my nephews and like you know, the communication is totally different. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know why it was like that back then. You know, like you don't really hear the rhetoric as hard in the songs either. You know what I'm saying? They used to do songs just talking about women being bitches. There's a whole.
Nah, they too busy using women as pawns. Nigga, they every other song, every song you gonna hear, I fucked a nigga bitch. They don't gotta talk about her like that no more. She's a pawn.
But it's a balance though, bro, because it's a lot more love songs on hip hop, rap, love songs.
Yeah, but they got some boys and men shit too, though.
We had our shit too, but I'm just saying, like in terms of like the hardcore type of like the bitches and all that, they don't really do that shit no more like that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they be talking
even
about
back
best
then,
friends,
though, for you to say hardcore, I think it was even a context back then. Not to say that shit was right, but they made sure to let you know we not calling all women bitches. So it wasn't just like motherfuckers was like, yeah, bitch.
They didn't let us know that.
That's what the fuck I heard. I wasn't listening to the rest of them niggas. I don't know if that was
Tupac bailed them out.
Pac was the one who made that shit apparent, though, that it wasn't all women. Like, keep your head up.
But Snoop said something too when he got in trouble with that shit too.
I mean, but yeah, I was gonna say you gotta remember when niggas start saying some of these niggas is bitches too. That's an acknowledgement, nigga. That's an acknowledgement that we ain't just calling women bitches. Niggas start saying some of these niggas is bitches too. Too Short was saying that shit, but that was never given that much credence. But yeah, niggas was saying
you like Too Short made a distinction between bitches and women. He definitely made a distinction. Like my nigga, you a bitch.
He got a song with Ice Cube where he say that line specifically. He say, "And all bitches ain't women." He say that line specifically in that song with Cube. So yeah, they was saying and they was throwing bitch around, but like I tell people all the time, even if bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks, the first line of that song is, "I used to know a bitch named Eric Wright." Nigga. The first line of that song, you talking about a man, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I spoiled it to a point. You the one that actually put me on, but up until when you first said, I think it was in that debate. I used to think that nigga said Mary White. I swear that. I must be a bitch named Mary White. Until the joint, I was like, let me play that shit, because I was like, oh shit, all those years I was saying Mary White and shit.
Man, you were Hey, but what you're saying about the manosphere though, I'm not surprised that these brothers taking it too far. Because if you go look at the black church in the 90s, we was taking it entirely too far. We thought that shit was what church was. But we were just trying to press the envelope. And everything else we get over this motherfucker, we take it further than what it started off with. So I'm not surprised that these niggas who ain't been getting no attention, ain't been having no real interactions with women, couldn't, wait for the opportunity to try to shit on some women.
Well, you gotta peep the game too, though, because that's only one half of it. You got the other half of it, niggas who had interaction with women, been getting women their whole life, but can't keep them. They fucked up. You know what I'm saying? You got the failures who never got women, along with the niggas who got women but failed.
Man, so come on, that's a powder keg, G. That's a powder keg waiting to blow. You hear me? Them niggas is hot over there, and I warn my sisters about them all the time too, because I sisters be caught up in a conundrum. Do I want this nigga? Who I gotta stay down? Who I gotta stay down with to come up, or do I want this nigga who already got money? A lot of times when you dealing with a nigga got money, he got options, so he brings shit in his life for usefulness. So if you around my girl, he ain't finna be asking you for no pussy like you got a choice. You can come on with that, or you finna get put out. And if you don't understand that aspect of most rich motherfuckers, then that ain't really what you want. Right. You better buckle down one of these niggas on the come up, because you can make him a bum or you can make him Superman. But if you don't think there's a possible outcome, then you sabotaging him just sticking around, talking shit about the nigga, but living in his house though. Man, this nigga ain't shit, 'cause he ain't got money like Kevin Samuels. But you living with this nigga. What did you help him bring to the table? If you sitting there complaining all day, I guarantee you ain't thinking of a creative way to change our situation like he doing.
Yeah, I think that should be a show. Breaking down the different, types of, because I had one that came to my head. You have the dude that he's successful at getting women. Mm-hmm. Women like him, but he's like, he plays them. And he goes on to the woman. And those tend to be the ones with
womanizer.
Yeah, it's like a womanizer, but those tend to be the ones with like mommy issues. And that was being displayed in that movie Brothers. You know, I think it was Bill Bellamy. You know, he was going from woman to woman to woman because his mom, you know, refused to give him affection. You know what I'm saying? Affection from his mother, so he would, you know, kind of use the women to jump from woman to woman to get. It was almost like he was expressing his pain by making the women feel pain.
Yeah.
What his mother was
hurt people.
Yeah. I had mother issues. Yeah. I had abandonment issues.
Yeah, so that needs to be talked about.
I had abandonment issues.
I think it's about five different types of motherfuckers.
I had abandonment.
And they all come together and create that manosphere, bro. That's the problem. Cause like even that nigga that can get women, but he still hurt. Now that nigga becomes the teacher of men because he can put up all these pictures. See, I get women. This ain't nothing. Fuck these bitches. I can run through women any way I want to, and y'all can too. Let me show you how to do it. Yeah, those kids end up being fake teachers too. So now you get all five of those groups from our solar come together to create the manosphere. See what I'm saying? It's crazy, bro.
I had abandonment issues with my mother, and it was like, so I always I looked for women. You know what I'm saying? Like the other women in my aunties, you know, I was like on them. Like even when I started getting out into the world, I called women mama. Like, what's up, mama? Whoa. And I didn't know this for a long time. So my mama got sick, and I had to take care of her because I felt like she chose the streets over me. Then I had to compensate for that through my life on my own. Now that I'm stable, I gotta take care of her, and I didn't want to. When they called me, they said, "Hey," and I was mad. My wife at the time, she told me, like, you got abandonment issues. You got money. And I guess she had seen it before. You know what I'm saying? But it was important to tell me now because something was at risk. And I had to, you know, I was like, damn, that's crazy.
For you to reconcile.
Yeah, man. Like, so that blew me because I was one of the niggas that always took pride in being mentally healthy. Because that was like my biggest fear, being crazy. Because I was so different from everybody else. And it was like if everybody pointed at you and say, ha, you hit. It don't matter who you is on the inside, how good a person, you know what I'm saying? Like, two people calling one person crazy, like, you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? So when I thought about that, I was like, damn, niggas really need to handle their childhood issues because, like, I really went through life with that and didn't even peep the game. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Finding women, like my first girl had a child. She already had 2 children. You know what I'm saying? And it was like I didn't see the value in myself to be like, you know, is this smart? Like, is this important? Is like what you finna do with this situation?
Right.
You know? And so women was able to treat me a certain way. And I was giving them benefit of the doubt, you know, and you know, be soft on their motherfucking ass. So I had to make sure I didn't compensate for that and feel like God by now lashing out at every woman and being mean to them. You know what I'm saying? I just had to check that bullshit. Yeah, like, hold on. Yeah, I really did.
No, that's real shit. And see, the thing is, though, Swab, the fact that you was able to be open-minded enough to, even when your wife suggested it to you, like, man, you know down the line how things played out. I went through a similar situation with my ex-wife. Like, she had an opportunity to finally meet her father. And, you know, I'm standing right there when the phone call came through. She acting like, you know, she don't really care. I'm like, nah, bro. We on kid number 2. Nah, you finna go see your dad. You feel me? Even if you don't want nothing else to do with him after this meeting, you need to see a part of yourself. You feel me? It's gonna make sense when you get there. And as sure as you was able to say certain things about, like, dang, I didn't realize I missed this part. Or I didn't realize this was affecting me. We all as black people, like you said, that childhood trauma, that shit become your adult drama. So whatever the fuck you got a problem with in life, I guarantee you, my nigga, you can take that shit back to the childhood piggy bank that you was holding on to. And it was some shit that happened around you, my nigga. Man, I had friends of mine tell me, bro, man, you know what? I had night traumas. I'm like, what are you talking about? You got night traumas? come to find out this motherfucker watched her mama get her brains blown out. She was 2 years old. But of course she 2. So if you just keep going throughout life and nobody
know where that shit come from.
About that shit'll kinda it'll be coming back to your brain type shit. It'll pop up like a nightmare. But you can't make sense why the fuck I know this vision. You see what I'm saying? But that's why you always gotta be objective about life, like trying to figure shit out. Don't ever act like you got everything figured out. Or you just perfect. Like, I can sit here and talk shit about this motherfucker unless you know.
Don't be too impressed with yourself.
Work on this shit. So, nigga, if I'm constantly working on this shit, I can hold you to the same standard that I hold my fucking self.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't be too impressed with yourself, man. Don't let your last, success, blind your ass from, you know what I'm saying?
The next one.
Your next goals, yeah.
You gotta keep
a
going.
friend that had those issues, Swab with the, and he was in a similar situation. His mom was she was strong. Obviously he knows before I actually met her, but she was just like strong, very strong black woman, and I was talking to him and he was like, she was trying to, she wanted me to. Bring her into Miles because he got a house now, and she's getting older and she can't walk up the steps. And he told her no. He told her no.
Oh damn.
And I'm like damn, dude. He's like, yeah.
What mama do to you?
And then it was like, and you can't really touch it because like you said, I don't know what happened.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because so I just was listening like, damn. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Like, yeah, and then he looked at me right in the face. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like that. Just like that, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
whoa.
So I'm like, it's a lot. That shit deep, bro.
Hey, so I talk about that type of shit with my siblings when we was younger. And I told my mom, I was like, look, you over here giving my sister everything. The middle child sometimes wind up falling into a perfect gap. Like, my sister was born around the time when, cell phones was, everybody started having it. So my older sister at the time when she was born, kids didn't have cell phones. But if you were a kid and don't recognize the time difference, you would be like, damn, my sister got everything. But saying that to say, though, my mom was just a little bit more understanding of her because she was growing with her kids. My mama had my older sister at 16. So when you do that math, if you run shit down, it's like, hold on. Mom wasn't giving her everything. She just was growing up with us. But at the same time, that's going to be the same kid that ain't going to be there for her. My sister don't talk to my mom. You feel me? Like, I take her my mama down there every other day. If not every day. But my sisters don't talk to my mama. But here it is. Every time I used to go through shit, my mama didn't have no understanding for me. But every time my sisters go through something, oh, baby, just, because of course, she's a woman. She don't went through the shit they went through. But she couldn't never break that shit down. She always telling me, go pray. Get down on your knees and talk to your grandmother. You don't got no answers for me.
You know what I'm interested in knowing? Remember they had that pool party and I think it was in Texas. And then
which one?
The cops ran up on old girl. Yeah.
I wonder what she's doing now.
Right.
Let's see.
When was that? That was like in 2016 or something like that. When was that?
Might have been 16.
17. She's probably in her 20s. She's probably in her early 20s now or something like that, right?
I bet she was in that 2020 riot that was worldwide.
Hell no, man. That girl ain't grown yet. That girl's like 14 or 15.
She ain't grown.
That was 2015.
Oh, you talking about when they had that little pool party?
That pool party and the cops slammed on her? Yeah.
Yeah, that was a baby, bro. She couldn't have been no more than 13 or 14.
Okay, so that was like 5 years ago. Yeah, because I when I seen that clip, I was thinking like, damn, because it was crazy. Because I'm looking at the clip and it was like a black dude standing and watching it. You know what I'm saying? Like he was watching, like, you know what I mean? And it was like, yo, that's crazy. That's an experience right there, bro. And I was just wondering, like, damn, she may get older and marry a white dude. That's what came into my head.
I be wondering that type of stuff because, like,
because the reason why I thought that was because it was like that experience right there showed that you have absolutely no fucking power to do anything.
Do shit. She was
Like,
15.
So listen.
She 20 years old. She 20.
This is a perfect moment to say this shit, nigga. That's a perfect moment. So this is why motherfuckers hate Cynthia so much, because she say shit like that. It's a black man standing right there watching this little girl get dominated by a white man, so when she grow up and like white men, you black men are gonna be mad and attack her. That's what motherfuckers hate Cynthia for.
Yeah, but that crossed my mind because it crossed my mind because he had his knee kind of like on her back and like, you know what I'm saying, and it was a black dude and he did something. He moved and the white dude thought he ran. No, he did. He ran up on him and pushed him. He ran up on him and like. No, that was a little boy. Oh, okay. That was. Oh, you talking about the one I was just standing there? Came up and then they chased the little boys on.
Right, he pointed at the grown man
watching, and he moved to do something, and the cop thought that he was moving towards him, and then he moved his knee off her back and shit a little bit because he thought that the grown ass fucking man was about to do something.
Yeah,
but he wasn't about to do shit. He was sitting there.
Yeah.
So it's like, yo, like that right there, like, you know what I'm saying, like, and that's what crossed my mind, like what you were saying, Taz, with what Cynthia G. That crossed my mind, like, damn, she's gonna be messing with a white dude.
And that man might not even be able to live with himself after that.
That's just so crazy. That's crazy, bro.
And then, but look, did y'all remember what happened after that? Remember when I think his name was Rakeem Olagun or something like that? They had a group of brothers that went around to protect that house, and that brother later on ended up getting locked up by the FBI in that same situation. But they protected that house that next day after, that's made worldwide news.
What's up with racism and pool parties? You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker's like, it's always like,
hey, that's where it started at. You can't swim in the pool.
It's crazy that like shit like that go down in pool parties. You know what I mean? Like, that was crazy, bro.
I think that's because if you look at it though, that's the white folks realizing that their kids ain't living the experience.
Yeah, Rakeem Olagun.
You know what I'm saying? Like white folks now, they looking at their kids like, man, why are y'all so cool with all these black folks? You know what I'm saying? Like, 'cause when in our era, it was some white folks. Now these white kids they're almost living the SJW life. Like nothing ever happened. There was never a lynching. Everything's wonderful. Everybody just everything. So you got the white kids not knowing about that history. And I think white parents are saying, hey man, wait, when these young black kids find out some of that history, they're not gonna like y'all. So they put the white kids back from being around our kids, and it's not working. It's not working. You can't, like, without telling them why you want them away from us, you'll never keep them away from us. These white kids love our kids.
What's so crazy is, like you said.
Hold on, I want to finish what it was Taz was saying.
You want to finish?
Yeah, I was just saying they love our kids, and so they're going to keep on mimicking us. They're going to try to be with us. They're going to try to create relationships, have babies with us, but they don't know about their parents and grandparents' experience with us and why their grandparents and grandparents were so hard to keep this division. So they have no idea. Their parents hate it, their grandparents hate it, but they don't know why, and they going against that system that their parents and grandparents created, which is why we're seeing statues and shit get torn down and all of that. They're lucky that system their parents created.
That's crazy because I used to wonder like what this shit was about because it's like it's like an ongoing thing and I constantly see new shit popping up with like at a place how could some racist shit pop off there what I mean like
Bro, what's the trip too? I had to sit back and look at my own life as like a social experiment, right? So check this out, and I won't be long with you, but check this out. So I grew up in the hood, you know what I'm saying? Southside, Lime, Ohio, nigga, hoping over 3rd Street, nigga, everything, ghetto, hood, gang, the whole nine, right? And so when my mom moved us out to the burbs type area out there, I'm in my teens. My little brother is a baby, so my little brother starts elementary school where? Out there. So my little brother's experience is being around white kids, thinking white folks is cool. You know what I'm saying? So me and him have a completely, you know what I'm saying? That's why he's with a white woman and I'm not. Because his experience was growing up with them as cool Whereas I didn't grow up with these motherfuckers. By the time I got to school with these motherfuckers, I don't even know shit about white people. Y'all foreign. What the fuck is this? And I'm getting suspended, expelled, that I can't get along with nobody because I'm not one of them. But my brother grew up socialized in that environment, so he fit right in. This nigga ain't got no felonies, ain't never been in trouble, none of that shit. You know what I mean? It's a difference because he went and was around them white folks young, so he learned to adapt to that experience, whereas I rebel like a motherfucker. Who's all these white folks? Why the fuck did you bring me around these motherfuckers? They don't understand shit, they don't know me, and you know, it ended up being a detriment in my life for a long time until I sat down and realized, like, damn, you know what? I just didn't capitulate. I was young. I didn't want to do what the white folks were saying, but my brother grew up learning that that was right. See what I'm saying? My brother grew up learning not the hood, not the projects. He grew up learning how to act in a white society. I didn't grow up learning that shit. That shit came later.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that made perfect sense.
And then they expect, like, you know, and it's good. I mean, I guess that's a good thing that shit no longer exists because, like, you know, like in terms of communication, it makes it that much difficult. And yeah, so you know, once again, we're going back to that era. You know, like these are the children, the children's children of the integrationalists, what we call classify them as. I say that in quotes. You know, so the actual integrationalists will be our grandparents. So their children and then us. So it's like it's still kind of that was a very like interesting time from the standpoint of what was influencing us, because you still had remnants of the Black Power, you still had remnants of, you know, a segregated type of culture. Still, it was in his, you know, on his deathbed, but we still was like, you know, it influenced us. You know, certain customs were still existent. You know what I mean? And we been molded by a lot of that stuff, and it's like, you know, like what you were saying, like in terms of communication. And I was kind of like, I grew up in the hood, but one thing that my mom did do was she got me involved in like programs where I could, at an early age, was communicating with white people. You know, as far as from like, she had this tutoring program I would go and, you know, communicate with white people. So that wasn't really there with me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't too hood, and I could understand, you know, kind of the other side, you know, because it was almost like, you know, motherfuckers learning from each other. You know, when we had the actual program, we just like communicating, and, you know, this is when hip hop began to take root, and, you know, it still was like a barrier. Like, we had our own channels that we listened to, and, you know, it was a remnant of a segregated society still lasting this far into integration. You know what I'm saying? So those barriers are now being lifted. You know what I'm saying? To the point where, you know, everybody's kind of listening to the same music now. You know, so yeah, that's a deep thing. You know what I mean? But all this is like, you know, bringing it back to the manosphere phenomenon. You know, like, that's psychological, bro. Like, you know, motherfuckers need to see psychiatrists. They need to see a psychiatrist. I was telling my friend, like, nigga, you need to see a psychiatrist, bro. You know, like, your views is crazy, bro. Like, it's crazy. You need to see a psychiatrist, bro. You know what I mean? That shit ain't normal. Because that's like your species half. That's almost like a dog not liking a female dog. Like, you know, they're like, nah, that's not natural, bro. You know what I mean? So definitely, I think at this point now, where it's almost went too far. It went too far. And then, like, you know, applying the history, you know, as to what happened, applying the history, it's a deep thing. It makes it even more, that much deeper. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was a point in time in history where we literally could not protect black women. Like, from the standpoint of, you know, even if you tried to fight type shit, you know, even if it was mama, you know, and they brought up the Reese Teller where the guys raped the woman, and then they came to him. They came to him after they raped his wife. They came to him like, "Yo, we're gonna give you $100 a piece. You know, you don't go to court." And he was like, "Nah, I ain't taking that money. Nigga, you gonna take this money, we gonna kill you." So the nigga takes the money, and then they put it on the front of the newspaper. They put it on the front of the newspaper. How embarrassing is that? That after they do it, then they broadcast it to the world. This is some of the things, and then that's psychological, that's psychic trauma right there, bro. And you know, people talk about the epigenetic type of thing and what's passed on, and you know, all that type of stuff, and you know, so it could be a very deep situation. You know what I'm saying? In terms of like this divide now that you see manifesting. But you know, on a much lighter note, the trophy is here. The championship trophy just came into the mail. So we can go ahead and y'all can send me your Taz, I need your address.
Got y'all drop it to you tonight.
Yeah, because I got to send out these trophies. Then I'm just taking a picture of all the trophies together. Then I'm going to send these trophies out. Yeah, you suspect if you. Yo.
Yeah, you talking about?
No, I was reading something. I was reading something. Nigga talking about something. You suspect if your favorite song is Beyonce, We Like to Party.
That's wild.
He said if a nigga's song, if a nigga's favorite song is Beyonce, We Like to Party, then that nigga suspect.
What if his favorite song is All the Sick Lady?
You talking like, yeah, what's your favorite song? Niggas like, yeah, Nas, you know what I mean? Made You Look, you know, Yo Max. Niggas be starting something. And niggas like, Beyonce, We Like to Party. Yo.
Yeah, that's weird, bro.
Yes.
Like independent woman.
I'm glad
that nigga said
we independent tags.
Yo, that's crazy. But let me get back to this editing, man. It was a good conversation, though. I'm about to go on Talking Bait on tonight, too. Like right after.
Are you going on there again?
Yeah.
We're going to tap in. We're going to keep jumping on these fool heads. They're going to keep on popping in their heads up to get jumped up. Shit is easy work. I'm just glad I got the position I was put in life. And I mapped my out. I would have to be there. Nigga, this is a war of the table. I remember when I was a kid, I never thought little questions we should be asking each other. Last night, I never thought the questions we used to ask each other as kids was gonna ever matter. But we used to always be asking each other like, you know, if they gave you $1 million to do this, would you do this? Or we used to say, well, what would you do if you could get away with doing this? Like, and you know, we used to be on each other's head, like, bro, you would do that for $1 million? Like, bro, you crazy. You should never, you know what I'm saying? So, I just wonder if some people ever had these conversations with themselves, or I had people around you that, like, made you just really open your mind to that. The possibilities of you playing yourself for some money.
And like I keep saying, when these people get out of control, wanting to have shit that other people don't got, it get to the point you want shit you ain't supposed to have. Tell me, you better stick to I want for my brothers and my sisters what I want for me. When it get to a point, that greed gonna cost you, G. It's gonna make a fool out your motherfucking self, bro.
Yeah, the conversation I'm trying to get into, I'm gonna just the narcissist conversation that all of a sudden we got a bunch of the psychologists.
Wow.
That is diagnosed with narcissism. They gotta stop that. I'm listening to the consultation. Right? Unsubscribe, bro. Right? Just subscribe. Nah. She was definitely do it, bro. Appreciate the info you dropped. But outside of that, that shit was fun. She was talking about her man, bro. Like the African in a better predicament than we is. I'm looking like, hold on. Why did you pop shot when you're supposed to be dropping this information? Man, it was hard to get that. She did like his ass. God knows. She was with that. Bro, her whole. I see why her channel jumped. Her hand, she just love it. I don't know if y'all seen the show, that was energy. You know what I mean? As far as the, I don't know if she would consider herself women's. But she got some energy. That shit entertaining as fuck.
Nigga Bruce said he was thoroughly entertained. Alright. Well. Shout out to the people in the chat and the people in the back. Let's see what we got in the chat. Chat shout out to them. Let's see. We got Asiatic Line in his joints. Ziggy. Malik Rain. Now they ain't amazing. B. Bill Senior. Margot Slade and everything. Kyria, the introvert. I am too. Yeah, from you see how we move. A lot of been going in the sun. Shout out to Melinda, 1973. Just holding up the line right now. Yeah. We got time. They got time to be trying to pick and choose when it's time to, you know what I'm saying? Infuse that good positivity into the people. But this is a good time for the people to evaluate what you value. I mean, to say, what y'all been supporting. You know, it's time for y'all to try line in the sand too. Because these people, they got a lot of support. You know? And if y'all want better from the people that is put in front of y'all, we gotta expect better. And the people that's already out here showing you better, you gotta support that, man. Gotta make sure you got somewhere to go when you want your, you know what I'm saying, your nourishment. Gotta make sure you got somewhere to go. And quite frankly, we ain't, pulling in the numbers and shit, our business go. So appreciate if y'all smash that like button. Drop a comment in the comment section. You feel me? Hit that sub.
Make sure you check out the brothers on here on the panel. We all got channels for the most part. It's where we come together and collab as a family. Yeah. So like I said, we appreciate y'all coming through. We always gonna be here doing what we do. We got season 4 coming up. Yeah, y'all forgot about it. It's like the baby. Don't get it twisted. That's why we over here discussing topics. But we don't want for none though. We don't want for no topics. Oh yeah, shout out to the Black Power B1 Network. Shout out to Investing Out the Blue. We already on.
In here, nigga.
We in now. Been there.
Part 2 coming to that Tamla horse.
You got a part 2 to what?
Yeah. Tamla horse.
Oh
What you
yeah.
say, Blue? I ain't hear you, Blue. You got a part 2 coming. What?
Oh, to that Tamla horse case. I was just playing the 9. I played the 9 on one audio long.
Oh, you did something on that too?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over there and check it out, share this shit, cause I did something about that case a while back. But you know, I be on that shit where I feel like we all need to do that shit. I feel like like I did one version of it, you need to do one. That's just so I'm gonna go find that shit and share it, nigga. For sure.
You just never know. Anybody running across your shit and know something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That shit happened to me in real time, bro. When I first got on YouTube, man, I did a video about a dude who got killed by the police in Joliet, Illinois, man, and his fucking friend called me, bro. Asked me to come down there and speak on his behalf. When I first started YouTube, man, that's why motherfucker can't tell me this shit don't mean something. You know what I mean? I did a video and the motherfucker hit me up in the email like, I watched your video. He was my best friend. They killed him. It was wrong. Can you come and help me? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn. You know what I'm saying? I was thrust into the spotlight coming through the door, nigga. And I did what I was supposed to do. I went right down there and stood in the gap for it.
Yep.
That's all.
Different, bro. People, and because it's deeper than just entertainment. Not only are they entertained, but they come to the news. And you know what I'm saying? Investigation, information, comfort. You got a big responsibility with this shit.
Mm-hmm.
I want to keep going into it. I'm coming up on that like 3rd year anniversary.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check that shit out.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that black media always get wrong. That I'm always like talking about is like, nigga, these stories don't die, bro. Like that's how white media is able to keep these motherfuckers legendary that they want to be legendary and whatnot. Like your Marilyn Monroe's and them type motherfuckers. Like they don't stop talking about it. That shit get reported for years and years and years, and we have to learn to adopt that same thing with the media. Nigga, nothing die. Nothing dies. Everything is relevant every day, forever, nigga.
That's period, bro.
Yeah, that's how they created their little paradigm for, you know, that white folks can do no wrong. Because, you know what I mean, they emphasize all the good and they'll run through the bad really, really quick. But the emphasis on the good, the positive, the growth, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know how to do that shit. Their damn show tell you some bad shit about white people, but then they're gonna tell you 15 good stories. We gotta learn how to do that same shit.
Nah, that's clear facts. Clear facts. That's the only purpose for media. Otherwise, sit back and watch the professionals work. Cause we can't keep talking about how we don't control our image if we don't step up and do it.
Yeah, that's why that polite shit, like that shit like that pisses me off. Cause it's like all these niggas who say that shit about protecting our image, you supposed to be pissed off, nigga. Cause now this is how powerful this shit is. And I might do a stream about this shit later on. So this is how I see this shit, my niggas. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. When the rest of this nigga, they ain't give a fuck about who nowhere. That was just another pedophile. Right. When they realized that this nigga was brother polite, based on social media, based on everybody talking about it, they go back now and say, wait a minute, we got a story here.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that he's somebody is because we told him he was. They didn't know who they had originally, or that shit would have been out from the moment they arrested him.
As soon as they got them, they would have had the camera crews when they was pulling up.
Yeah, bro, it would have been big from the moment. The only reason it was big was why? Because it came from our community. Tasha K said it, and now the mainstream saw what Tasha K did with it. Now they want some of that money, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know who that nigga was. We showed them what? We have some power in the media. We showed them who that nigga is. And they said, oh, for real? This nigga got a name? All right, bet. Let's run a report on it. Now it's a news article. There's stories everywhere. Other than that, he was just your regular, everyday pedophile. They wasn't going to do shit about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Man, you know that evidence got fucked up, bro. That evidence got get out of DNA.
You low, Blue.
Don't get out. Now, what I'm saying is you don't get out of, you know what I'm saying, DNA evidence.
Oh, my bad. You kind of low, Star.
That DNA sperm evidence, that's the cold hitter right there.
Yeah, right.
You can't get out of that. You know what I'm saying? And they got that reported, like before they even did anything and locked him up, they made him take a test. Mm-hmm. So they went through all of the little channels before they actually, you know what I'm saying, okay, we got one. You know what I'm saying? We actually got a case. You see what I'm saying? And then he got the audacity to jump his silly ass, right, on social media and don't even defend himself to the highest. You know what I mean? Like, bro, I'm on this motherfucker going in. Like, you know what I'm saying, bro? Like, man, this motherfucker lying. Like, this is where I was. This is what I was doing. I went nowhere around that. I got all the evidence to prove.
Right.
He drove, bro. He took this young lady to a so-called after party, bro. No 14-year-old was supposed to after parties.
Yeah, you can and will use this shit against me, niggas. I'm gonna get on here and defend my motherfucking self, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I ain't did shit. And that's the first thing I'm gonna be saying, nigga. So run that shit in court if you want to. I'm defending my motherfucking self, dog. I'm defending my name to the end. As long as I got breath.
And then, according to the information, right, the after club was closed. The club was closed. What men in their right mind, first off, is taking any young lady to an after party. Just that shit alone, you know what I'm saying, you're already dead. There ain't no even coming back from that thing. After hours with a teenager that just barely hit being a teenager. Don't even know what puberty really is. Don't even understand what her body really going through. And you took the fact that she looked a certain type of way, or she might have smiled at you, and you felt some type of way, like you looked at that like a woman was smiling at you, like, nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you, boy? But I ain't gotta talk about it, because at the end of the day, when your ass get locked up, the pen got a whole nother situation. And it ain't the streets no more. The pen got a whole nother situation for niggas like you. just get snatched up? Or he got...
I think he got snatched up. I think he got snatched up.
What's that, brother? Hey, y'all.
What up,
What's good,
Scorpio Bay?
What's good,
family?
Got it.
Same.
Holding down the phone.
Getting in on the clock right now.
Holding down the phone. Letting the women know it's still men out here doing what we supposed to do. Because we know as women out here still doing what they supposed to do. But we don't want men aside. But, you know, this is a good opportunity. What you say, B?
Seems to be let me take this off this this would be a lost art.
Oh, yeah, I feel you on that.
Alpha males. Like, it's not obnoxious. It's not controlling. It's just the lead because it has leader quality. So it's the reason why a woman would flock to him there because he has the qualities of the leader that she would want. Like,
Right.
but I get it. You know what I'm saying? My first little my first little stint doing psychology, I was working at Lakeside Alternatives, and this is in Orlando, Florida. I think in Eatonville, right there around the corner from Eatonville. What I ran into oftentimes was a lot of our black men have come from a broken home as well. You know what I'm saying? Where they got their mother that may be on crack, their father may be on crack, they may have been abused, they may have been sold as children, they may have been berated verbally, you know what I'm saying? Mainly because not everybody knows how to be a parent. You know what I'm saying? And how to raise a good child or to raise up a good man. It requires a lot of work, you know, and a lot of lessons so that that man could experience what he needs to become the man that he needs to be in the future. So, you know, I see the conversations that we're having is very helpful to the community because these are the kind of conversations we need to have. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as child molestation, because that has been rampant not only in our community, but worldwide. Just weird sexual acts on children. You know what I'm saying? In many places. There's this one island, I can't remember the name of it, but they had, and this is black children. These are little black kids that are basically whoring themselves out to white men that come there on their island. You know, they give them money and stuff like that. Take them out to places and stuff like that. So there's a hugely unspoken of accepted community that or accepting community that is accepting of child pedophilia. And this ain't necessarily from the floor up. This is from the top to the floor. People on the floor are just the ones that are able to benefit from those who are in higher places or positions of power that put things in place so that they can be these disgusting individuals. You know what I'm saying? I'm digging the conversations that we're having because these are the type of topics that we really need to discuss in the community to get over the hurt that a lot of people have dealt with. There's guys that don't even want to admit that they were raped. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I mean, in your hood, you know what I'm saying? Walk past you every day, may speak to you, who won't go get psychological help and is dealing with trauma, you know what I'm saying, themselves, as well as the countless women that we have in our community that have dealt with all levels of disrespect when it comes to sexual preferences and how they're treated. There's a culture out there now called ghosting, where they're basically, having sex with the woman and never, calling her back or returning her calls, which I think is sick too.
You know, feel like that's using someone. That's using and misusing someone. And this is in the culture that we're dealing with now, 2021. But it's not different than what has happened in the past, where you would have whole father's father. He's the father of the household, but he got a whole nother fucking family down the street. You know what I'm saying? Whole wife, children, daughter, son, and then is living with wife, children, daughter, son. So there's a lot of traditions that we have to really reevaluate moving forward. You know what I'm saying? As far as the things that we allow into our community and what we're allowing into our children's minds. You know what I'm saying? Because what we allow into their minds is what they're going to exhibit later on in life. So we definitely have to curtail as well as destroy some of these ideologies that keep creeping into the black community. What up, Swab Beezy?
You got it, big dog.
How you?
Man, I can't complain. I'm hanging in there. Posted up with my big bros.
You got a little bit of head on that here.
Yeah. You know, growing up.
Yeah, hey man, I saw that shit you was talking about earlier, bro. That was that with Anonymous, where it was where y'all was speaking about the warlords. Like, man, there's that going on in South America. You have cartel members who are blatantly having sex with little boys and little girls. You know what I'm saying? Kidnapping. They've resorted to all sorts of methods to get what they want, and are willing to kill and go to war about it. You know what I'm saying? About these immoral sexual acts. I just think.
Yeah.
You think, my brother?
I said, yeah, man, shit horrible all over the world. You know what I'm saying? I'm not blind to the shit. You know, I know the shit that it's just it is devastating sometimes focusing on it.
It has a heavy weight to it. You know what I'm saying? To even know that that's taking place is heavy. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not like that's trauma in itself. To know that somebody is like getting, you know what I'm saying, ravaged in the worst possible ways, it makes you, you know what I'm saying, it makes you reevaluate what you're doing in life. Like, what could I do to help that situation? Or, you know what I'm saying? Or could I be helping that situation? Or is what I'm doing helping the situation? So, yeah, man, that to me, that's always, sexual psychosis is always stuck out. When you have people that are sexual deviants, you know what I'm saying, like that don't mind pressing the lines and be in a position of power, like a teacher, principal, someone at a job like a McDonald's who's a manager, who's hiring young girls that look a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Which I've also noticed at certain places.
That's what I was going to say. That should be going on everywhere, but it just be normalized in certain areas to the point. Oh yeah, it's employment. Oh no, this is America. It's great. Like, and I feel like it's so much shit that go on, and we be calling ourselves and getting in other people's business about, and really we just be doing that shit. They arguing. Oh, same shit that they do here. Two parents arguing. Oh, we gonna help y'all split it up. We gonna get it out there. You feel me? All the while, if it wasn't ever a system for people to keep on separating like we do, people would, man, sacrifice a lot more for their relationships and their families. But since you got an out, you got a lot of people that's gonna take the out. Because guess what? I don't have to compromise with you. I don't have to co-parent with you. But you come to find out, even after you break up, yeah, you do, unless you want to have a fucked up child.
The society coming low as fuck.
Man, I'm trying to tell you.
Well, at least the moral standards. You know what I'm saying? The moral standards, damn near, in my personal opinion, reaching all-time low. You know what I'm saying? Just the way that you can go to a random Walmart and pick a man calling his woman out her name. You know what I'm saying? The argument is Walmart. What's wrong with you can see it in your own neighborhood, and what's wrong with your own neighbors and things of that nature. No one is perfect.
I know. Girl, you ain't gonna win. But you already lost thinking you gonna fight me. You already lost.
Prime time.
Shit. Yeah, tweaking. Yeah, but I just feel like, people get so familiar with a certain way of living to the point we can stand up and look across the pond and say, oh yeah, these motherfuckers, this ain't shit. Well, they treat their people. But you look over here, just because it's legalized or, it's normalized, it's factual, like, come on, bro. It's so much shit to the point. The world don't get no better because everybody else feel like it's easier to fix somebody else's problems rather than to deal with their fucking own.
I tried to get on earlier when y'all was talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
My his computer for a moment because he brought up a really good point, which I think that I seem to kind of overlook maybe happens right here. Have it codified and it puts statutes behind it in commercial code so that people can get away with certain things and then certain people can't. And depending on how much money flow that they have enough money and they can get a good enough lawyer, they can beat any kind of goddamn charge. This is America. You know what I'm saying? I got patents that's out that shouldn't be out. And that I know personally. And that's just in my own small circle. That's not counting all the people in other races that actually have the funds available that, you know what I'm saying, that ran over somebody's kid and got away with it, got it reduced to manslaughter, and now they're a governor somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is now you're Hillary Clinton somewhere, or you're Bill Clinton, but you ran over a child while drunk.
Yeah. Or you Hannity. Who was that? Sean Hannity? Who was that? They found the bitch dead in his office?
Yeah. Yeah. And you see how they're leveraging that power. You feel me? They leverage that power so well to where it's swept under the rug, and now we're up here looking at something different on our screen. You feel me? We are worried about something else. Well, they have this going on over in this state, or this going on over here in that state. Meanwhile, your officials in your local state are fucking us over in ways that are indescribable. By the time people catch up, we're normally too late. You know what I'm saying? We're normally getting information on the back end after a lot of shit that happened. We finally get the files opened up to us where we can finally see, oh, well, this one was doing this, and that one was sleeping with that one, and this one set that one up and had this person killed. You know what I'm saying? We find this out 10, 20 years later and still have no reaction, which is what they count on. They count on us to be bombarded by information so much to where when the information is released, everybody is desensitized to an extent, to where they're no longer willing to react, or they just sweep it under the rug as, oh, this is America. But these are flaws within our country that we share with every other country. We got pedophiles here too. You know what I'm saying? We have whole sex rings around here too. Kidnapping rings in America. Nobody likes to acknowledge these things because everybody wants to feel as though where you call home is better than where someone else calls home. At the end of the day, we are all dealing with the same shit. Different levels, but we're dealing with the same shit. Just because we don't have children running around with AKs on a regular, you can still go into a neighborhood where there's a 7-year-old with a 9mm who will kill your cat. You know what I'm saying? Like, in virtually any hood, to be honest with you, depending on how rough these hoods are, you can go to any hood and find somebody who's young, 9, 10, 11, who may already have a body count. And I ain't talking about sex. You know? So, to me, I feel like there's definitely a lot of reconstruction that needs to be done, and a lot of emphasis needs to be put on certain individuals and certain actions that are taking place. Especially like when we got a brother in the conscious community who out here selling packages, ripping niggas off, and fucking little girls. that's something we can't ignore. You know what I'm saying? Whether he did it or not, we still have to pay respect to the family, to the young girl, even if not the mother. Let's say the mother was in on it. We still have to have respect for that little girl. You know what I'm saying? Because she is one of us. She is a part of it.
Yes, sir.
The fact that people get away with this to this day says a lot. You know what I'm saying? Within our community and within our culture, the fact that people still get away with this. You have people that are being raised with rapists as we speak. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not sneaking.
No, I mean as we speak. I ain't saying as we sneak. No,
No, I was talking to Katrina.
But yeah, as we speak, somebody, you know what I'm saying, is being violated or getting their rights taken away from them by somebody in a position of power or somebody who has power over somebody. You know what I'm saying? Or at least the false belief that they have power over.
Yeah. Oh shit. Hold on, let me see something, man. Let me see what the fuck this nigga talking about.
And that's why they run from me. But what do your Most High say? What do your God say? What do your God say? So who will stand up for me? Who will stand up for me? And that's what you're showing me is to this God.
I think you're the boogeyman. And
You know? Yeah. All right.
Okay, first of all. Okay, first of all, hi. Oh shit, Judah. No, Judah. Ah!
Hold on, where you at right now?
Oh man.
That's Judah?
Yeah, it's over with. That's another TV.
Yes or not, she has God power in her. And we have to find a way.
I don't give a fuck about that, bro. Hey, look at this nigga, dog. Look how he jump on. Now you know he don't never have his camera on.
Like he gotta
He
take
cried.
He'll never have his camera on, bro. Ever, bro. Right? Now watch this shit. Watch how this nigga come up on this motherfucking pedal.
Check the sheets up.
Look at it. He don't know what to do. Sonetta, address. You finna laugh. Sonetta, please address me.
He happy, bro.
Yeah, fam. What's this? Oh, let's see how he greet him. Oh, he did it already? Hold on. I gotta go back to when he first came. Okay, there you go. Look at this nigga come. I'm here. Okay, don't do nothing geeky. Stay calm. Hey, peace. Thumbs up. Black power. Salute. Fuck it. He didn't know what to do. That motherfucker said 16 different things. Hold on. He didn't know what to do.
Say that, bro.
Bro.
I'm putting 8 clowns on my gun. Especially that.
Ending up with your drawers on. You forgot. Yeah, dude, it's all right, brother.
Kind of circular
For real?
on the side. But if we're telling you not gonna let it happen.
Are you for real, dog?
Saying this is what I talked to my son. So yeah.
Or maybe you've never seen in your realm of existence. Talk to us about the greatness of God and what He.
You make him up.
Touch God. The bishops and people.
Hunger.
Yeah, how did I go back that
Yeah,
far?
dude, it's all right. Ending up with you. Yeah.
Okay,
What the fuck? That's an insect here called a simian. Give me 1 second, please.
He didn't get up with his drawers up.
And insect here called a semi.
Hey! Hey!
Put his finger up like he in class.
Judah!
Yo, what?
Judah! You went over to the booty house in booty shorts? Baby, why this nigga get up from the bed? He said, hold on 1 second. He said, okay, go ahead. That nigga got up, draws. This nigga got on white, blue striped draws. Huh?
Yeah.
It don't matter. Yeah, some type of sauce. Hey, Judah. Judah Patuna. Sonetta, you want this, don't you? Thank you for inviting me on, Sonetta.
I'm gonna bring it back. I gotta screenshot that shit.
Hey!
That might be the third.
Hold on.
There you go. I got you, bro. Look at Sonic.
Hold on.
Look at Sonic in the face. He just.
Oh shit! All right.
Look at the lady smirk.
Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah. What the lady do?
Hold on, dog.
He just died alive.
I'm Richard Branson, and I
Hold on, dog.
invitation. Would you like to travel to space? I
Judah.
recently flew the Virgin Galactic Spaceway.
Really?
How do we take you serious and have a conversation with you, knowing from now on you got your drawers on?
Dude had that plan, dog. You gonna
Talk to us about.
Yeah, dog. I want to say that too, bro. I want to say that too. I want to say he did it on purpose, bro.
Hey, Blue, check your email. You heard me?
Yeah.
Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Dude about retarded, man.
Yeah, he done.
Judah,
Get that bitch, bro.
you took your ass over there.
Why you cut it out? I gotta see the rest of this shit.
Hold on, because the Brave be tripping for some reason, so I gotta share.
Okay.
I gotta put it in the Google and share it.
Who that? T-Duck?
T-Duck in the building.
Alright. He dizzle in the hill.
Hey, Blue, you got that?
What the hell you up to, bro?
Oh, no, I had a screenshot of that shit. You know how I be, man. I stay on that.
Yeah, I got it. Appreciate that, guy. Yeah, I'm putting that on the too nice.
Hey, shit.
I might not even do a video.
Judah finally got his wish.
Hey, T-Duck, watch this, dog.
What did he do, though?
Watch this, T-Duck. Oh, no, man. Let's give him something to talk about, huh, Judah? Judah. Damn. Watch this.
I don't hear you turned it to that all the way down. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Maybe if I back up a little bit. If I back up, is that okay?
No, I still hear it. I hear your mic scream.
Give me 1 second.
Watch this.
That's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah. Oh man, Julie got on.
Hell no!
Oh, I hear your mic screaming, brother.
Oh, you know what that is? That's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah. Oh man, Julie got on. You're funny.
Hey, he got
Oh man, Julie got on.
secret.
Yeah. Oh man, Julie got on.
Look at something in his face. That nigga like, oh. Oh.
That's exactly what
Oh shit. Hey,
Hey, there was a Victoria's Secret boxer.
That nigga ended his career, bro. Taz, look at your boy Judah on Shanetta. Watch this.
Screaming, brother.
Oh, you know what that is? That's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah. Oh man,
Give me 1 second, please.
This nigga wild as hell, bro.
oh man, Judah got
Judah.
That girl's a little.
Judah.
You don't put your fucking hands on.
Yeah, this nigga tripping with that shit.
He went to the booty house and gave them what they wanted. So I know you gotta keep it up.
He did that on purpose.
Bro, if he say he did it on purpose, I'ma believe. But I don't think he did. It's just that look because he telling him it's a sound coming through your mic. It's a bug outside his window, so he gotta go close the window. That wasn't playing.
That wasn't playing. He ain't playing on standing up.
I still hear it.
Bro, he finally got around his Sonetta daddy. Like, he didn't know what to do.
He was playing from the beginning when he first got on, when he was smiling.
Look when the nigga first got on.
Wait, I thought Judah was from the country community.
Man, I mean, probably on a different context, what you said. Like a lot of motherfuckers who ain't never been on Sonetta consider themselves the conscious community. Because they watch Sonetta. You know what I'm saying? But no, he ain't. Look how this nigga come on the
opposition,
panel.
destruction, and
I don't even want that. Look how this nigga come on the panel.
Okay, so, because I think I get what y'all saying now, because I see it. And I just ain't one of them type niggas. So, what y'all be saying is that some
nigga
of these
damn did
niggas is
this.
looking for their big break on Sonetta TV, and they will just ask to get it.
Yes.
See, I don't know too many people that get to that shit. So I get what you're saying, because like now I kind of see it from different people, but I ain't from them circles who view that as like the pinnacle, you know? Like, that's not the pinnacle of where we try to get to. It's not that it's TV, but I do understand why other people see it that way. I get it.
We gotta start with donation now. We gotta get into some normal sized boxers.
Bro, I ain't finna buy no man no draws, nigga.
I ain't got nothing on nobody box.
Hell no, man. That's on Sonetta. Sonetta want to see that.
My neighbor, bro, offered me some boxes. I can't fit these anymore. You already know.
Hold on, wait. He said he can't fit them anymore.
That motherfucking tight, nigga. We having it out, nigga. You gonna get me some real size.
He said he couldn't fit them anymore.
Nigga, that's how far I'm going.
He said, you know, bro. What yeah. Hey, bro.
Whoa.
They're trying to socks, bro. I'm like, bro, no, I don't want you to do your own socks. Thank you. Thanks. I don't even know you like.
Whoa. Damn.
I'd rather somebody give me some drawers I can't fit than wear some motherfucking skinny ass, tight ass drawers. Nut hugging ass boxers, bud. That shit ain't legit. Like,
bro, they still wearing underwear.
oh, okay.
Hey, bro. That nigga got on that motherfucking diet. He didn't know what to do, man. That nigga. Judah, why did you do that, bro? Like, it's a bad look you would over there. Then you get on. You on a peace sign, thumbs up, salute, Black Power fist. In 1 second, that nigga did all those signs. What is it? What you want? Huh? Then when he finally gets to talk, it's a sound coming through there. Hey, brother, your mic is buzzing or something. That nigga said, maybe if I lean back away from my computer. Then he said, no, it's like a hiss. He's like, oh, shit. It's a bug outside there. Give me 1 second.
He threw up the nervous one. You see that nervous one.
All my life, that's that finger you throw when your mama finna whip your ass. Wait.
Yeah, hold up. She be like, I'm gonna take that off.
Man, come on, man.
Man, what Blue say? What Blue talking
Yeah, you can't make this up. This is real.
Blue talking about?
So is this live right now? Or did they cut the stream out?
The stream just ended. The stream just ended when I went over there.
They let it keep going after that?
Yeah, he set him back up. Come on, that's the booty house. He set him back down like, hey, nah, you straight. Here you go.
I was saying, so you better he said you got initiated.
Hold on, okay, let me see if I can find what that is that color. But he finna get that one all my life. That nigga put his booty on the screen and everything.
I'm about to say that.
That nigga put his booty on the screen.
Too, though, when you first started playing it, they wasn't even talking to each other, right?
That ain't the right color. No, it's these right here.
You feel me?
I need to find them by themselves.
I'm like, man, hold on, what is going on? You happy to be here, ain't you? Happy to be here, guys.
Hey, I'm glad we.
Just for the stage, man.
And it's so funny because it's Judah. Nigga.
And after the night you had last night, you undefeated, Judah.
You can't catch a break.
You undefeated at catching L's.
We can't throw you one.
Judah alone, he big time now.
Man, you got
You
me.
missed it. T-Duck, you missed it, bro. We had to go over there and wash that nigga mouth out last
You
night.
gotta be fucked up.
I'm talking about consecutive people from the platform jumped on that motherfucker to the point his audience and his panel turned.
Hey, Judah, what's up, bro? You ain't jumping on, my nigga. I know you watching, bro. It's that late.
Like we didn't have his back. Like, oh no, y'all just been talking about.
Nah, he did that on purpose. That was orchestrated because he wasn't gonna get on the show if he wanted to denounce y'all like that.
But guess what? We like when you choose the other side because we were gonna let you win anyway.
Judah,
thank you for making the choice easy. I told them niggas I want like Madon, like the Lance, like the rest of these niggas y'all see me get into on a regular occasion. Y'all gonna figure out why. I ain't gonna always call them out. Man. But in certain situations, I gotta say something.
That nigga Judah.
These motherfuckers made my job harder against Taz. Like, fuck. Like, I only use you niggas now. Like, it's like I want to renege on this debate now. It's like, I'm fucking up so bad.
You did. So.
That's crazy.
You know I'm coming with the spin.
Hey, that shit is crazy.
You coming with the spin game?
Yeah, I still got
What the fuck?
Dagger Squad. I still got John Luke, little crazy cuz the little the Muslim dudes on there. They used to have one of the little light skinned old ass crazy dude. They be cussing everybody out. You know, I still got Brother Rich. I still got Consul in them. I forgot what they call themselves. Team Osiris, Dagger Squad, and I got I forgot what they call themselves. But yeah, I still got, you know, I'm just gonna stay away from certain individuals. But
what these people supposed to represent?
They giving a proper argument.
What them people supposed to represent?
Black consciousness.
Black consciousness.
Yeah, YouTube.
What's that?
I mean, it's a YouTube thing. Black consciousness on YouTube. Man, I ain't about to divulge my whole argument. I'm gonna say
I had to tell you, T-Dog, we redefining that right now.
I'm telling you, I got it. I mean, they ain't all bad. You know what I'm saying? They just
not the fucking time for you to come through and do your thing, but you doing right. We redefining what that is. So, yeah, go ahead, put your foot forward.
Yo, what they call you T-Duck, bro?
Man, who the fuck let this nigga? Man, Swag, get my stuff, bro.
No.
I don't even know why.
Don't even associate T to your name. Your name is Shenard, nigga. And T-Duck is my name.
Bro, change that nigga's name, bro.
Yo, you know where my name comes from?
My mother's name Charlene. Pop's name Bernard.
No, we said King. That King don't fit you, nigga.
Yeah. It's only one era, and it's only one King. But T-Dub's my name, bro.
Oh, shit.
Hold on. I'm not gonna let T-Dub get that King shit off like that.
Man, I told you that nigga a clown, bro. That nigga love that racist rhetoric shit.
That ain't no nigga.
Taz ain't shit.
I was player. Player as fuck, nigga. I gotta give it to him. It's a one new era, nigga. It's 1K. Nigga, the new era.
Yo, CJ. Yo, Taz, you look like a GTA character, bro. GT,
Man, you look like CJ from Wookie Whoop. At least you sound like me, bro.
My nigga, you got a debate while he's sitting here clowning. He had his interviews, right?
I don't even know. I don't remember. It wasn't good.
Don't know. You about to take this nigga out or what? Or is it swap?
Man, no, I ain't like that
Or is it one
retarded
of the tanks?
suspect ass nigga.
Whoever beat up on him next.
He making no effort to grow in debating or none of that, but he's just here to lose.
I'm telling you, bro, the way he showed up with Taz, bro, the way, bro, I know Taz.
No, I want to do.
But dude, you not even gonna beat the dude at the lowest debate like that.
Myself as far as presenting the way I presented myself.
You ain't gotta redeem yourself. We know that Taz is officially not just a GOAT, he's a god. Like, you don't gotta redeem yourself. That was supposed to happen to you. Like, you learned that.
But like, what are you gonna do for a presentation, bro? Like, God, you was gonna lose anyway. But like,
you learned it.
Right. I was like, come on, bro. That shit was
he body so
you have to bring something to the table, bro. Like, you didn't even bring a legitimate argument.
Yeah. No presentation. That's 10 points you gotta fight back from.
Alright, hold on.
You gotta down there be perfect.
September is almost here. So we'll have another couple more preseason debates. Not just me.
You gonna need them. You gonna need them.
Y'all get the views up on the channel.
Let's fuck him up. He needs to do the
They're gonna be waiting for that next season. They're gonna subscribe and follow along. So
he changed
his motherfucking sold or whatever. And stuff up.
Bro, you was coming over giving suggestions like you ain't new here.
I'm good. It's good for the channel.
And you just got your brains blown out. Shut up.
Look for subscribers. Honestly, I think if the argument in the Solar Vision debate, listen. If the argument league and the Solar Vision debate gets big on YouTube, that's something good.
That's about shit we already been working towards. You know, what the fuck, nigga? Hold on, real quick, Tad. Do you want to talk to us? Come in and talk with some sense. Don't come in like you making suggestions. Because we on our shit. This shit ain't get this far because we ain't been doing shit. This season 4.
Say that.
This, okay, so it's on our shit. No suggestions.
Memo.
Tad, what you want to say?
I'm just gonna say, like we're trying to grow the platform. I mean, he needs to know that it's not part of the growth, though. Stuck at debating, so unless you get better, you're not part of the growth. You know what I'm saying? You just
You're right.
Yeah, people will leave your debate. I know.
Motherfuckers don't want to see you debate right now, bro. You a fucking joke, bro. You gotta get better so people want to see your debates. The channel don't just grow to see a couple people debates. They gotta want to see all the debates.
Yo, I know it grows based off of the information people take from those debates. I got
Where's your information?
I'm gonna work on it.
No information.
Would you say you didn't see Sharnard debate?
Yes, we did. I'm lying, right?
That nigga retarded, bro. He be wrong as shit and aggressive. Like, how do you keep being... Shut up! How do you keep being wrong and be aggressive, bro? Like, look. One thing if you dumb, you gotta notice you dumb. Notice that sometimes when you hear words, it's not what the person said. Just know that about yourself.
Exactly, you're right.
Okay, so just take your time through life. If you need people to repeat stuff before you you show like you've been insulted, just ask them like, what did you say? My brain is stupid. Can you say it again? And maybe okay, yeah.
Let me explain why I ask people to repeat what they have to say.
I don't want you to, because you're lying and you need time to think of a lie.
No, I do that to give me an extra time to think of a response.
Lie.
The second reason is because I want people to think that I'm like you said, I'm dumb.
You're doing a good job. You're doing a good job.
And I'll catch them like that. The third reason I also re-ask the questions is because some of the questions, the purpose is designed to trap me into responses. So I have to decide. I'm playing chess as far as
You is not even playing.
Hey, bro. Okay, so here's let me help you, bro, because I do that too. But you know what I'm saying, you're doing a poor job. So if I want people to think I'm dumb, I say some shit that people generally won't agree with, like Marcus Garvey is a scammer. But I have the information to back me up, and so when people take me up on that and say you dumb, Marcus Garvey wasn't a scammer. Now we can get to the information. You say things that don't lead to any information.
Oh, explain that real quick. I don't even know about that.
I know your brain.
Go back and watch the debate.
My brain movies.
Go back and watch the debate.
Now, from that, you get a debate in which you determine if I'm right or wrong, but the statement was made with some facts in mind. I wasn't just saying it to get a reaction. You do shit to get a reaction, and then you don't have anything to stand on after you get that reaction. That's your problem.
You off my pad when you die.
You said I do it to get a reaction?
Yes. You say things to get a reaction, but you don't have any follow-up information after the reaction comes.
Yeah, he's talking about that's how I catch you. What does catch you mean?
Okay, let me respond to Tyler.
He think because he fat and he kiss somebody, he doing it. And they fall on his ass.
I can't have anything to back it up. What if and I've said in the past, I want y'all to debate what I brought up.
What the fuck did you bring up?
I'll put it into a debate so I can present it.
What have you brought for that? What have you brought that could have possibly?
Oh, you a small head, dark skinned motherfucker, huh?
I don't even know how the camera popped up.
Because nigga, I hacked your shit, nigga.
Is that Enes?
My life look like Enes.
That look like somebody elbow.
Hey, somebody Google image that nigga face to the sex offender list.
Hey, bro, you too dark to be talking about. Come on, bro. Like, where is you from?
His parents Nigerian. He a first generation American.
I'm Nigerian. Stop trying to
talk American, dude.
That's probably the lighting in the room, bro. I'm just saying. No, I'm saying that'll probably hit.
Oh, well, the light probably was behind you then. Let me see. Get in the light and turn your damn camera on.
Oh, no, man. People, I got too many enemies right now.
Man, come on. Your face already on the motherfucking website. I'll put the video on private.
You just started, nigga, and you got the video. Are you fucking serious, bro? Like, man, bro, like, come on. And, like, bro, kill me in every state, nigga.
Not on this channel. The space there on the YouTube stream, there's the women's sphere. Even the men's sphere.
There is no goddamn women's sphere.
Oh yeah, the first Uber.
But this nigga's supposed to like women's sphere, a whole group to herself. But that's just one person, bro.
Hold on, what did you say?
I said that.
It's called, like, you're my driver, where are you?
Right, well, just, bro, stop calling us here, bro. We are being one, bro. There is no group called the Woman's Sphere. There is no group. Because Black Woman's Sphere is part of my fam. So when you say the Woman's Sphere,
I just said Black Woman's Sphere is part of your family, so what are you talking about now? I said the Woman's Sphere because it exists.
I'm trying to figure out what your stupid ass talking about. This is what I'm doing.
The Manosphere.
Right, there is no opposite of the manosphere. There is no group that is opposing the manosphere as we're women opposing the manosphere. There is no group. There is no group of women doing that. The women that do that
this shit
are,
in December.
those women that do that are with me. Those women are black first.
Alright, but when I first started watching some of Kevin Samuels shit, just to check it out, right back in December, my first thought in my mind is, it's gonna be some backlash from black women. I already knew it, and it's not gonna be pretty.
You're late though, man. You're late because what Kevin Samuels did was picked up all the old talking points of the manosphere. So it wasn't about like something happening because of Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels picked up energy that was already there. Tim said he played on negative energy that was already there. So there was no group needed to be created to combat Kevin Samuels because all of these groups were already here. He just emerged from the group. No new group is coming. You know what I'm saying? The groups were already here. Kevin Samuels is just the one who emerged from the manosphere.
I didn't know that.
All these groups been here, bro. That manosphere crowd been here. They've been looking for their big break, and they got it through Kevin Samuels. But they're not new.
We amped them up, right? Before then, there was another person like him. I don't know any names.
I mean, if you say so, I mean, social media wise, maybe. But there was an article today. There was an article today in the New York Post that they're talking about Kevin Samuels in a way where he's teaching people to be violent towards women, misogynistic. Something happened with a woman and a dude on a date, some white people, and somehow Kevin Samuels' name ended up in the article. This shit is New York Post. It's in Newsweek. Every time a man does something to a woman now, they're going to bring Kevin Samuels' dumbass name up. He's dumb, and the people following that shit are dumb. That shit is in Newsweek, and today it was also in the New York Post. This nigga had nothing to do with it.
You see how his name getting
that was on
in the news? That's bad. Because now everybody knows. So, okay, someone's gonna just saw his name from anywhere. You're gonna go on YouTube, type him up, and see the bullshit. And then also
here's the thing, though. It's bad for black men in totality. Nobody gives a fuck about the manosphere. Nobody sees them as a separate entity of black men. So when Kevin Samuels talking, he's talking as a black man. Nobody give a fuck about no fucking manosphere, bro. Right. Nobody know that shit. When they see him
the term
talking,
was even created by a white person. But
no, I'm just saying when they see Kevin Samuels talking, they see a black man talking. They're not listening to the manosphere. They listen to a black man.
Right. I agree with that.
Hey, shout out the volume of the book, man. Hey, the boy Judah went on Sarnetta TV and showed his ass. Literally.
Underpants. You know you're going over there.
Literally.
What's up, y'all? What's going on?
Started off on some shit with the girl. We tried to tell us something. Second wife. The nigga talking about some second wife. The nigga still gonna get up in his underwear.
Hold on. So he tried to flirt with the ladies, what you saying?
Yeah, the nigga tried to flirt with her. And then he got up in his underwear.
Who, the man Diesel?
She was looking like that, bro.
Oh, man.
Man, you can't holler at no big girl named Man Diesel.
She gave him.
Yeah, that's how you make a woman feel uncomfortable.
Hell yeah, he better feel extremely. You can tell by her face. When that nigga got up in his underwear, oh man.
And today was also in the New York Post. This nigga had to do it. What type of and I don't even think it's nothing really crazy about it. I just think you gotta be careful and not let motherfuckers know you.
Yeah, that nigga got caught slipping.
I don't think it's crazy or weird.
He got caught with his pants down.
Like, nigga, but you don't want to get caught like that, nigga. I don't think it's crazy or weird or something wrong with it, this and that. But nigga, you set yourself up for the laugh.
I swear to God. He do it too. And that nigga came back like, oh shit.
You can tell he accepted it at that moment.
Hell no. Let me hear the audio. I want to hear what this nigga said, Doug, after the fact. What he said back there. I ain't even listen to this shit. Hold on.
Look at her face, bro. She know he lying.
Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Let me go back to when he first
maybe if I
got
back up a little bit. If I back up.
The opposition.
First, when he first got on and did this nigga did 4 salutes in 1 second trying to stop. Watch this. Watch this. Oh shit, I'm really here. It's true. Hey, peace, Black Power, thumbs up, salute.
This nigga's
You gotta cover all
That's how you gonna smile when you're
Oh shit. Alright,
you going too fast.
Oh man. I wanted to see when he first said something.
You went in here and grabbed the loud.
Let another burrito.
Where?
Who got a burrito? I want a burrito. Is it a bean and cheese burrito?
Hold on, my bad. Hey, here you go.
Man, all them steps you get them kids eating burritos? No, I'm just bullshit. I'm just bullshit. You the step guy.
Oh my bad, y'all. Hey, that shit was funny.
The step most high. Hold on.
I know that nigga was
God has done for you.
Counterpart to Satan, and it's called the angel mind.
There's no Satan and there's no evil.
Hey, dude, I know you watching right now, nigga. How
you get that, right?
Well, I know what you're alluding to, but there is a counterpart to Satan, and it's called the angel Michael. So they're like,
okay,
not necessarily.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about what God has done for you, brother. Let me hear all the credit you're gonna give to this God, brother.
All right, alone. I'm sorry. Maybe if I back up a little bit. If I back up, is that okay?
No, I still hear it.
He asked that nigga if he bag up. Is that okay? Listen to the verbiage. If I bag up, is that okay?
No, nigga got hit like when that nigga like get that hold on real quick. You can pause for like an awkward second.
Hey, here you go.
If I back up a little bit. If I back up, is that okay?
No, I still hear it. I hear your mic screaming, brother.
Oh, you know what that is? It's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Go ahead.
That nigga dropped the. Oh shit! That nigga dropped the bug fact. That nigga dropped the Japanese bug fact at the end of his career. Hold on 1 second while I end my career. Hold on 1 second.
Wait down.
Oh shit!
Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Maybe if I back up a little bit. If I back up, is that okay?
No, I still hear it. I hear your mic screaming, brother.
Oh, you know what that is? That's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second.
Look at that face, dog. Look at that nigga face. Give me 1 second, please. 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 Okay. Draws! Look at that nigga saw that. Saw that and said, oh.
The pop, you real though. No.
Oh, look, that nigga eyes got big.
And the pop tried to cover for him though. She was like, yeah, man, he was wearing shorts.
Hold on, he said, oh, man. Oh, man.
Oh, shoot.
Hold on, let me hear what he said.
I hear your mic screaming, brother.
Oh, you know what that is? It's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah. Oh man, dude, they got all. Standing up with your drawers on, you forgot. Yeah, dude, it's all right, brother.
I'm sorry about that.
No, it's all right, because you know your people gonna be the one to take the clip and clown you. Oh, look at you. You know.
I'm done. It's all good, brother. You had on some shorts. Anyway, go ahead. Finish your comment. Yeah.
My apologies. I'm not going to disrespect the panel.
Yeah, you're all right.
So now back to God. So now I'm back to explaining who Michael is. Oh shit!
I was being an idiot as a young man, and
no, go back to
yeah.
My apologies. I'm not meaning to disrespect the panel and the Japanese.
Yeah, you're all right.
Oh shit!
So I come from a horrible background, and I was being an idiot as a young man, and you know, the Most High got me. You know, he called, you know, he put a demon, allowed someone to put a demon on me. This is going to sound ridiculous. This is God's honest truth.
Yes, go ahead, brother.
I got into I was suicidal, and I wanted to kill myself. I wanted to kill others, and I just wanted to do everything just wicked because I was just plaguing my mind, and they don't stop. So one day I got on my knees and I was like, "Hey, I'm about to kill myself. I can't take it anymore." And you just, whoever's out there, you know, I always believed in God, but you know, I wasn't familiar with his name or how he worked or things like that. So I made a vow. I said, if you get this off of me, I will serve you until my last day. So he lifted it off me temporarily, just to kind of like see, well, let's see just what's being a Negro.
Oh, that sounds like he just took on the demon when he said that. Like, if you help me, I'll sell you something. He just took on the demon. What are you talking about?
That nigga said, hold on while I kiss the sky. When
he fixed it. But ain't nobody have to be a demon if it calls them to do good.
Nah, that's what I mean.
Damn.
There's certain things that ain't required of you with this natural shit. Like, I don't have to sit here and be like, hey, ancestors, actually help me build a serve for my life. Hey, fuck with me regardless. I just have to acknowledge it. I don't have to sit here and be like, hey, please save me from this. If you do, I'll trade my life for whatever you want me to do. That's possession, G. You just want to say, Swab?
Let it ride till I die.
For spiritual commandments. He probably didn't need help doing that.
Hey, yeah, and that spirit that calls him to do good, good. Because if it calls him to do good, how can it be a bad spirit? Hey, I get it. What you're saying is, for certain people, the little good they do is good enough for you. That don't work for you. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
No, I ain't saying that.
When people say I'll do this and that,
King Shinar got respond. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you something. You cannot explain it better than me. That I get what I'm saying, but that's what I'm metabolizing. Like, oh, he's good for Judah, but you wouldn't accept that from you. So I hold people to the standard that I hold myself to. I can't knock nobody else if they don't do that. This is what I do.
When someone says that they're gonna do better if God does, I
don't know why we can't do this first time. It's a conversation.
Hey. So hey,
Who you think
nigga.
Hey, yo.
Hey, bro. And this nigga got back to trying to talk about the God and shit.
Hey, look, that nigga Mr. Morpheus. When Mr. Morpheus was not real, I was thinking, you didn't just see him make this man show his drugs, nigga, on live internet.
Hey, dog, that nigga booty was right in the screen, dog. That nigga said, oh, that's a bug we have right here.
Somebody like
the Most High says
give me that
it's a Japanese cicada. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I'm finna close the window. You looking? Yeah. Are you looking? You paying attention?
If y'all know Judah, that was planned, bro. He did not come on.
Good. I hope it was.
No, it wasn't. Look, I thought that too. I thought that too. But the reason why I know it wasn't planned is because of why he got up. So I know they said it's a buzzing sound in your mic. He said, "Oh, that's a bug. I gotta close the window." You know what I'm saying? He didn't just say, "Hold on, 1 second." Like he got up to close the window. So I know it wasn't planned. But I know, Judah. I don't see Judah. That's what I'm talking about. People will actually think you did some shit like this on purpose.
Yeah,
like that's not past. But I'm looking at that. I'm like, nah, he ain't doing it because Sada one brought it to his attention. Like that's some slick shit. If you plan to have your window open so a bug can make a nigga.
You see that? You noise in the background? The little whatever the noise was. You see it was some Japanese bug? It's like he playing a soundtrack or some shit. You ever watched Naruto back in the day?
No.
You always hear that same noise, like, you know. If you was
Hey, look. Hey, look. This shit right here, bro. This why I can't talk this
dumbass nigga.
Hey, bro, I swear to God, I hope we start having live debates. Fucking very short.
Hey, bro. And his camera turned on. Hold on. Let me show y'all what Chanel look like.
Yeah, I seen it earlier. Don't do it.
Are you seeing him? That nigga look like Hannibal Buress.
Hey, bro, that nigga enemies though. Like niggas on YouTube been threatening him and shit for years and shit. Bro.
You feel me?
Right.
Where's your motherfucking enemies at, nigga?
Nigga, tell me your enemies, nigga. I got niggas that want to kill me. Damn, niggas that want to kill me.
Like, bro, I swear to God, bro, I be out at the casino looking around like, nigga, I live in Vegas, nigga. Like, nigga, I'm here, bro. Like, nigga, I gotta make sure every day, nigga. Like, who the fuck?
If it's anywhere, they call Tupac in Vegas. I tell you that.
I really did, nigga. At least they ain't see my face, man. The only thing saving me. I'm telling y'all niggas think it's a game, nigga. When you start really getting that nigga, like, you know, you ain't doing shit.
Man, you got all that for me saying I got enemies. You got all that.
You talking crazy to women, nigga. You out here talking crazy to women.
Who did I talk crazy to? Who did I talk crazy to?
Luna, nigga.
Who else?
He said who else? He said who else? You said women. You said women. You said women. Multiple. I told you, let me say it for real. He said
like I said, Twin set it up.
Twin and set that shit up, man. Shut up.
Twin set you up. Set you up, nigga. Why you set up, nigga? Hey, no.
Hey.
Let's aim up.
Hey, that nigga said. Hold on.
Speak close to the mic.
Oh shit. Boy, that was heavy, man. Shout out to Judah. Thank you for that, dude.
Shout out to Judah Nazareth.
Shout out to Judah Nazareth, bro. Strength to you, bro. That nigga said, "This my big shot. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up." That nigga hit that link. That nigga said, "Peace." That nigga put peace to his head. Hey, he said peace. Black, no black power. Salute. Oh, thumb up. Thumb up. Rock scissors. Hey, that nigga got up there and fumbled the bag.
They fumbled the bag up.
Man, that nigga got up there and fumbled the bag, bro.
I want to be the nigga that's remembered, bro. Like, yo, that was on there and just draw. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be that nigga.
Oh my life, bro.
Y'all niggas know me, bro. That might be an after. Don't let that.
Man, I'm looking for the draw. I just couldn't look for him past 5 minutes and shit. I got into my 6 minutes of looking through draws and I'm like, man, stop this.
Any credit he was finna get is
Them draws took his shine. Yeah, that's like Japanese draws.
Niggas don't talk about the baby. They gonna be like, the nigga that came on here and started drums. That's the first thing.
The draws doctrine? The tidy stripers?
You wanna see Taharka baby?
Was it Judah part of the league?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's a little ass.
Hey, chill out, nigga. Like you.
Ain't no debate. Same thing.
Yeah.
Why you got down there in the corner by itself?
Man, cuz don't fuck with that nigga. I'm too close to him. Let me scoot over.
That's why I can't play with that little background shit. Keep playing with him like he be adding chance. No, go play with him.
That nigga, that's the slow part of the class. He got to sit by the teacher and shit.
Yeah, that's the special ed class.
Man.
Hey, if Barack was on here, we put him over there above me. He your teacher.
That nigga had on them peep eyes.
Yeah. No, that nigga. No, I think Shinar would be above that nigga. Right, nigga buck out. That nigga said the commandments. Man, this nigga said the commandments.
I'm looking for the avatar Judah Draws. Whoever make that avatar in that channel, Judah Draws first. I'm cash apping.
Hey, I was watching this shit, man. I'm watching this shit. And the shit happened, nigga. My wife happened to be walking free. He said, that man just showed his draws.
Hey, man.
Man, that's fucked up, bro. Cause I'm gonna be honest with you. My business, show me what 9 times out of 10, there's always the fucking moments when niggas do niggas doing bullshit. Fucking crazy, bro.
I be having it with you too.
I was like, wow, this ain't the normal shit I do.
I wonder how many times Katrina walked in here and walked out with some ill shit on her brain.
Nigga like go by the young like, or you know
hey, I'm gonna tell you this part, bro. I always go downstairs to the basement, but I was just chilling. Like, I got, you know what I'm saying? I'm listening to y'all on the phone, and I see him on the big screen, but I got it muted. This nigga on the big screen in his drawers, nigga, right with my wife, walking to the shit.
Man, he just took all our girls. That nigga just took all our girls.
Oh, man.
Yeah, why you ain't got no shot draws like that, Twan?
Hey, you cooking a nigga for having little things.
Hey, dog. Hey, dog. That nigga went over there and showed his ass, bro, for side matter. He went to the booty house in some booty shorts and stood up. Damn, Judah. I know you chugging that goddamn Japanese beer.
No.
City council, like,
no, we ain't got beef with you.
White woman.
He did go outside near the town after he, you know what I mean, after finding out that Saw that was finding out, hiding the fact that Polite was a motherfucker. That's some weird shit.
Yeah.
I didn't even know any of those until I heard it. Yeah. That's how I found out about any of those names. I didn't know any of that. Like,
you gotta be careful with the language, though, right? This one I don't want to say that. This one I want to say that because he put it out there.
He put it out there years ago.
He put it out there. Now my problem is that he continued to work with it as if that didn't happen. So I can't say he did. He just let kind of just drop the ball, but he did put it out there.
No, he put it out there in a moment of anger. Before and after that emotional stage, he was covering for that nigga.
Well, this nigga, hey, he put it out there. No, this nigga didn't make the moves to make something happen to that nigga, man. If Sonic would have spoke up, that shit would have been stopped, nigga. That shit would have continued. And then instead of putting that shit out there, that nigga should have been putting that shit out there.
Because Saw kept supporting him, he was able to get this other wife. The wife only got there a year ago. If Saw would have been putting him on blast, she wouldn't have been fucking with Polite. You like, nigga, you the nigga that everybody know he's
the veto of that shit, brothers. When this nigga said the girl a runaway, right?
He said she was the one. Oh.
He said he knew the girl was the runaway, and her people is his cousin, and blah, blah, blah. So how is she a runaway and missing if you know where she at? Nigga, that shit sounded crazy.
That's a fact. That's a fact, man.
That's how you know a nigga just stupid, because he really, and I'm telling you the truth. I think the feds gonna subpoena. I think them people gonna get him. in court because he's saying he knows.
But he's not the only one. Look, Young Pharaoh too.
Oh well, we need you to testify, but Young Pharaoh don't hang with him. See, Sarnetta hang with him.
Say, hey, I got information that you was messing with a young chick too.
Yeah, but Young Pharaoh got it from somebody else the same way the police can. Sarnetta is the witness.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying though, like
he done been around there.
No, I'm just talking about as far as I ain't seen.
If you got information, if you got information to a crime, you got information to a crime. They can subpoena anybody. Right. They gonna ask Young Pharaoh where you get that information.
Yeah, where you get that shit from?
The only thing is though, being that this is a different case, it would only be for him. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Because what the defense can do is show pattern.
Yeah, if your character.
Yeah. Right. Same thing for Sarnetta. Sarnetta get second hand, and he give second, third hand information.
Right. But as much as he been around him and down in their house, he gonna have a hard time trying to disprove he didn't know.
Yeah, they all in the same boat. And so my thing is like, hey, like, they, for whatever their reason is, and this is the question, they didn't think this nigga was predator enough or dangerous enough to the community
to get
you
caught.
see what I'm saying? If they felt they could keep doing business with him.
Yep.
And presenting him in the community.
And I always thought it was weird, like.
Well, this what I say. Real talk. Sarnetta is fake if he switch up now, cause you knew he was fucking with him then. You knew he's fucking with him after you called him out. If he get, I don't give a fuck if he get charged and convicted. Now you finna say you got a problem with it. So just like you was doing business with him, you should still do business with his ass, nigga.
Yeah. You can't switch it now.
I picked up a lot from y'all talking about the shit with the Israelites, right? Because I told you I only know him through Tazari out this shit like that, and I thought he was a benefit. So last night when I was watching this shit, it really jumped out to me how he was using Polite as the hitter to go attack Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it registered because Anon had said this shit. But I'm not in the community. I don't watch this shit, so I don't.
Right.
Watching that shit last night, that shit hit me all at once. Like, fuck, this is what Anon was talking about. This nigga used Polite as the hitter to make Israelites look bad.
That's what he do with everybody on this panel, though.
But Polite was the one that needed that fame.
He's been making his money for the last 3 years.
Exactly.
Since that Kim and on trial debate, that's what they've been making their money off of. All of them, everybody over there. That's their whole connection.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
It's Israelites, bro.
Yep. That's what he's making his money off of. That's why I say he's no different than folks at home.
That's why the shows ain't changing.
Worse.
It's like the same thing. They don't, and that's why that's why I got on that. But see, that's why I was on that, like, when I was saying, fuck Kennedy. Because that was like, that's the only thing, bro, they talk about. They never talked about Omo Valley civilization. They didn't talk about that. The only thing they ever did was get on some ancient.
Now, he used to have the sisters on there all the time, though, going into Africa and talking about different stuff about ancient Kemet and ancient African civilization.
Yeah, but it be always a connection. It's always with the Dogon originally Kemet.
But you know what? I was even cool with that. I was even cool with that. If you gonna teach it, bring it out. That's why.
Come on.
I got him.
Yeah. See, that's why Jabari couldn't really like make a run over there. Because Jabari actually believed in comedic science as fake.
That's why it started. That's why the television can be
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So for them, these guys are anti-religion.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, but just before we go any further, I just want to point out that Mongo has made a very basic statement. It's only 2 rules. There's really only one major rule Actually, I will say 2 ways to teach Torah. 1, don't teach Torah in your drawers. 2, put some pants on.
Fact.
That's crazy.
Hey, Chris, hold on. The title ain't as wild as you think. Hold on, I still got it up. Do it.
Who you talking to?
Hold on.
Chris.
I know we didn't talk.
No, not that Chris. Chris. Yeah.
That's a B1. That's a B1. Shout out to you.
No, and he was
Okay, that's the only Chris that matter then.
Hey,
Floyd.
Yeah, close enough. Flunoid.
I ain't reading it. I just remember it from the.
Oh, that man's Floyd.
Look, I've seen that brother's name around for years.
Oh, yeah.
He don't have a channel, though, do he? He just.
He got
work.
He got a channel. He be working out, don't he?
They told he got a channel.
He got a real fitness channel, don't he?
Check him out.
Yeah. Where he don't just be jumping rope for 2 days.
Right.
In the parking lot.
Don't move. One out.
Hey, y'all not finna do my nigga like that, yo.
Hey, oh my life. Hey, watch this. Hey, watch this, Domo. Man, hell no, I ain't finna show no legs doing no jumping jacks next to no motherfucking next to the car that nigga was doing jump jacks next to the car that Ozone shot that police officer next to. Alright, hold on, here we go. That nigga threw up the Black Power fist, saluted, thumbs up. Hey, that nigga threw up so much shit when that nigga got on that panel, bro. Hey, that nigga violated 3 creeds.
He ain't had the alphabet sign, did he?
Hey, yeah, he threw the peace sign up.
He did. Hey,
hold on, watch this shit. Yeah, bro. Look, nah, he almost.
Shout out to Judah Nash. I don't care what y'all say.
Man, shout out to him. But he gonna get this work, man.
You went over there and showed it.
Look how this nigga hit the panel, bro. Look how that nigga hit the panel. Look. Oh, okay. Peace sign, thumbs up. Oh, salute, Black Power. Oh, that nigga threw up 5 things, bro. That nigga almost put his hand in the circle around his eye. That nigga almost did the Baphomet. Hold on, watch this, dog. Let's see if we can count all the signs. Hold on, okay. First the face, right? Now I'm happy. I'm here, don't smile face, so you ball your shit up. Alright. Oh shit, he's actually acknowledging me. What do I do? What do I do? Oh, okay, middle finger, little bit of middle finger. Okay, hold on. Peace sign. Oh, Black Power. Oh, thumbs up. Circle around the eye. Oh, salute. Okay. Hey.
Half Black Power.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Hold on.
I promise you, he gonna stress that.
Wait till that nigga got up. Yeah, that's Little Roddy. Hey, y'all ain't in the building, my bad, big dog.
What's up?
Y'all man in the building. And y'all man ain't shit, bro. And y'all man always show up.
Hold on, let me correct myself. My brother, my bad.
Hey, Taz, they going Yame.
You don't hear now?
Yup.
Yeah.
Hey, what's good, bro? What's cracking?
What's good?
That nigga Suave ain't shit.
Oh, he's dirty.
You always start shit.
I know I wanted to debate. I didn't forgot what I wanted to debate.
You said I did something to the ancestors.
Oh, wait. It's starting to come back. Hold up.
Sorry to come, man. Talk about ancestors.
Yeah, you shit on him, you heathen.
Talking about when he let Legs make that song.
I got
with
the
the ancestors.
And Donald Duck. You're supposed to be reclining hell.
I hear that.
Something about the Black Power movement. You said something.
Well, what I saw in the chat, I don't even remember what I was talking about, but you said to Bob that you needed to talk to me about something. Like I felt like you were
Robert. Okay. Hold on. I know them plies. I need the striped boy shorts. That ain't it. That ain't them shorts, man. Hey. Hold on, listen to the knowledge he broke down right before he murdered himself.
Maybe if I back up a little bit. If I back up, is that okay?
No, I'm still hearing. I hear your mic screaming, brother.
Oh, you know what that is? That's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah.
How he know Sarnetta was gonna ask him to close the window, bro?
You could just tell from when he was talking.
How did he know Sarnetta was gonna that bug was gonna be there to fuck the interview up, bro?
Look at the face.
I know, y'all. I promise on my life, bro. Hey, you know we Midwest. I looked at his face. I said he did that shit on purpose.
Right.
I looked at that nigga face, I promise, Judah has a childlike innocence. I promise. I love that about him. His face is like a little sir. You know what I'm saying? That's what. But I promise, when I thought about it, I'm like, well, how the fuck would he know Sarnetta would say something about it? You know, so unless he went to the stream like Shannon retarded ass said he's playing something in the background to purposely do.
Unmute yourself.
But it's not there right now, right?
I have to turn the sound down. I hear like a little feedback coming.
Could be true.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Maybe if I back up a little bit. If I back up, is that okay?
That's why I don't think he did it on purpose, because this whole interaction right here.
He would abuse her, you know, and he would leave.
You might have to turn the sound down. I hear like a little feedback coming.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you turning it down. I don't hear you.
Stop lying.
I don't hear you turn the 2 that all the way down. Unmute yourself.
Maybe if I back up a little bit. If I back up, is that okay?
No, I still hear it. I hear your mic screaming, brother.
Oh, you know what that is? That's an insect.
Like, you see how you looked at that window?
No, I still hear it.
Yeah.
I hear your mic screaming, brother.
Oh, you know.
See, that's innocence. He's not being that is a young boy right there, like proud to be here, like he ain't on no bullshit, bro. He done forgot he ain't got no pants on. He done forgot the goddamn Japanese cicadas. That's all, bro. He forgot what sign to throw up.
If he's in Japan, it could be true.
Finish it. You know what that is? That's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Look.
You the funniest shit. Up with your
And then he came back and sat down low. Hey, you see, Scooter, he kept his booty out the camera when he came and sat back. Yeah.
He already know. He can hear him. He already know.
Yeah, he didn't do that on purpose.
He knew he fucked up. He tried to keep his booty out the camera. I'm gonna sit down.
Maybe if I back up, okay?
He knew he had tooted his booty.
Hear your mic screaming, brother.
Oh, you know what that is? That's an insect here called a semi in Japan.
Dropped a nice little bit of knowledge. Hold on, dropped out as a jewel. Gave y'all that motherfucking Japanese bug. Motherfucking info, the 911.
He's right now. He's talking shit about Israel.
But I don't give a fuck, man.
Nobody cares about what's on that Sarnetta saying.
I hear your mic screaming, brother.
Oh, you know what that is? That's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah.
Watch how he goes sitting down trying to step below the radar.
Hey, look.
See the funniest shit.
Get a real good look.
Yeah, look, with your clothes on, you forgot to.
Hey, this Sarnetta like, whoa, hey, man, what's up with you? Yeah. Yeah, dang. Oh my life. Look what he do. He like, oh shit. That's how you know it. Hey, look, I don't give a fuck.
Yo, what beef I got with this dude, bro?
Man, shut the fuck up.
Like the third time.
That nigga said, what beef you got?
Hey, look at this nigga reaction, dog. He embarrassed, bro.
Don't talk about him at all.
That nigga is embarrassed. Oh my life, that nigga rebooted. So that had to reboot. That nigga, hey, what the fuck? Hold on.
Oh man, Julie got on.
Oh man.
How much money did you make today, bro?
Oh man. Hold on.
Hey man, it's good. With your drawers on, you forgot.
Hey, Shadar, man. Hey, you should lie.
Yeah, dude, it's all right, brother.
I'm sorry about that.
No,
oh shit. That is an official argument league clip right there. I'm loading that bitch up right now, nigga.
Whatever that conversation was about, you the one that.
Oh my life, that nigga was in there like nigga. Tidy stripies.
Nobody even care what the conversation was. He wanted
because a sad story came after that, so that shit was really sad. Oh shit. Oh yeah. That sad story even got sad.
Oh shit.
Oh man, you a mess. Dude, boy, he can't help but just.
I'm excited to announce, man, that I got a debate this season, bro. I'm gonna be able to get one debate in at least this season.
Oh, that's what's up.
That's hard.
Look forward to it.
And it's against y'all.
Fact, my bad.
Oh,
yeah, I got to get him.
Yeah, if 9/11 was an inside job, this would be on September the 11th.
Facts. At 9/11, on 9/11, the debate about 9/11. Ugh.
Man, you're a little late, man.
Huh?
You're a little late on that one.
We're a little later. Who had the 9/11 debate? Oh, you think it's past September 11th already?
No, I'm saying.
Y'all need to know.
Let's just stand, yo. Let's stand.
That trophy's gonna be a prize.
I bet it is. Shit. Can't wait to see it.
What is your saying? It's an inside job?
Hell yeah, man. I say, yeah.
Hell yeah. Wish I could have got that easy ass motherfucking debate.
Oh shit, man. This nigga here.
Watch what I do to y'all puny universes on 9/11.
We shall see.
You ain't debating me, nigga. Fuck. Better win against him.
Hey, that official report. You grabbing that official report, Tad?
You better not come with that 9.
Who was that with one of the Mr. Incredible masks on? What is that?
Oh shit, boy. Oh, that's
Aqualot? What?
No, that ain't Aqualot.
Nigga, you look like a luchador.
That's Yara. That's Yara. That's fucked up. Oh, you matching me? You got a badge better than me, man? Okay.
Facebook mask.
Nah. That's fucked up. Damn.
That is a Ninja Turtle first, man.
No, it ain't. That ain't Ninja Turtle. No, that's a custom. Original. Yeah, alright, okay. Yeah. Can't say I'm not concerned.
Dude.
That's that raccoon.
I don't hear you turn the 2 down all the way down.
Damn, why is this shit tripping? Hold on, matter of fact. I just do it like this. What the fuck?
Yeah, right, because you know your people.
Stop.
We're gonna be the one to take the clip and pause it. Yeah.
What that is? Maybe if I back up a little bit. If I back up, is that okay?
No, I still hear it. I hear your mic screaming, brother.
Oh, you know what that is? That's an insect here called semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah. Oh man, Julie got on.
Alright. We get back into the audio, man.
You know we can
I ain't specific.
Bro,
how much more specific is it? You said you wanted to
Look it.
Is the rainbow around the sun the sign of the sun?
No, it's gonna be what is the sign of the sun?
Nah, man.
So that's exactly what it is.
No, I ain't letting you get off the hook, nigga. I don't want you to get off the hook. You gonna have to show me what it is.
I'll tell you why I won't debate you. You do this to everybody.
Yep.
You scared because you don't know what it is.
That topic and then change it, bro.
It's still on the same thing?
No, it's not.
Same topic.
Oh.
No, it's
Why?
not.
Because you gotta
Okay.
prove what it is.
It's the completely
I'll take
different
it
debate.
just
No, what is the sign of the sun, man? I'm still gonna be using the same
The
thing.
original debate is the rainbow.
No, nigga, you gotta prove what it is too.
The sign of the son of man coming in his glory. That's a completely different debate.
What's the debate?
Now he want to change.
We gotta go. We gotta
Now he
do
want to
what it
change.
is. Because I still say what it is. My still be what I'm standing on. Easy.
You're gonna be the one to
I
take
don't
it.
care what you
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about.
good, bro. Because once you start doing all of this, you lose your opportunity. I was giving you a chance. That's right. Go talk that run shit.
Man, that's crazy, bro.
What? Go talk that run shit.
Like, I was there when y'all set that up, bro.
Yeah, we thought you was a bigger man than that. Huh?
Man, my nigga, like,
Yeah, we been at it for like.
It's okay.
That nigga ain't got no shame.
Solar wants us to show a level of camaraderie with niggas. You're watching niggas do dirtball shit, bro. He level of camaraderie after this.
Running from it.
I don't care.
What's the incentive to debate?
I don't either, nigga. But Solar care, nigga. So I
What
just
you
want
mean?
to,
We care.
nigga. He see why I don't fuck with niggas, but I don't respect niggas like you as debaters.
Uh-oh.
I don't care. I don't need your respect.
Shut your ass up, Pop.
I don't need your respect.
Yes, you don't.
You thought I did?
You do need to debate. It's like,
Shut your
I don't care if I debate him or not.
it's like him and me gonna get to the point where
You ever
we're
talk
gonna
about
debate you.
you ain't my
Okay,
business,
that don't
But I'm just saying,
matter.
like,
Because you're going to have to see me if you make it to the playoffs. If you make it to the playoffs, you're going to have to see
You're
me.
not making it.
Because I'm going to make
You're
it.
not going
I'm
to
gonna
make
make
it.
You're
it.
not.
I'll show you when I was swab ass.
No.
No, you ain't gonna
You're not
make
gonna
it.
make it.
I'm going to
You
make
won't make the playoffs anymore.
That's fucked up.
What you laughing for?
Nigga, that shit was funny, nigga.
That nigga said that's the fake love, bro.
You damn so late though. That's
You ain't making the playoffs.
That's gonna make it even more funny.
man.
Too many niggas, bro. Too many hitters.
I put my money on Hustle.
Oh man, you must want to get away from my cash.
You said what?
Nah, because I got more smart.
Oh, so you know you lost already. I got more.
Wait.
Nah, because I got more smarter. You should have.
All right. I come from a mother who fathered.
Take a little feedback coming.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you're turning it down. I don't hear you. You turned it to that all the way down. Unmute yourself.
Maybe if I back up a little bit. If I back up, is it okay?
No, I still hear it. I hear your mic screaming, brother.
Oh, you know what that is? That's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah. Oh man, Julie got on.
There you go, got it.
No,
Yeah.
Literally showed his drawers, nigga.
His ass.
Bro, listen, this thing, when I seen that he was on there, I was like, I'm not gonna jump this, man.
About to feed into this shit.
I'm gonna sit back in. I'm gonna go back and watch it, and then if I feel like it's worth it, but I've been meaning it. I've been going back and forth about whether I should do it, whether or not I should do the smoke session, and really just, you know, the handle. You feel me? Right. So I was gonna go back and watch it.
I think everybody on that same shit too.
Right.
But I'm feeling like, bro, the way that he just embarrassed himself, I don't even think I need to. Point made.
Hey.
You was literally on a panel with people who say that they're from Africa, black people that say they're from Africa, and an atheist.
Oh shit. That's great.
Quiet. You ain't say nothing. He didn't say a word. He sat there respectfully nodding his head with people who say they from Africa, with black people who say they from Africa, and a black woman who claimed to be atheist. Respect to himself, bro.
Right. One time, he didn't say there's no such thing as Africa.
He didn't say there's no such thing as Africa.
Bro, he even said he wanted to make the atheist his wife.
What?
Yep.
Atheist. Bro, someone who clearly doesn't swear on your house. Someone who clearly doesn't swear on your house.
Who's Yahweh, bro?
That was the first thing out of his mouth. Whoever said they didn't hear that. The first thing out of his mouth.
No, that was me. No, I missed the beginning part.
You missed one.
His sister was beautiful and that she could be one of his wives.
Yeah, I missed that part, bro.
He was over there hitting on him.
Well, you ain't got no respect. You hitting on the 8. You hitting on the 8. You hitting on the blind street. Man,
niggas don't care what they wives is. Niggas like him, remember, they don't even contribute to the baby or nothing.
That's not true, because when they talk about the father, King Solomon had to do with the
nigga in Jim.
Damn, don't know good time, bro.
Don't know.
Hold on.
Look, come on, bro.
That's why he did MVP.
Oh, he just called her because she black. She Israelite.
Well, look, hold on, but
she just don't know she Israelite. You know, maybe I could do to her what Nepal did to Samir.
That's crazy, bro. You put all that out, it's like, hold on, man. You sat there and cussed niggas out yesterday for not screaming out Yahweh God.
Man, come on.
Who do you swear to, nigga?
Hey, and his pedal told him he was gonna get used by demonic forces. What happened today?
Oh my life. Oh my life.
He was, I mean, and let's be clear, the panel, like literally, the video was themed against the concept of religion. So uniquely challenging the idea of being an Israelite. And actually moving into a godless state. As black people, moving into a godless state. And he sat on that panel, nodding his head like a dude.
And
Like, let's go for it.
He said like a dude.
Like SANET.
in his drawers.
Bro, I'm telling you.
Oh, what a tour tonight.
I went ahead and say this. I was saved a lot of YouTube. Okay. I don't really need the archive.
Save this video, you got.
Nigga, I'm putting that in my StreamYard clip right now.
Yeah, I got it saved. Bro.
That's been playing every show.
Time. You fix your lips and yell at anybody about being a godless heathen. I'm gonna make sure you get reminded when you sit on that channel with godless heathen and nodded your head like a yes.
The Most High send a bug outside your window to create the situation for you to show your ass.
Booty to the booty benches though. Like how you do that? Like you know when you go to jail, first thing do not drop the soap. This nigga went over there with the booty benches. Said,
Why?
Hey, give me a second. Let me show my ass.
Why would you go to House of Booty with no pants on?
Who's doing that?
Right.
Bro. Man, he paid.
But he gave you all this motherfucking ammo though, bro.
I fed you motherfuckers.
Nah, you gotta be fucked up, nigga.
He gave us so much ammo, bro. Like you can't even do nothing about this, bro.
People call me crazy. This grown ass man out there with jail drawers.
That shit was funny.
They out there with the Keystone cop drawers.
Where do you find drawers like that? I ain't never seen
I'm trying to figure out why this nigga sitting there pantsless conversing with our neighbor. But I mean, I know you enjoy being on the platform. Yeah, like come on.
But look, this just how ill it is. Okay, fine. You're in your drawers. Doing a live stream. Okay, cool. But then everybody finds out. You're in your drawers live. You do not go put on pants at that point.
You sit back down.
Like you sit back down, like, and I'm gonna finish in my drawers. Now, back to your hour.
I'm crazy, right? Boy, we're trying to teach about Yahweh and his drawers. And we just had a situation with a 14-year-old get took to the after party. Like he is wrong for it. We got kids watching inside there. He getting up showing his drawers.
Man, this my guy, he's making it more increasingly difficult, bro.
Man, he said, listen.
Man, Judah, my nigga, I accept him for him, man. That's some Judah. Oh, no, what though? That ain't some Judah shit that happened. That was some Judah shit.
But I'm just saying, though,
y'all know that it was like
Pee-wee hurt
me.
You was good.
Barking at each other. Then it opened the gate. The dog following in the gate. And then when it was open, it went away. Nigga, yeah, bro. Judah was and barking the motherfucker behind the gate. When you open that motherfucker, it's running to the back door.
Yeah, like Judah.
He's trying to, you know. So, I mean, I guess he's trying to not wear out his clothes and get it so fast. But my whole thing is, I listened to Sonetta last night, and then I listened just a minute ago. He's still going in on Israelites. At some point, you gotta be like, fuck this nigga, because now it's...
Oh, he talking shit right now.
That's what I'm saying. I was just listening to it. It's obvious that his bread and butter is made on the backs of Israelites. Arguing with them, putting them down, doing this and that.
Yeah.
Making fun of them. And I can't be complicit in giving him that shit.
Check this out. Yeah, the only reason he was on there is because his pop was like, you know, God, they're making fun of him. They're picking on him. You should let's have him on the platform.
Well, what you gonna do for Big Daddy? You want a favor? Like real talk, right? The reason why he's over there because the girl that's on there now is the girl. I should say girl. Is the young lady that I did the video on in the house of Esau.
Oh, okay.
So they called me like, "Hey, you want to debate her?" tonight. We're not doing it, right? We can't do it. So he's like, well, you got some women, some females that can go over there. Like, I'll try some. That'll go.
You found one.
I'm not gonna say. So I guess he's the default.
Yeah, they found a woman. They found a bitch. That's what they found.
You know what?
I'm not behind that. That's crazy, man. Leave that man alone.
What I'm saying is, though, is that like I feel like
y'all ain't got to agree with this. I'm just saying.
He didn't have to go find another Israelite. You know what I'm saying? You could have found anybody to have a discussion about whether or not atheism is good for the black community or not, or whatever. But that's not your thing. You still want to try to show how an atheist is more intelligent than an Israelite.
Yeah. And you definitely get a nigga like Judah to show that.
Because it's not, you know what, bro? It's not a, it's not a hard thing to beat up on an agent. It's just not a hard thing to do. Like, that's a chess move I can do in 2 moves.
That shit is crazy. Do we exist?
I could do that. I could do that in 2 moves because I can bring you empirical evidence and psychological evidence, and the study shows like for example, prove to me that God is not real to me.
Discussion's over.
Okay. But that to me is because they say there's no creator. But yet we exist, meaning we was created.
Yeah. And you know, I just want to point out you got a question in the chat that you need to address whenever you feel like it's wrong. You got a question in the chat that you need to. It's the last question posted by Brother KOT.
Oh, why did the title say that? Oh man. Hold on, let me play it right quick. This is why the title said that. Shout out to KOT, man. Tanks on the ground. You know.
Shout out to KOT.
He just wanted to know why we say that. Alright, here we go.
There's a counterpart to Satan, and it's called the Angel Michael. So you're like, okay, I come from a mother who used drugs, leave me alone. My father. Abuser.
You might have to turn the sound down. I hear like a little feedback coming.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you turning it down. I don't hear you. You turned it to that all the way down. Unmute yourself.
Maybe if I back up a little bit. If I back up, is that okay?
No, I still hear it. I hear your mic screaming, brother.
Oh, you know what that is? That's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah. Oh man, Judah got on. Judah funny as shit. Standing up with your drawers on, you forgot. I hear your mic screaming.
Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah. Oh man, Judah got on.
Yeah, that's why I said that, big dog.
Yeah. Who was it? Was it Garvey? Martin Luther King? Malcolm? Black people, something like that.
Illuminati presentation again. 1500.
He over there on top.
No, my more bro. Yeah,
that's on the page.
Yeah, bro. That's about to be 15 minutes. They running 3 times to get a chance. Hey, bro, it's like 200 niggas over there watching.
Hey, y'all right. I'm thinking about trying to do a debate, bro, because I know we got to do a debate. So after you do your 8 debates or whatever, man,
I'm not gonna make eight. Ain't no way.
Okay. So
We'll get you there. Y'all make. We'll get you there.
This pandemic about to start over again, y'all. Y'all better be ready for it.
There it is. That's fact. Hey, I'm glad you brought that up. Because they were saying here in Chicago, so I know that's
Hold on, somebody playing something too loud.
And
like, you know, a lot of
something else. Water, yeah, toilet paper, water. Bottled water.
Hold on. Can I ask y'all something for real though? Y'all finna let them do this to y'all twice? Like we just got faked out by the ain't gonna be no toilet tissue and no water song. We just did that, bro.
They already said it again.
Bro, it didn't happen the first time. Y'all couldn't find toilet tissue?
No.
I couldn't find toilet tissue.
Nah, it was a time, bro. It was time.
I'm gonna tell you, but I definitely couldn't find no damn lights on. It was no lights on.
None at all.
Didn't need none. Hey, look, didn't need none. Y'all did. Y'all was cleaning up for nothing.
To say my name is basically what this boils down to. It was an accident.
Who said it?
What's that?
In Yame.
Oh, in Yame, yeah, talking about the damn disrespecting the ancestors.
You're not in a rush to say my name Green flag, bro. Stop talking to me, bro. I want to talk to Inyame, bro. I want to talk to somebody who got that out, nigga. I want to debate somebody who got it like that, bro. I want to debate you, motherfucker.
It's a simple question. Would you
what?
Oh, you know what that is? That's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Go ahead. Oh man, Julie got on.
Let me answer that. Would I have an RBG flag in my room? Right. I would. You know why I would? Not because I'm Pan-African or any of that, but because a lot of my people support that, and I stand in solidarity with niggas like Q-Butter. So that red, black, and green flag to me means Q-Butter, nigga.
What are you talking about? That's an African worldwide type of flag.
Right, but and my nigga stands with that. I'm not the one that's going to perpetuate that knowledge, but he is, and I stand with him. And that those are black people, so I'm not against it at all. So yeah, I would
call Marcus Garvey a scammer.
No, because I'm not locked into nobody's. Bro, I'm not locked into individual doctrine. The RBG flag is now bigger than Garvey. Fuck Garvey, nigga. What do you mean?
Oh man, come on.
That's funny.
Nigga, I'm saying it.
At least have respect for someone that, you know,
Hey, Shanard, does that red, black, and green, does that red, black, and green flag, does it mean voodoo?
Yeah, it means doodoo.
Oh, that's a good question. Very good.
Look at this shit here. Y'all
niggas
wild as hell.
Why you keep giving sound effect, Omar?
I keep giving sound effects. If I was giving sound effects, you would hear your teeth go down.
That is a hit right out in the left field, bro.
You played that shit again, bro?
Who's on the mound, bro?
Oh yeah, that motherfucker in my
Oh, you know what that is?
nah, bro. That motherfucker in my lips.
1 second, please.
Okay,
You got it, big dog.
I'm trying to go to court of Marriott. You said you trying to do it.
So
hold on, I thought I gave you the manager, big dog.
I might have forgot, bro. I've been forgetting everything. Bro.
Yeah, you've been forgetting everything. That's what you want me to believe. You don't fuck with me like I fuck with you.
Man, no OG joke. Hey,
yeah, what's up?
Hey, do you rock with the Pan-African ideology of Nkrumah?
Oh yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. We got a debate.
So Yame, so as I understand, Pan-African mean everybody on Earth come from Africa, right?
No,
that's a simple way of thinking.
What does Pan-African mean?
Pan-Africanism is rooted. Listen. Pan-Africanism.
Shanard.
Before you start, don't blow it, bro. We're all listening.
Pan-Africanism is rooted in voodoo. If you really get
I bet. And y'all man, what's Pan-Africanism?
I just want to hear one piece of evidence why you say that.
Man, I'm not finna let you get in that conversation. And y'all man, what is Pan-Africanism? And I assume it's like other belief systems where there's more than one version.
Yeah, there's more than one.
Okay, but what is the base root that all of them agree on?
The base root is that we have a common origin, a common experience, and a common enemy, and we should work together for our economic, political, and social survival.
I kind of think you just made that shit up.
I'll give him that. If you add America with the diaspora, with the continent, and like and whatnot, that's a general over of everybody. If you want to include the paradigm of Pan-Africanism for everybody, I would have to say that's what I've seen in my studies and all.
I understand that y'all make clear speaking real shit right there.
Right,
man, shut up. Why you just said that, man?
How come you ain't never? I was just
Right, it's just a summary. It's a brief summary.
Not even remotely close to that, though, bro.
Yeah.
You ain't said nothing remotely close to that.
I mean, he said it in so many words, but he said voodoo, he included all that.
Hey, y'all, man, you about to lose credibility.
So y'all man, you so basically because
that nigga can't be saved.
For some reason my brain don't accept it as an answer. I guess that's what the experience is. But what is Pan-African? That's what I'm asking.
He didn't center it around the people. If he'd have centered his answer around the individuals in the diaspora in Americas and everywhere, rooting their understanding in the continent and whatnot, I think you would have got it. He more so didn't put it around the people.
It sounds like Afrocentric.
Well, that would be the derivative of Pan-Africanism, though.
Yeah, right. That's the offspring. Now, how it got started is with our ancestors' resistance. So, let's say you have 10 different tribes, Mandinka, Hausa, Fulani. You have all of these different tribes in one area. They used to fight against each other. But now, they're forced to work together, they're forced to marry each other, and so all that tribalism had to go away. Now you got one common enemy. One link them together.
But see, this is where I would begin to disagree, because Pan-Africanism is an American concept.
No, I agree. I agree.
It is really not.
It's Africans in America.
In order for you to be Pan-African, you gotta be in America. Part of the diaspora, nigga. Yeah. Like this is a diaspora
It's a voodoo concept.
Would you say Pan-Africanism has failed?
No,
I would.
I would fail because we would have accomplished the objectives. So we didn't accomplish the objective. But what I say with Pan-Africanism, people's empowered.
Hey, bro, let him finish making these Pan-African music, bro.
if we're gonna defeat the powers that be, it's gonna have to be a form of Pan-Africanism.
Right. And that's my nigga Q Butter saying.
Hold on, so is Pan-Africanism voodoo?
I mean, Shinar said it. It's voodoo. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
No, he said it's not. Shut up, Denard. He said
it's not voodoo, but I understand what he's trying to say.
What?
What's he trying to say?
I said it's rooted in voodoo. It's rooted.
Shut your ass up, Shinar.
Nah, and Yame, have you met Shinar? You know Shinar? You seen his rhetoric?
I don't know.
Okay, he says everything.
With everything he's saying on you, we gonna find out how to debate.
He says.
My brother talking about voodoo.
Hold on. See, that's the bullshit. He says everything is voodoo.
He said
that's literally all he's added to the panel since he been here is calling people names, and when people say something, he say that's voodoo. That's voodoo. And we ask him, okay, then what is voodoo then? He say he don't never answer. He got no explanation, bro.
You don't understand what I'm talking about. Can you agree that Pan-Africanism is rooted in voodoo? One of the first earliest Pan-Africanists was Toussaint Louverture.
My plug.
And you know what the
my kids' new shoes.
G-Unit, voodoo. G-Unit, voodoo. We in here, voodoo. Nigga said, pop. I'm around.
That's what I was about to say.
You gotta bring up Duty Bookman. Not Toussaint. Duty Bookman.
No, I said Toussaint was one of the earliest, like one of the famous Pan-African, the earliest famous Pan-African.
But he wasn't though.
He was.
That's what I'm saying. You just making up shit, nigga.
I'm not making up nothing. He was.
Nigga, Toussaint ain't give a fuck about no motherfucking Pan-Africanism. What you talking about, nigga?
Especially Toussaint, bro. Are you joking right now?
No. You know what he's saying? Toussaint said, any enslaved person make it to Haiti, you're free. If you just make it to Haiti, they don't care who you are. If you're in America, if you're in Central America.
So I'm saying I make him voodoo, bro?
That make you voodoo and Pan-Africanism?
Yeah, shit,
That's how
is basically
Pan-Africanism is about to resist.
Right.
Wow. This is a reach. This Stretch Armstrong.
This ain't no reach, bro. You're not listening.
Listen to everything you say. You know fast. You gotta set your ass up, bro.
Well, no, I mean, the thing about Pan-Africanism isn't opening the doors to come in. It's reaching out to the diaspora. It's reaching out to the continent. There's a reason why no, Haiti, no, nigga, Toussaint was supposed to be going over there and getting some fucking land back on the continent. If we're talking a true understanding of what Pan-Africanism would have been back then. Because, like, now we're in the early 1800s, in the years in the United States, where Pan-Africanism was actually being carved out on paper and in meetings, how people were starting to say, okay, I want to go to Africa, I want to go back to Africa, we should be in Africa.
Hey man, time out. I didn't know our brothers were going here. Shout out to you, boy. I thought I heard your voice too.
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on, bro? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't say it's just going back to Africa, but it's where you are acknowledging that you are an African. Like, okay, I'm here in America, and I'm just in America, or I'm just British. Now.
But was that the understanding in 18? You know what I'm saying? Because we back then, because I agree for now, but back then, I think due to the oppression, the mindset of the Pan-African was more so to go back.
Yeah, well, at first it was.
It depends on it. It depends on who. Right. It's like we talk about Martin Delaney. Martin Delaney said we need to get the hell out of here. But when he heard about the Civil War,
you were coming on here somewhat validated strong right now. You got to get this together, bro.
No, he did.
No, did. No, I don't care if y'all get
I'm talking to Inyame.
He didn't validate him at all.
Come on, hold on 1 second, man. Let me finish this. Let me finish this and then let y'all go. Mark Delaney said, "Look, we got to lead." But when he heard Abraham Lincoln say, "Look, if you help us win this war, we will give you your freedoms," and Mark Delaney said, "Man, it might be better for us to stay here fighting a civil war and get our rights and build our society."
But see, I agree with you when you that far down, but come back with me some to Richard Allen. You know what I'm saying? To Absalom Jones. Come back some, you know what I'm saying, to that period where they're establishing it here, but teaching that, you know what I'm saying, we should be making a move. Then you got the Paul Cuppies, and then you got the meeting at Bethel Church where they're literally talking about going back.
Right. Yeah, because it was originally about Christianizing Africa. It was about going back and having our own place and Christianizing Africa. That was like, that's what you would call classical black nationalism.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. So to put yourself in their shoes, they're trying to survive and then thrive. So they're using the tools in the environment that they have.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Were these people practicing voodoo?
Oh, your ass.
You talking about Paul Cuppies?
You do not get it.
They were Christians. They were Christians.
Well, according to him, Christianity is voodoo.
Voodoo.
I mean, you know what? I'm gonna give you a chance to explain.
No, you will. You will. We didn't.
We didn't.
Cause we don't have to lie for Pan-Africanism. Do you?
Do you see what churches?
Do you?
Do you hear what I'm saying that?
Hey, don't ask me a question, bro. Explain how Christianity comes from.
No, you're talking about
Christianity and voodoo. You didn't know that.
Every time you got a chance to dig yourself out, you blow it, man. Explain how Christianity and voodoo are alike or similar.
I'm saying in the black church, voodoo was synchronized with Christianity.
There you go. There you go.
Reasons to hide traditional beliefs. Just not to necessarily hide, to hide
them and synchronize.
Right. So all the Christian saints, they're synchronized with deities in voodoo.
Hey, bro, this the definition.
Around that time. As time progressed, the black churches in America regressed from voodoo. It's still there, but it's not as strong as it was back then. Now you have black Israelites. Now you have.
So you saying, Shinar, wait, are you saying? Shinar, so are you saying that some of the people in the Bible are voodoo based?
They were synchronized with the original.
What does it mean for them to be synchronized?
They were worshiping Africa.
I'm trying to
say the deity of Christianity. I'm saying it.
I'm trying to see when they came together because you said they synchronized. So when did they? Right. When they together?
Before even Christianity even began, you can find certain ancient cultures that believe.
Right. So since we're there, so since we're there,
that's a bad trait to have. What's his name? Grandma. That's a bad trait to have.
There you go, man.
I want to
hear you quit talking about.
All right, come on. It's kind of difficult to get him. Let's get him out. Let's get it out. Cause it's difficult to get him to talk any fucking way.
Just a couple more questions, bro. I'm trying to see where we at with it. So you're saying voodoo?
So we can kick you out the league.
The origin, and then Christianity was burned from voodoo.
Christianity within the black churches, the first religion in America, as far as
I would say yeah to that.
It was voodoo before black Americans became Christian. As you can say, Christian, quote unquote.
So wait. Now, so you and Blue now. I need you and Blue to answer this thing. So are you then saying the Bible was derived from or came from or was written under voodoo?
Yeah, that's why I say it's hypocritical.
Okay, so the Bible. Let's get to the Bible. Let's get to the Bible.
I'm out of it now.
Let me explain this shit, bro.
Do you want to hear me?
Go ahead, Blue.
Whoa.
I do.
Hold on, Shanard. Go ahead, Blue.
I love what you're finna do. Fuck you mean?
So when we talk about things like ancestor worship, we see things like the bitter, how to sacrifice, different possessions, all of that different stuff. You find all of that in the Bible, the same stuff. The difference is in the Bible is that they tell you only allowed to do it to Yahweh, but they're still doing the same ritual.
I mean, Blue, that's not the same thing as saying synchronized, bro.
Like
no. Yeah,
I'm talking about in Black America. I'm not.
Yeah, when you're talking about the Americas and what he mean by synchronization, what he's trying to say is that the Voodoo and Catholicism was so close, they was able to just move to hide their Orisha as the saints in Catholicism. So that's called
assimilation. That's not called synchronization.
Yeah. My fault. Yeah, you're right.
No, this is synchronization.
You're right. I'm using it.
Let me explain why.
No, bro, that's not synchronization, bro.
Let me explain why it's not assimilation. Because if you look at the ancient religion of Egypt, if you look at Christianity, there's lots of similarities right there.
Hold on. What's
synchronizing means together, bro.
Okay, hold on. Right. If you look at the ancient Egyptian religion, it's very closely related to Christianity as we see it today. Even back, well, you can say that. Anyone can make an argument saying that it's rooted from that, but who knows? But all I'm gonna say is, ancient Egyptians really worship multiple gods, just like in Voodoo or anywhere else in Africa. And those same gods can be mapped onto what is currently today. But now, Christians only worship one God.
Do Catholics worship multiple gods?
No, they don't. But those gods were transformed into saints. They were transformed into saints, so they can now worship one God.
Okay, does Catholicism allow for the worship of multiple gods?
No.
What do Catholics say about people who worship multiple?
That they're blasphemous.
Okay, so that would mean that if Voodoo as a concept is attached to polytheism, and Catholicism as a concept is strictly monotheistic, then where are these things being synchronized if Catholicism uniquely and specifically...
The word God can be...
Let me finish the question.
Talk to me.
Catholics are specifically demonizing concepts like Voodoo. Where do you see those concepts being synchronized?
You know when Voodoo actually got demonized, when the Europeans went over to West Africa, or did trade with them. And I'm talking back in like the early 1500s, before even, the Moors left Spain. After the Moors were expelled, Spain started the slave trade as revenge. A lot of people don't know that. After the Moors civilized Spain, taught them everything they needed to know, they turned their back and started the slave trade as revenge. But before all of that, the Portuguese were one of the first to even try to introduce Christianity into that region. I forgot what Dom was trying to say, but what were you saying?
It was a question, bro.
Hey, that's the longest you did. You did good, bro. Hey, no, leave him alone before he blow a fuse. You did good, bro, for the day. All right.
I lost my train. Say the question again, Domo. Say what?
Yeah, I'll answer it again. If we know that Catholicism is uniquely monotheistic, Voodoo as an ideology is polytheistic. Catholicism preaches the demonization of polytheistic religion.
Okay, now I know what you're talking about. All right, so around that time when they went there, in the early 15th century.
Come on, man.
They saw the
What's your smart for this?
Off with his head.
They demonized it. That's where the demonization of Voodoo came from. That's why every time I bring it up, people call me a devil. People call me I do witchcraft.
You know what, never ever in school propaganda. Bring a slow kid into the class and let him teach the class. Oh, why y'all?
I don't know why y'all let it go.
I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to
Sit
his ass in the corner.
This ain't fair. We got the
same way the white man was saying that is the same things
out there.
But the problem, Shenard, is he asked you a very simple question. You talking about
He
something
ain't gonna
completely
answer
different.
it.
No, I already told him the answer. I said, if you look at Christianity in general, if you study the relationship between that and ancient Egyptian religions, you will see some similarities, a lot of similarities. You have to really dig deep down into it. So now that will actually question someone else's belief. Where did Christianity come from? That's what it will actually question.
What similarities do you see, bro?
Do your research, bro. Do your research. That's all I'm gonna say. It's too much to talk about right now. Everyone's gonna cut me off.
Yeah, you don't know.
Come on, bro.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. This is why I get frustrated. For 1 second, when I try to be nice and do your research, bro. Do your as if.
Nah, because you'll cut me off.
No, listen. But this is where I get frustrated, because you assume that we haven't done this research, and you assume that we have not figured out where it is.
You don't know what it means. Do your research. Like it cut off too much. I don't do that.
See, this is the
I'm not
problem.
gonna try to hover.
You're too busy talking when people trying to show you where you're messing up. You're too busy talking when people trying to show you where you're messing up. So I'm just gonna let you keep getting your face kicked in. I'm gonna go ahead.
I mean, like, here's the thing, right? I want to point out that me and my brother Goldmine and my brother Blue, we heard, and we let him speak. We let him. We let him get him in his throat.
I let the nigga get on.
Making sound effects before talking.
I want to point out that I didn't, and I don't feel bad about it.
Ain't no
I'm proud of you.
No, I mean, but look, Shenard, this is the issue though, right? Like, I know when, certain religions or certain ideologies, I know when they were demonized. The question I'm not asking you a question about a historical timeline. I'm specifically asking you about this concept of synchronization. Because in order for two things to be synchronized, that means that these are two independent entities operating in unison. Right? That means that all aspects of each ideology has found ways to work with all aspects of another ideology. Right? That's when you get synchronization, right?
I.e. the Greco-Roman Empire.
Well, hold on, but the one thing I do want to point out, because you didn't say that what you saw was you saw certain gods, I guess, canonized into saints, right? But the issue is the reason why you would refer to that as assimilation is because the concept of you said what?
I didn't say assimilation. I think you did.
Right, but you
should
have.
He's explaining why you should have.
Right now, I'm
Please,
explaining.
Okay, how can you assimilate into something that came from the same continent? Christianity is rooted from an African.
He is about to explain why you should
stop trying to teach bro that.
He's about to explain to you why you should have used the term assimilation. Please sit there and listen.
Well, because regardless of its origin, what it turned into was what it turned into was then imported or exported back onto those people in a different form.
Let me give you another example of that. Go ahead, though. I'll give you an example.
Hold on. I'm not asking for an example. What it turned into was then given back to them in a way that was drastically different than what they was used to. So when you say that they turned their gods into saints, that means that they took that foreign concept, and in order to allow the survival of their concepts, they found ways to fit themselves into foreign concepts.
Not really.
Even if this religion start or their concept that you see that would make you say that are parallel, that would make you say, well, this came from that. Again, fundamentally, Egypt is uniquely polytheistic. Well, certain areas in Egypt are polytheistic. Right? There's an argument to say that there is a time period where Egypt becomes monotheistic in a way.
That was when the invaders came.
Hey, bro, shut the fuck up trying to teach, bro. We not done.
Who
said that though? Who's saying that?
Okay, you stop trying to teach. Every time you open your mouth,
Who said I'm even trying to teach? Who said I'm trying to teach? Who said I'm trying to teach, bro?
You supposed to be listening and you talking. That's how,
you do too much talking, bro. You do too much talking.
Hey, shut the fuck up.
Take that as advice, bro. Don't argue with women. Stop talking.
Shut the fuck up.
Debate about that.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
So essentially, if the concept, quote unquote, saints, right, like the way it is and the way that they are in Catholicism, is foreign to these other people, when they take what's important to them, and
are y'all really taking the time to break this down?
No. This is good. This is a good building session. All right, you said
no. He's building, nigga. You're not
teaching you. Listen, all right, no. I'll give you an example of how you can say Christianity can be rooted in something that how Christianity can first be rooted in voodoo, and then from there you take voodoo and you synchronize it with Christianity. Here's a simple example. You take the music of Africa. You see Africans in America.
It's not synchronization.
But you take the genre and you bring it back to Africa. Now you have new African musical genres
What was
based
you
on
saying,
American music made by Africans in America.
What
That's
was
one
you
example
saying,
of how it
Domo?
works.
right. But when you talk about Catholicism and voodoo, though, that they didn't work. It's not like the people who
think about it like this. Why?
Oh no, think about it like this. When you're talking about synchronizing, you're talking about uniting and like harmonizing. I think when you look this up, I think that's actually the two words that are used.
Synchronize.
That's why it means to unite or harmonize. That's why he's talking. Stop, bro. That's why he's talking about an assimilation. That's why he's talking about an assimilation rather than synchronization.
But how can you assimilate into something that? Listen. How can you assimilate?
It's the same way that acculturation happens. Things are swallowed up. They are engulfed. They are. Listen. You asked, so let me answer. Things become engulfed. Things are. You asked the question. Please allow me to answer it. I barely even introduce and interact with you. Things are engulfed. So when he's talking about assimilation, things are engulfed, and then they take on a mindset of their own. When you're talking about syncretization, now you're talking about a harmonious unification. That is not what happened. Especially when you stop. Especially when you just start. Especially when you just start talking about the demonization of those other religions.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Oh, even you saying they tried to hide it. Again, that shows conflict. But something is synchronized.
Everywhere in the Americas, voodoo is alive. In Puerto Rico, they call it Santeria. In Brazil, they call it Candomblé. They call it JJ.
But they never call it Christianity, fella. They never called it Christianity, fella. There's a reason. Because they were not harmonized. They were not
communities. Christianity. Do you see what people saying? That things the Holy Ghost.
You know what I'm saying? I'm too smart for this, bro. I can't. Not with a dummy, bro. Nah.
Because you're an Israelite, bro. You're an Israelite.
Bro, what that got to do, bro? Don't talk about what I believe, fam. You're not ready to deal with the Bible with me. I'll crush you. Mark that shit up another tree, bro.
Bro.
Hey Shanar, before you go hard, bro, can you do a favor? Can you just define in simple terms? Please don't go all over the world. Can you just define in simple terms what the word synchronize means to you?
Synchronize means to bring. I think like when I synchronize my phone, the contents of my phone, or to like out, you connect your phone, the syncing it together, like say on iTunes or some shit. We got an iPhone. Synchronize.
Shanar, a simple definition, brother, of synchronization or synchronizing.
To bring together.
Is it something that's occurring at the same time?
Yes, you can say that.
Okay, now. A simple definition of assimilation, please.
Assimilation would be trying to fit in.
Could it be better said that assimilation is something when one thing is absorbed into something else?
Those two things.
Like what I just said?
Different.
I know they're different, and that's why I'm asking you to define them so that you could, because it's like we getting stuck at something very.
No, because they keep cutting me off. They keep going back.
But I think the reason that's happening, Shanard, is because they're trying to get you to understand that what she's saying is incorrect. With all due respect,
Okay, to assimilate into something, that means you're trying to fit in. For example,
that's not what it means, though, bro. Like you can watch this. You can be assimilated.
I'm about to explain it. This clown cuts me off again.
Please don't call me a clown.
Because you keep cutting me off.
We can build without.
Cut me off.
Okay, I can start calling you. I can start calling you, man.
So how can I take you? What you about to say?
I don't care if you take me serious, nigga. You don't know the difference between. You don't know the difference between synchronization and assimilation, and you expect me to take you serious. Who's the clown? Who's the clown? You pussy white face bastard. I keep telling you.
Don't let him off the hook. Don't let him off the hook. Don't let him off the hook.
Okay, so
now, Mark's trying to be nice. Mark's trying to be nice. So now come get this real work, nigga. So what's the difference between synchronization and assimilation?
Okay, if you're assimilating, I tried to explain this before. If you're assimilating, right, you're trying to fit in. As far as synchronization when it comes to Christianity and voodoo, how can you assimilate voodoo into Christianity when I just told you Christianity itself, you can find very deep connections to Africa as far as the origin of Christianity.
Okay, great. Now explain to me how it was synchronized.
Okay, so they took the saints and they synchronized it with various deities. Right?
Did they call them deities? Did they call them deities though?
Who cares what they call them?
No, it matters.
Me.
No, it matters.
I care.
Did they call them
deities? It's the same thing. They call it different words in different languages.
For the record, though, I do care. That's what I asked them.
Did they call them deities? Yes or no?
Deities? You can.
Did they call them deities? Yes or no?
That's a Germanic word, bro.
Did
Right,
they
so who
call
are
them
they?
deities?
What did they call them?
What did they call them?
Who are they? Bro, what did they call them? What would I
They call them Orisha, they call them Lowe's, they call them anything.
No, I'm talking about what? I'm talking about these saints. No, don't run, nigga. I'm talking about these saints. Did they call these saints anything close to a god or a deity?
Voodoo is a polytheistic religion.
No,
bro.
I didn't ask about voodoo. You telling me how these things became synchronized. So in Christianity or in Catholicism, were these saints called deities? Yes or no?
In the early days of the black church in America, right? They did that because yes,
I asked you, were they called deities?
it's like you got like a default switch where if a certain it'll just go back to that statement.
Right, he just keeps defaulting. So
Yeah, it's like
this
he
is
asked
why
you a
Domo
simple
brought
question.
in assimilation. Because that concept that you're talking about was then taken and assimilated into Catholicism.
wasn't assimilated.
Oh,
it was synchronized.
I can't, bro. I can't. I'm not, bro. This nigga stupid.
That's the wrong use of the word. Either way, if you try to cut it, I can assimilate a religion into another one.
Okay, Shanard.
Easily.
Shanard.
The way Scientology.
Yeah, he did, Damo.
Exactly what he said.
Shanard.
Damo refusing to use the word synchronize. He wants to use a different
That's
word.
what he said, bro. Shanard.
You have everybody on the floor.
Shanard. Yeah, I'm just trying to, brother. You make this real hard, bro. Aren't you saying that the concepts of voodoo were absorbed into Christianity? Isn't that what you're saying?
Now, I said they.
I'm asking. It's a yes or no, bro. It's real easy. Are you saying that brother? No one's asking you about that.
To hide the traditional beliefs.
Okay, Shanard, we heard you. I'm gonna ask you again, bro.
Because it was illegal to practice any form of African traditional religions because the whites were scared.
They not synchronized.
Okay, we appreciate that information.
Because they first demonized it because they
keep explaining how it's not synchronized.
Shanard.
Understand what they saw. And when
Shanard, brother, please.
happened, it literally very scared.
Shanard, I'm gonna try it one more time, brother. I'm gonna try it one more time. We heard what you said. We appreciate the information you provided, brother. But I'm gonna ask you one last time. Are you saying, this is a yes or no question, are you saying that the concepts of voodoo were brought into Christianity or absorbed into Christianity? Is that what you're saying, yes or no?
You're going back to the ancient times.
Bro, can you at least say yes or no and then answer the question?
I think
Christianity comes from Africa.
Alright, I'm good, y'all. I don't know how to make it no simpler.
Right, so he's using assimilation as integration.
This is Rabbi Lewis.
Right. How can if Christianity comes from
Hey,
Africa?
Domo, can I talk to you real quick, bro? Because I feel like I'm losing my mind.
How can you assimilate?
Like, did he just not explain how it can't be synchronized?
No, he did. He did. I mean,
okay, I was just like, I'm like,
and I just keeps going back and forth. That's what
I'm not talking to you no more, bro. You worthless.
Look,
you know what? I can't say that. That's disrespectful. I ain't gonna call you.
Not though. If we hear it,
but that's the thing though. He doesn't understand the words that he's using. So while he's describing assimilation, he's calling it assimilation.
if he says Dusty, she's talking about King Shinali.
Assimilation is the wrong word for that.
Oh, you don't know. This is bad. That's what I was saying. Like, it is the wrong word. That's why I was telling you from the beginning. You should have used integration because that's the word that you're actually describing and using. You being more so. It was integrated.
It's a synonym of synchronization. Integration.
He said they had to hide it.
Right.
Right. But that's fine. But listen, that's fine if you go ahead and acknowledge that it was integrated into it. Now you have to hide it because it was. That's fine. But I think he's confused in his own terminology.
But but I'm saying integration
it acknowledges that you black.
Exactly right. There's an acknowledgement there. When you're hiding these under a different creed, under a different ideology as something else, it disappears. It literally
no.
Eventually.
That's why I brought up acculturation.
Let me fight this right quick. Let me fight with you things right quick. Now, hold on. How can that be true if people are telling me that Horus was born on Jesus' birthday and all of this type of shit? If that's not
none of that shit's true. None of that shit's true. That's
I'm not saying it is or ain't, but some people believe it. They're perpetuating it as true. So someone is saying that this was integrated into the other, are they not? I'm just saying, can you acknowledge that what I'm saying you've heard at least?
Right. I have heard, but the reason why integration would be more of a euphemism. Integration is a euphemism because religion was not something that was put onto a people peacefully, right? They forced religion. They forced a new religion on them. And that forcing that new religion on them is what caused the assimilation. Because it wasn't just
synchronization.
It wasn't just
assimilation.
Practice. It was also the fourth religion was also a social practice. It had to do with being acceptable in that society. That's what makes it assimilation. In order to
okay. Now I see what you're talking about.
But I want to make sure. So when they start,
but now he's changing his definition.
So when they start putting the pyramids on the dollar and all of that shit, and people are all like that,
go
ahead. Because some people say like the Orphic and all of that, like that's part of an Egyptian religion or an Egyptian spirituality.
With the eye, right?
And that the symbolism is you.
Blue, mute out. You winning, sir.
You know what I'm saying? To tap into whatever it was that the Egyptian or that era was tapping into. That knowledge is being integrated into the United States, or you know what I'm saying, so to speak, whatever. That's why they put those symbols on the dollar and use the obelisk and all of that today. That's my understanding of them people saying that spirituality and that understanding of religion was integrated into what they do now.
When Dama says assimilation, he's talking about
hold on, bro. If we talk about
society.
But isn't there an equal acknowledgement and integration? That's my only that's my only misunderstanding.
Well, no. I think to be fair, what Taz is saying is that assimilation is a form of integration.
The form of it, but there's a reason that it's not called integration.
They synchronize the religions to assimilate into society. That's why. But it's really hidden still. They synchronized it to assimilate into Christian American society.
Appropriation. Like they appropriated Egyptian, African, and other shit into the other shit.
Move.
So again, still, even through when assimilation happens, that's how you get appropriation. Because now they can just take, they can literally just take the shit that they forced into their own shit and then call it their own, right? Like pop music, for example.
People do it all the time.
It's nothing but black music appropriated by white people.
Oh, you know what that is? That's
everybody does. People do it all the time.
Okay, great. So let me ask this question. Is modern day Catholicism? Is modern day Catholicism? Swab, you ain't shit for the record. Is modern day Catholicism? Is modern day Catholicism the same as first century Christianity?
Modern day Catholicism is the same as first century Catholicism. Say it again?
Christianity.
So that nigga getting lost.
Oh, no, it's not. It's not. No, I wasn't listening. I was smoking. I said, yeah, it's not. It's not.
So then we agree then. So then we agree then that what we have today, or what you were saying is assimilated by voodoo and all of that, is not what the first century believers in the New Testament.
Probably more linked to voodoo in those days. Okay. As far as like the laws and shit.
I'll deal with all that in a little bit if we have to.
Catholicism.
Bro, please think right here.
Catholics don't agree with what Protestants believe.
But what the fuck is your problem, nigga?
Those are different Christian sects.
Stop.
Right?
I'm in the middle.
They were created because people had different beliefs around that time.
What we're talking. I mean, like I don't have no problem.
You wanna
No, I'm in the process of trying to ask you a question.
No, I'm answering. How do you answer it?
You don't even know what the question is. It's good, bro. Let's have the debate.
Win arguments, bro.
All right, bet. Let's have this debate. Let's have this debate. So
no, I'm serious. Stop.
Voodoo has multiple gods that the practitioners of voodoo are allowed to worship. Correct?
Right.
So then, is oh yeah, you dead. You take this. So did the original first century believers believe that they could worship multiple gods?
In Christianity?
First century, yes.
Christian? No, not necessarily.
So then voodoo couldn't have influenced it or taught.
We have some Christians that worship Jesus.
I said first century.
Some that worship Jehovah God.
They didn't worship Jesus. They didn't worship Jesus as the Most High. They treated him as the king.
There's some Christians.
No, bro. Back to the question. Back to the question. You said that voodoo influenced. It's voodoo, bro. You said that it influenced first century Christianity. So, but then you said first century Christianity was not allowed to worship multiple gods. Which one is it?
If you're talking about a monotheistic religion, like
I'm talking about a monolithic.
Okay, let me bring that. I think I don't know if this is the right Egyptian god, but I believe
why are you taking me to Egypt when I'm dealing with the first century Christians?
Because the first century Christians also lived in Egypt.
And they didn't worship any of those. They didn't worship those gods that they were practicing. First century. I'm not talking about when we did. I'm not even talking about when we did.
Egypt got invaded. You can talk about the Greeks, or you can go back a little bit further. I'm
familiar with Elephantine and all of this stuff, bro. I'm specifically dealing with the specific. I'm talking about with the origin. I'm talking about with the genesis of this movement.
Was it a monolithic belief system?
You can say it's kind of complicated because, like I said, you have people that
It's really not.
You have people that don't believe Jesus is God. You have to worship something higher than that. You have people that
okay, maybe I'm confused.
Do you
understand what monolithic is? Or monolithic? Do you understand this word?
I'm assuming it means something single.
It means the belief of many other gods. Many other gods exist, other gods exist, but there is the worship of only one deity.
Right, and that caused that belief right there caused so many divisions.
I didn't ask whether or not it caused
that have to do.
That's why you have Catholics. That's why you have Protestants. That's why you have Baptists. That's why you have.
Great knowledge, bro. Back to the question. Because you said that voodoo influenced first century Christianity. I need you to take that back.
Yeah. If you study ancient Egyptian religion, you will see so many similarities. Not only with the saints, but with also
no, bro.
The single God that they worship, which is you know, you gotta say Yahweh, you will find similarities with that. Not just with Yahweh or with the saints.
So in all of these other religions that you're talking about, these other religions.
So you can say the whites appropriated from them.
Okay, good. Awesome. Yeah, I'm not going to take none of that character. Back to the main point. And I'm going to beat your ass if you ever debate me because I'm the right one for this. Right? Once again, these other belief systems are founded on the concept of multiple deity worship. We agree with that, correct?
The concept of voodoo, sacred.
Multiple deity worship, correct?
That's it. You can say that or you can say voodoo. All right, go ahead.
All right. You call it voodoo.
That shit ain't synonymous, nigga. Like, polytheism is in more than just African religion, nigga.
Exactly.
Nigga, he's agreeing with me.
Voodoo is not the only polytheistic religion. That's what you understand.
I think this is a tactic. It gotta be.
But guess what?
It's gotta be, right? Like,
yeah, it gotta be a tactic.
Yeah, it gotta be.
Polytheistic religions, guess where that ideology as far as worshiping multiple gods, where do you think that came from?
Man, y'all can concede this is a tactic, right? Because you know y'all got tactics. You can't conceive of stupidity because you're not stupid. This is stupidity.
Right, I'm sitting here thinking
this
like
is stupidity.
What?
This is not a scientific approach.
I want to walk down that lane with y'all. But I just want to see how far you can go down that lane of this being attacked. Are you what possibly could he gain from being this stupid for this long?
Nah, what it is, bro, what it is, I don't want to say that. Swab know what it is. I don't want to say that, but it's like, bro.
Explain what you mean by tactic.
He's high.
We don't want to know, bro. What do you mean by tactic?
It's like you don't answer basic stuff, and then when you try to answer something, brother, I'm telling you exactly what I meant. What I meant by that was...
Yeah, you said, no, hold on, time out. Do you think that was a tactic?
Nah, I know that.
That what he just did. Do you think that was a tactic, or was that dumb as fuck? Like, did he get lost crossing the street, or what?
Why'd y'all mention it?
It's unfortunate, but no, he
Hey, but
didn't.
time out, let me, volume, anybody. What I was saying was clear, correct?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, you ask them something. Like, it's like, yo, check this out, bro. Here's an example of what I'm saying, Shanard. It's like if somebody say, yo, what's 2 + 2? And you'd be like, well, you know, back in the 40s, you see, it used to, bro, it's 4. It's 4.
Back in the 40s, arithmetic was originally brought in by the white compository schooling.
Israelite.
Yes, I'm an Israelite.
Because I already know how, y'all think.
Okay.
Y'all really strict about,
No, we're not strict, bro. Okay, let me help you with this. Then I'll set up. So we because of what you're doing, we came up with a rule over here. Somebody asks you a question and it can be given a yes or no. Usually we try to get you to say yes or no, and then you can explain. You can have the floor. But because we can't get
as soon as I say yes
or no, bro, that's not true. You've never even tried it. Look right now.
That's all it is. Okay, y'all have right. He's stupid, but he also has the tactic because he's paranoid. He thinks every question is a setup. When you ask him something honestly, that's why he said, you trying to trick me, bro. You trying to trap me. No, the fuck I'm not. I said, what are you doing, nigga? You know what I'm saying? Like, the question that Twin asked him led him to tell old girl she should make better decisions. He said she tricked him. The Twin tricked him into saying that shit.
Twin tricked him into saying it, right?
Yeah, so he do got a tactic of just.
But honestly, bro, like
he asked an unintelligible question designed to throw me off my curve.
Why are you on a curve? Why are you on a curve?
He took my response.
He didn't even deal with that. He ran through that red light.
He took my response, and then he built upon it, and then he made it seem like that's what I.
Hey, bro, you are a debate.
As a female mindset.
You are a debate.
Okay, Shanar, let me ask you this question, Shanar. Let me ask you.
Real quick. Or you told that woman to choose better, and you're a fucking idiot.
Hey, why Twin pull up?
I don't know why y'all talk to this idiot. It must be just entertainment to laugh at this point.
It's less than that. It's less than it's shameful.
We got a bad habit of caring more about people than they care for themselves.
Twin knows what he did, bro.
No, I asked you a simple question, and you told her this dude is an idiot. Why do you? He brings down the intelligence level every time he comes on a panel.
Join his channel so you can watch.
I swear, it's like he always comes on, and it's like brain cells are being killed.
Murder.
Why do y'all do it?
Genocide.
Oh, we really do that.
Your name, Twin, you even said yourself, your name is all over YouTube. People be saying all kinds of shit about you. Why do you think that is?
Because motherfuckers be hating.
No one's hating on you, bro.
Hey, Chaz, you bogus as hell, bro.
Why would I hate on a simp?
I'm a simp. So who am I trying to fuck? Besides my wife.
Who said that? I'm saying, did you have a simp mindset?
Do you even know what the word?
I knew people like you, bro.
Do you know what the term simp means?
People like you.
Do you know what the term simp means?
There we go. Well, okay, everybody.
I guess it's the setup.
It's already explained in that live stream. Just sign up.
Do you know what the term simp means?
Because he asked the same question during that live stream.
Do you know what the
He's doing
term
the same
simp
tactic he did then.
Your exact stupid ass answer was the term simp means.
But this is the problem, Shanar. Like, that's a very simple question, bro.
Very simple question.
No, it's a question I already answered, bro. It's a question I
But
already
every
answered.
time somebody asks you something, you say that's a difficult question.
It's deflection. It's deflection.
What am I doing? Call me a simp.
trying to deflect.
You called me a simp. I'm asking you know what that term means.
Hey, Shanar, can I explain why it's not a deflection?
You probably don't know you.
Shanar, can I explain to you why it's not a deflection?
Do you know what the term simp means?
Shanar, do you know why it's not a deception or a deflection? When you literally throw an allegation of him being a simp, and he doesn't think he's being a simp, he has the right to ask you to define what it means to be a simp. So I think you owe him. I think you owe him an explanation.
Someone who's simple-minded, say pimp. The opposite of pimp.
No,
Someone
simple-minded. I got a dumb.
Oh, well, congratulations then. He said the opposite of a pimp.
A dumbass calling you
the opposite of a pimp is what he said.
He said opposite of a pimp. I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping me and for taking advantage of women. You groovy motherfucker.
I get it, man. That's another.
Yeah. Let me show your face again, cause your camera came on and you ain't know it.
Because of what now?
Motherfucker.
The last time I checked, a simp is somebody that would do anything for sex. I won't do anything.
Just in case a motherfucker needs to know.
Definition of a simp.
Well, we asked you, bro. What is it?
He said a simp would do anything for
Well, okay, can you define for us what it is, bro?
I don't even get pussy, bro.
Oh my God, bro.
That's why I said what I said. Like, I never met nobody like this. For real, I'm being for real. Where there's never a straight answer, like ever. I never met nobody like that.
I told you.
I answered your question, bro. Did I answer your question? Let me see if you
too busy projecting and shit. You too busy projecting, talking about somebody don't get pussy. But ain't no bitch got time to
Did I answer your question already in the other stream? Let me see if you want. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did. You did.
All right. So
Okay, what that got to do with you asking him now?
Nah, because he's trying to deflect. He knows the answer.
From what? You called me a name.
What is he?
I'm a simp. What? You're used to see, the reason why I keep asking, what do you know?
Can you back up?
Because simp does not mean simple, stupid.
What does it mean?
You need an ambulance to pick your ass up.
What does it mean?
I quite literally just told you what a simp is. A simp is someone who will do anything for pussy. That is a simp.
You got a simple mind, bro. For you, if that's what you think was simple.
That's pretty much.
You think that's what it just means?
I mean, we could add more.
That's why I called you a simp.
We can add more attributes.
So Shenard, wait, y'all. So Shenard is saying that he used the term simp in the sense of somebody being simple-minded.
Exactly.
That's what he just said.
Dumb, bro. Oh my god.
You heard me over your marketing.
I'll be honest for mine. We'll say this. You can't make this stuff up, bro. The stuff that
Really
we
can,
have
bro.
seen over the last week is
You're an Israelite, bro.
I step after my wife every fucking day, bro.
If you think everything I'm saying is crazy, can't you at least think it's because you think it's crazy because you're an Israelite?
Hold on, what's crazy? What did I say was crazy? What did
Bro,
I say?
if you think everything I'm saying is crazy, you're only saying that because you're an Israelite, bro.
So what about the people that's not Israelites on the panel?
Y'all take that shit very
and I'm not an Israelite. I think you're crazy and dumb. I'm not an Israelite.
We're talking to Eno.
Doesn't matter. I think you're crazy as well, and I'm not an Israelite. So can you explain that?
Okay.
Is that voodoo?
I said, what are you?
It's voodoo. It's voodoo, bro. It's voodoo, bro. Bro.
Bro, place. You're not even you basically tried to.
Who's that, Brandon Bay?
A Christian, yes or no? Are you a Christian?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it does, because I know how Christians feel about voodoo.
Brandon, I thought that was your background. If you was talking to us, you could unmute. My bad. Just making sure.
Are you a Christian or not?
Why does that matter?
Are you an atheist?
No, I'm not. I'm trying to figure out what does my religion have to do with this, though.
It's just Israelite.
Is it all synchronized with the voodoo?
It might be. That might be. It might be.
Synchronized with the voodoo.
With the voodoo, bro.
Bro. I don't even think that's on real face. You got on.
Hey, so what's your?
In no motherfucking way.
Yo, Goma, why am I hearing cookies, bro?
Hey, eat cookies, motherfucker. Where your side, bro? Where your side, bro? Cause I can't go outside, bitch, nigga.
He literally comes up here for the attention swab, bro.
Hey, why don't you like this?
He in the league. He ain't violated to the point like we had to get him out of here because Lance is the fuck out of here. Lance is not part of the argument league no more. Fuck that nigga. But he ain't moved to the point where it's like, you know.
You a lie? You a motherfucking lie. That nigga, hey, he done. When he get kicked out, I'm gonna remind you of this conversation.
I said he hasn't done nothing to this point.
Shit, I don't see how. The motherfucker been coming in on bullshit and then.
I mean, he's stupid and he dumb and he a liar. I can't kick him out the argument league for that.
Let me finish this shit, because you just gave him room to speak while I was talking. So what I'm saying is, this nigga, hey, shut the fuck up, bruh. Shut the fuck up, you don't understand, my nigga. We having a conversation, hoe ass nigga. So what I'm saying is, this nigga came in on disrespect. He been on disrespect the whole fucking time. And then put up a fucking goose egg in the debate. Like, don't even call that shit debating, nigga. You don't got no talent. Why the fuck are you here?
Explain to me how
why the fuck are you here?
Just explain to you how you're disrespectful, bro. You have no talent. You're dumb. You can't even
like, yo,
it's a conversation.
Who the fuck call me more names?
They call me
more conversation. You can't never have a decent conversation with your bitch ass. What's wrong with you, nigga? Man, shut your black face wearing ass up. Dude, I'm about sick of your ass. Cause you don't got no rhythm to your conversation. You retarded as fuck. Nigga, ain't no way you intelligent. Prove it. I'm gonna let you talk for a second. Fuck you mean?
It's voodoo, bro.
Yo.
You understand? See, that's what you understand. It's voodoo, bro. That's right.
Why your mic messed up, bro? That's voodoo, bro.
What the fuck, bro?
He can't speak now. He finally can't even speak.
Hey, why your mic messed up?
Voodoo, bro. It's voodoo, bro.
I stepped my big toe. Voodoo, bro.
It's voodoo, bro.
My life.
Talk about
Yes.
I got more moments tonight. It's
It could
voodoo,
very
bro.
well be voodoo. You don't even know. How would you know if it's not?
I lost a tooth because I don't brush my teeth. It's voodoo.
It's voodoo, bro. Boy, yeah. If you don't brush your teeth, well, you get infections in your.
My girl don't want to fuck me because I have low IQ. It's voodoo, bro.
I was trying to tell you, bro. This dude is fucking stupid.
Built on common sense.
No way you getting pussy, bro. You can't even tell a girl why you deserve some pussy. Well, you know, in 1920 they started
When everybody on the
I'm glad I met y'all brothers, bro. But he really just brings down the whole top of every conversation because it's like talking.
That's what I'm saying.
It's like trying to talk to a toddler.
What conversation?
Don't you ever insult toddlers like that on my panel again. Apologize to the toddlers.
Give me an example of a conversation I brought down.
Well, this one earlier telling a woman who was assaulted that she should have charged. We sat here and heard you earlier. I'm in the chat here and you talking about they synchronize voodoo and Christianity. Can you tell me how that was?
The full video wasn't played.
Yeah, we didn't need to see it.
You told an assault victim
If it doesn't matter, why wasn't the video played?
You know why it don't matter? Because I still want to go in your mouth with what I seen, nigga. What you talking?
Gay as hell, bro.
Yo, with these knuckles, let it be gay.
Everybody heard you say it.
I said,
I'm not gonna let you
can easily say that because
the man right here, though.
Wasn't played.
That's the man.
You can easily say
that. I asked him,
Hey, Swab!
What happened?
man set me up by asking
I'm
me
watching
questions.
this shit you saw it on the regular.
Oh, yeah.
Wait 1 second. Put that to the side. You good, bro?
Finish.
Hey, yeah. How about this, bro? We just we move on because we're not gonna get nowhere with voodoo, bro.
We not gonna get nowhere with voodoo, bro.
Man, September 6th, season 4, SVDL, man. Don't get it fucked up. You said Aqualak what?
This idiot, please don't let him score a point.
Man, they ain't got to
I ain't debating that
They
nigga.
gonna win. He gonna drop a goose.
I'm just worried about him.
He gonna
Please
drop
don't
a
let him
goose.
score a point. That's what you've been doing
He's
all night.
playing if people don't.
I'm not debating that nigga, dog.
I'm not debating voodoo, bro. I'm not gonna front. Like, it's to the point where I gotta go back to my original thought of like debating a lot of the top debates. I've been trying to give other cats a shot, man, but it's bad, bro. Like, it's horrible.
Bad, my bad.
First thing I said when I hopped in, I was saying playing options is I was saying, right? I thought I'd play to prove that statement.
Actual integrity of the argument league and the debate league.
And I dipped that on some shit to try to like not to help anybody. You know,
oh, you know what that is? That's an insect here called a semi in Japan. Give me 1 second, please.
Go ahead. Oh man.
Anybody took that tweet, if anybody took the same tweet,
and you take 1,000 right now of your money and turn it into 10,000 right now if it's that easy.
Yeah, it is that easy. Bro.
So do it. You said it's easy.
I've been done it, bro. Then.
That's why you
show it.
Now he wants to see.
Now you ain't showing it.
Why ain't I showing it?
Hey, bro, hold on. I gotta stop this right now. Now, I don't money shame. We don't money shame around here. But I'm gonna tell you what. When that camera came on, and we saw that room, bro. You ain't flipping no bands, bro. Hey, nigga. Hold up. Oh, you in another Airbnb? Nigga, you homeless. You still at that Israelite woman house?
You said what?
You still at that Israelite woman house?
Yeah, they still with that.
Man, come on, man. What this nigga doing, dog? This nigga homeless, bro. So you in a dirty Airbnb?
In another city.
So you in a dirty Airbnb?
We mean it's dirty.
Nigga, it's dirty. And ain't nothing on the walls, nigga.
Ain't nothing on the wall. What you talking about?
Man, ain't nothing on your walls. And the room was filthy.
It was filthy. Where you see filth at?
Nigga, behind on you on that bed your ass was sitting on.
Starting with your dirty ass face, you ain't what?
I'm not even sitting. I wouldn't even sit on the bed.
Nigga, you was sitting on a bed, a mattress on the floor, nigga. When your camera came on, it was a mattress on the floor. Yeah, I'm serious, nigga. What the fuck wrong with you, nigga? We just saw that shit live. You was sitting on a mattress on the floor, cause when I told you your camera was on, you rolled over and got up.
Remember when I said that enemies? Remember when I said that?
Man, you ain't got no fucking enemies, nigga. Why would you come over here and bring your enemies over here? Now they want us dead too. So you gonna come over here and act like you cool with Swab Boss, so your enemies see my face and get me too, right?
They hate you out here doing bad.
Okay, they know my face, nigga. They gonna know your face. Like niggas looking for a King Shenard avatar on YouTube. We got beef, fam. I swear, man. Soon as this nigga pop up inside of the chat,
I'm everywhere.
Man, you ain't nowhere but in that Israelite woman house, nigga.
You wanna know something also? I got an uncle who did some voice work.
Man, shut the fuck up. Everybody got an uncle that do something interesting. Everybody got an interesting uncle. Shut the fuck up. You're sitting on a mattress on the floor. Why is you giving your uncle information out like this, bro? If you got enemies.
Back in the 80s, right?
This nigga retarded. Man, is you connected?
Your uncle was connected in the 80s. That shit done.
No, I said, search up Antoinette. She was a rapper in the 80s.
That shit done.
Well, now you disconnected.
Oh, he's gone. He got smashed up.
Now you disconnected. Alright, my bad, y'all. My bad. Yeah, I took his ass away, bro, for a little while.
I'm starting to petition. Hey, my nigga Twin, you need to join the league. Cause nigga, I'm voting you in and that nigga out.
Man, Twin don't debate, man. He said, he argue.
I was sitting there praying and Swab kicking up.
He said, I prayed for that shit.
It's just like when we have it.
What I said right now, shit. Fuck that, nigga. He gone.
I dislike him because he's his child, bro. He's a child. I can't.
That shit ridiculous, G.
He's dumb, bro.
Like he don't allow the conversation to progress. Though.
That's what we talking about.
It somewhere. And
I'm listening to him talking about you can synchronize. You can synchronize religion. So when y'all explain to him, the word you're looking for is integration, he's trying to argue.
Or
assimilate it.
Yeah, he was hot.
I did want to ask him though. I did want to ask him what his beef was with Israel.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
Right, that's what I was trying to tell on some real, that's just bait to get y'all riled up, bro. If you were Israelite, he just say that shit to get you riled up.
You were Israelite, bro.
Like he don't even know the Bible to have an issue with Israel.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you know. You just saying that because I'm an Israelite. Nah, it's not because he's an Israelite.
Hey, no, got that shit down.
He asked him about monolatrix and he completely shut down.
He never heard that word before.
Hey, Blue, I thought, man, that nigga thought my mic was messed up because I paused. But what happened was that nigga A9 sounded so much like that nigga. I was like, oh. I almost did. You know how you go down the line on a nigga, like, keep playing with me, or lose your bloodline. Like,
that nigga be.
I hate hearing them talk though, because it's like, if somebody come in and they hearing they talk about voodoo and shit, Then I come back on. You know what I'm saying? I come after him or some shit like that. Like, bro.
Hey, King Shenard, if you wonder why you can't type in the chat, it's because I was petty and timed your dumb ass out.
Nah, that ain't even petty. That's just honest.
And I might
shut the
add
fuck up for a while.
That's YouTube, bro.
I might add
YouTube, bro. YouTube, bro.
That nigga crazy, bro. That's fucking.
Y'all ain't gonna convince me that motherfucker ain't in blackface. I'm serious, bro. Like, why the fuck that nigga keep saying that? That's YouTube, bro. Like, I ain't never heard a nigga say bro. Like, man, bro.
He got Nigerian parents, bro.
My nigga, bro.
He got a
I
he got.
can't even say it right. I don't know how A9 got this shit down paid. He's been around way more people than me or something, but
Listen,
man, I
listen,
can't even say this shit right.
Listen, man. Bro.
Man,
That's all it is. Don't even worry about the rest of it.
You gotta take yourself to like a low dumbass.
I might need a home.
No, you gotta understand how like bro, you can slow your voice down to like real dumb. You can get the King Shenard voice.
Hey, y'all on bullshit, man. Niggas try to break down how to imitate his voice to a science. You gotta dumb down. You gotta think something stupid at the same time when you say this shit.
Like Swab, ask me a question. I'm gonna be King Shenard. Ask me a question.
Man, what principles are voodoo based on?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, bro? God damn.
This is setup, bro. He changed the title of the question, bro. It's voodoo.
That nigga said he set me up. Twin set me up with that question.
He did say Twin set him up.
He said you Manchurian candidated his ass. You said his trigger word.
Yeah, it's been an experience.
So much shit this week. I forgot so much other shit.
Yeah, that's what's up. Welcome to season 4.
Our Kelly trial done started. This Palais shit done happened.
Nigga.
This Young Pharaoh shit done happened.
Come on.
This like, it's not a good look for black men right now, bro.
Bro, why not? It was just like the worst thing we was talking about was Young Pharaoh.
Right.
Yeah.
Now we done found out that Lance a whole weirdo out.
Right.
Weird.
Light got caught up seeming on the.
Hey, hold on. We can't even go past that. Hold on. I got something else to say. Because Lance done told on so many people. I'm trying to figure out, is it wrong that, like, a part of me had to talk myself out of, like, you know we don't be talking like that. Like, I'm like, hold on, nigga, you done told on so many niggas for shit you don't even know what the fuck they was doing. But you literally stood in a room full of men and said, nah, I want a little young girl on my lap. Like, what?
Right.
I'm talking to.
No, but they want to call you out about it. Hold on, nigga, you just said
yeah, he tried to lie.
Nigga said these niggas stupid. They ain't gonna remember this shit.
The part is like I said earlier, he sounded exactly like all these other dudes who make excuses.
Yeah.
Old ass dudes trying to fuck with these young ass girls, bro. Oh well, soon she gets a period, bro. She's a woman. Or these little girls, these young girls be out here. They
Look at her. Look, she look like a woman.
They be wearing these clothes. It's always something. Look what they do around the world. I mean,
and that brings me to what I wanted to actually talk about when I first came on. So, Swab, I know you canceled Lance. You did a great job of doing that, by the way. But there was one thing that was left unaddressed that I definitely wanted to talk about, because what Lance said, or like the brother Twin just said, he tried to relate it to biblical times. And I, as an Israelite dude, can't let that rock. So, if you don't mind, brother, if y'all don't mind, could y'all give me like a good 4 to 5 minute block just to run
now
through something real quick?
Now, for the record, we did have a stream coming up on this. But
Oh, you do?
I want you to bring it up. Go ahead. That's why I didn't go in. That's why I didn't go in yesterday.
No, but if you got something planned,
if you don't fire up and bring up what you got,
okay,
go ahead.
Cool. Let me share my screen real quick.
You got a big dog?
This is how we do it.
Is it working?
Oh,
Yeah.
I clicked off. My bad. I clicked off by mistake. My fault.
Go ahead and get into that age of her flower.
Yeah, you already know, bro.
Break this down.
All right, because this is what I hear a lot of people saying. It's kind of irritating, to be honest. All right, so check this out. So this is one of the reasons.
I feel like we need to start the stream over the way this.
No, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna try to go fast because I don't want to.
No. Not that it's a bad thing. I think it needs to be pinpointed.
Gotcha. Okay, so this is one of the verses, right, that people use for this argument, right? It's 1 Corinthians 7:36. It says, "But if any man think that he behaveth himself uncomely toward his virgin, here it goes, if she pass the flower of her age, and need so require, let him do what he will, he sinneth not, let them marry." So a lot of people use this verse to say that it's talking about a little girl when she gets her period, that's her flower. They say when she gets her period, she passed the age of her flower, so a grown man can deal with her at that point. Nah, that's crazy. That is not what the Bible is talking about. When it says the flower of her age in the Bible I'm talking about, it's not talking about when a little girl gets her period. The flower of her age in the Bible is referring to what we call the prime of a woman's life, the prime of a person's life. In other words, if a woman is getting old and she has a desire to get married, just like this verse here, then that man is not sinning if he marries her because she's getting old in age. She's passing the flower of her age, right? Now, let me prove that so I'm not just making random statements. I'm going to go up to verse 34 to get the context. Watch what it says. It says, there is a difference also between a wife. There's a difference between also a wife and a virgin. So here it says that there's a difference between a wife and a virgin. Now we know that a wife obviously is a woman who was married to a husband. But many people think that the virgin here is talking about a little girl. But the writer is going to tell you who the virgin is. Let's read it again. There is a difference also between a wife, that's a woman who has a husband, it says, and a virgin. Who is the virgin? Look, the unmarried woman careth for the things of the Lord. You see, the virgin in this context is an unmarried woman. But notice she is an unmarried woman, not a little girl. The word virgin in our culture, as many of you already know, is a woman who is of marriageable age, not necessarily a little girl who never had sex. That's the first problem. But the context of this passage is a woman who is married, which makes her a wife, and then a woman who is unmarried, who is being referred to as a virgin. So the unmarried woman has no husband, so she is completely focused on her spiritual life. That's why it says this, that she, the unmarried woman, may be holy, both in body and in spirit. Watch this. But she that is married, the wife, careth for the things of the world, to the point how she may please her husband. You see? So we see now the context of this is the married woman who has a husband and the unmarried woman who is being referred to as a virgin. Now when you go back down to verse 36 now, which is the verse, it says this, but if any man think that he behaveth himself uncomely toward his virgin, but now we know this is a woman that he's living with as a companion, but he's not married to her. It says, if she pass the flower of her age and need so require, let him do what he will, he sinneth not, let them marry. So this is not talking about a little girl when she gets her period at age 12 or around that time. This is a grown woman, but this woman now is getting old. She's past the prime of her life. The flower of her age is the prime of her life. She's past that. Now she's like, hey, I want to be married. Now, let me show you this real quick. I'm making it as quick as I can, brothers. Check this out. This is 1 Samuel 2:32 to prove what the flower of the age is. Check this out. It says, and thou shalt see an enemy in thy habitation, and all the wealth which the Most High shall give Israel. Watch this. And there shall not be an old man in thine house forever. So if you notice, it says there will not be an old man in thine house. In other words, none of the men would live long enough to become old men, because these are grown men, but they're not going to make it to be old men. 33, watch this. And the man of thine house, not the child, but the man of thine house, right? This is a man. It says, whom I shall not cut off from mine altar, shall be to consume thine eyes and to grieve thy heart. And all the increase of thine house, here's the point, shall die in the flower of their age. You see that? So all these men would die before they hit their prime. I mean, they're going to die during their prime. None of them will live long enough past their prime to become old men. That is the point. And here's the proof, 34. And this shall be a sign unto thee. That shall come upon thy two sons, on Hophni and Phinehas, and one day they shall die, both of them. So the Most High said that your sons, Hophni and Phinehas, are going to die in the flower of their age. But here's the beauty. We all know, well, some of us know, that Hophni and Phinehas were both priests, which means they had to be, according to the law, at least 30 years old. Here's the proof. Numbers chapter 4, verse 3. It says, from 30 years old and upward, even until 50 years old, all that enter into the host to do the work in the tabernacle of the congregation. So you can see again that the flower of your age in the Bible is not referring to you being a little child. It's talking about you being in the prime of your life.
What's up?
Oh, what happened?
Somebody hawking up, finna throw up.
I was gonna say somebody dying.
Yeah. So it's the prime of your life. Now, real quick, I'm almost done. Another thing I wanted to address is because people say this all the time. They say, well, that women in the biblical times got married very, very early. Now, that might be true in the ancient sense of different cultures and all that. But according to the Bible, which is all I'm talking about, that is not Israelite culture. And I'm going to show you in the Bible. Because people also say that the life expectancy in biblical times was very short, and that's why women got married very early. But again, that's not what the Bible is teaching about our culture. The Bible teaches that the life expectancy back in the first century, which is what we're talking about, was the same as it is now. Real quick, for example, when you look at Yahushua, according to the scriptures, when he was age 12, his parents, Joseph and Mary, were still alive, obviously, right? Now watch this, simple math. Let's say that Mary had Yahushua at 16, like some people say. I think that's what Lance said, right? So let's say she had Yahushua when she was 16. Well, that would mean that she was 28 years old when he was 12 years old. Now, according to the text, he died at age 33, which is 21 years more than 12. So if we add 21 years to Mary at 28, then that means that Mary would have been 49 years old when he died. 39. Now, we don't know how much longer Mary lived because the text don't say, but the point 39. I'm making is we clearly see that she lived well beyond 50 years old, so obviously she wasn't dying around 25 and 30 years old. Here's another thing real quick. Personally, I believe Mary was at least 20 years old. I got reasons for that, but I'm not going to drag y'all that long. Here's the point.
What the sound effect is, what?
Just what did that
Genesis
38?
Of course. Of course. Now check this out. Now I believe that Mary was at least 20, again, when she gave birth. Here's why. One reason why. Yahushua's cousin was John the Baptist. He was 6 months, what was he, older or younger? And I forget, which one was he?
Older. He's 6 months older.
He's 6 months older than Yahushua. Now, John's parents was Zechariah and Elizabeth, but they was already very old when John was born. Watch this. Luke 1 and 13. It says this, but the angel said unto him, fear not, Zechariah, for thy prayer is heard, and thy wife Elizabeth shall bear thee a son. Thou shalt call his name John. Just going to get right to the point in verse 18. Here it goes. And Zechariah said unto the angel, whereby shall I know this? Here's the point. For I am an old man, and my wife well stricken in years. So John was an old man. Elizabeth was very old as well. And this is what it means to be past the flower of her age. Elizabeth was past the time of her youth. She was old. You see what I'm saying? Last one right here, Luke chapter 2, verse 36.
Get that about you, Shorty.
It says, and there was one, Anna, a prophetess, the daughter of Phanuel of the tribe of Asher. She was of a great age and had lived with an husband 7 years from her virginity. And she was a widow of about 84 years. We all know a score is 20 years. So she was 84 years old. It says, which departed not from the temple, but served God with fastings and prayers night and day. So the point is this. This woman, Anna, was 84 years old. So as you can clearly see in the first century, according to the Bible, people was living well into their 70s, 80s, and 90s. So it would have been no reason for no girl to get pregnant at 12 and 13 because she was going to die by the time she was 25. That's what people say. That ain't what the Bible teaches. So when Lance tried to make it seem like this was an Israelite thing, that these young girls was getting popped at 12 and 13, that's a lie. Biblically, that is a lie. These people was getting pregnant at the same time that standard women get pregnant today. Nothing different. That's all. Appreciate the time offered.
When we do go in, because we're gonna go in on all of this.
Mm-hmm.
There's a misconception that Israelite culture don't have this concept of being grown.
Right, bro.
Like it's weird as hell, bro. Like there is clearly different parts of the scripture where I can show you that once someone that they couldn't marry, they wasn't even letting their sons marry.
Exactly. Until
it was quote unquote grown. You see what I'm saying? So it's like shit's just weird, right?
Yeah, I had to get that off, bro, because I couldn't let that be out there. Lance talking about that's a Bible thing. No, it's not, bro. Don't try to make the Bible perverted like you. Get out of here.
I be trying to be cool because we got so many lessons that we just gonna teach, and I just kind of want to bring them all out because then if you don't, then it turns into an argument on the panel, and then we would have missed everything else that crazy man said, right? So,
man, what?
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you what it is, bro. Because you do have some of these Israelite camp out here saying,
yeah,
that's true.
We get out too. I'm just being real. Like,
nah, you're right, bro.
100%.
You're right.
You're saying weird shit.
You're right, and that's why I did that because I know you got dudes out there saying, yeah, when your daughter get a period, I'm gonna get like that's sick, bro.
Like even this whole rape doctrine, like you can just lay hold. I killed that in the debate. Like, does the Bible?
Yeah.
What you mean? No, the Bible. It's the death penalty for rape.
Exactly.
There's literally a death penalty for what we say forcible intercourse or chazak.
Yep.
Think I'm playing? I'll show you in the scriptures, Deuteronomy chapter 22. So like, it's just weird to me how we even get to this point. But we gotta go and correct it, clean it up. But sometimes you just gotta let people talk and then come back and embarrass them.
Yeah.
Cause he was weird, bro. Like yesterday was weird as fuck. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with a 20-year-old and a 16-year-old. What?
All the way up to 25, 26. What?
All the way up to 20 years. Like, I'm like, oh.
What? I was in the chat now when he said that, and I was like, what? And that's what I'm saying. I got triggered, and I had to come up because I'm like, bro, like, stop. I'm just tired of hearing that. Like, I just need to stop, man.
But it's just weird because that's why as a dad you gotta be on your job, right? So say like you got a 15-year-old or 16-year-old daughter, right? Let's say you got a 15-year-old daughter. She made a little boyfriend. He's 17, right? Bro, he's gonna be a grown man out here smashing by the time he's 18. So now you putting your daughter in a fucked up situation if you are not watching after that situation. If you're not watching that now, what you gonna do when she turns 16, he turns 18? They have sex, whatever the hell they sneaking around doing. Now you mad because you didn't watch your household.
What happened when your 16-year-old daughter, 18-year-old boyfriend meet a 19-year-old woman, 20-year-old woman, and then you sitting up here trying to console her,
compete with that 19 or 20-year-old
yeah, you see what I'm saying? Because she can't do what the fuck he like her for, like,
right.
Nah, bro.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's a whole other. Yeah, exactly, bro.
Like this shit needs to stop. I'm just tired of these dirty old. Like Lance said, he's what 48. Why are you even looking for somebody in their 20s, bro?
Bro, that is such an excellent question.
I'm 38. I'm not looking for nobody in their 20s. My wife's 34.
But you gave the answer already, Twin. I heard you earlier when you said because they looking for women they can control or girls they can control. That's all.
It's just annoying, bro. Because these dudes come online, bro, and it's the full representation of men, and all of us get painted with that shit because it like they have the biggest megaphone. Like Taz literally did a stream, was it? I think today or yesterday. I think it was today, as a matter of fact. Kevin's like, these motherfuckers is gonna be labeled a hate group, bro. They're gonna get their wish. They're gonna be mainstream for all the wrong fucking reasons. They're going to be mainstream for all the wrong fuck reasons. This shit is now getting ridiculous. You have dudes literally promoting domestic discipline. In my world, that's domestic violence, bro, and you're gonna get somebody locked up. You got motherfuckers sitting here saying women owe you sex. Coochie credit because you sit here and spending you chose to spend your money on her. You chose to spend your money on her, so she owes you something. You're gonna get somebody locked up or killed, bro. These women ain't playing them games, man.
Nah, but you know what though? That's why though too. that kind of do go both ways. People, when they give you shit, they are expecting something in fucking return. 9 times out of 10. That's why you gotta be careful with that playing around with, you know what I mean? Because a lot of times you had a lame dude that they'll just call just to come through and smoke and drink. Which I used to tell niggas, I'm like, bro, hey, don't be fucking, the first thing you do, bro, is go with what you can do. Because the only time she calls you, bro, is when you got a bottle or the smoke. And then after that, bro, you home in the hour. Like, come on, bro, you gotta be thinking.
I hope he told you he know what the fuck he doing.
He only calling you to spend your money, bro. Guess what you are? You're a fucking wallet.
You a goddamn trick.
That's it, bro.
She's looking at you like, yeah. And then, because this what when she done with you, and you done got her high and drunk, she gonna call me at 2 o'clock, bro, on God. She gonna call me at 2 a.m. She gonna tell you she tired. Call me at 2 a.m. and I'm there, bro, until fucking tomorrow, bro. It never failed. You didn't, and that's why I be trying to help lame niggas out. Like, hey, bro, that ain't how you do it, bro. That shit, you think it's impressive. It's not. Bro. And that's where they is twofold.
Bro, you realize that was certain of our lives from like 18 to like 27.
Like, 18? Well, I was 15, bro.
And I didn't want to say because I don't want to be, hey, bro, I don't want to be glorifying young men. I didn't want to say that. Stop, bro. I don't want to be glorifying what we was doing.
He said for legal reasons. Ain't it fucked up how we did that from 18 to for legal purposes?
18,
bro.
You trying to be respectful, bro. Be honest, bro.
Hey, for real though, this is another conversation we do gotta have. Cause I'm gonna tell you, old women like 23, 24, 27, they wasn't giving no F's when we was growing up, bro. I don't know about now, but they wasn't giving no F's, bro. I'm just telling you, like, it was bad, bro. Like,
bro, I just put it to you like this, man. I grew up in New York in the 90s where we shit. Let's just keep it real. I was
on a whole nother coast.
I was going to strip clubs and shit at 15, bro, in New York. Yeah. I was going to like strip clubs, regular clubs at 15. Yeah, if you could pay to get in New York in the 90s, bro, you could get in. Until they really cracked down on that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all the problem, man.
We used to sneak over to Tier 1.
Hey, TJ was popping. What you talking?
You being TJ, bro.
Y'all the niggas that they talking about.
I don't know.
Y'all done heard all these women out here, and then y'all done heard all these women out here, and when they got married, you out the way now.
I was like, man, I lived my bottom. That whole life, bro. I was in school living that shit, bro. Like crazy.
And you know what's funny though?
I think
that's the reason why a lot of us today.
I have now, bro, because I was on
about to say that.
Turn up, growing up, bro.
That's why I be so.
That's crazy. Y'all said the same shit.
That's what I was about to say. A lot of us, the reason why we could be family men now and do what we do,
because y'all wasn't shit back then. Y'all terrified, trying to make it into heaven now.
I was out there.
Hold
on, let me make these clear.
I can't even say that. I met my.
Oh no.
19 with 16.
No. None of that.
Hell no.
Nah, I'm talking about what Adon said. Older women was like,
right. Yeah. They had the car. They had a place where you can stay. Because you can't come to my mama's house.
Nigga, I was 15 or 16.
Window. You know what I'm saying? Like, so me with somebody else that got a curfew and that, you know what I mean? It just ain't gonna work, bro. It ain't gonna work. It never was.
Get you one of them sugar mamas, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
In there, bro.
All jokes aside, like, that ain't gonna be my son, right? That ain't gonna be my son, like, bro.
I'm not putting him definitely ain't gotta do it. Because you know better. Right, yeah, but he ain't gotta eat though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he ain't gotta work on that shit.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And he ain't gotta, it's just, you know, certain ways you gonna have shit set up. Like, they mind ain't even in it. Like, my son, his mind, he a kid, bro.
A real kid.
For real.
Facts, man.
And then, like, he thinking about goddamn Blippi and fucking other shit. Like, I was his age, bro.
Turn up.
I was already on females, bro. I was on the top at 6. I get it going all that shit.
Yo, we were talking about sex. I'm you like this, bro. At my oldest son is 16 years old, bro. At 16, I can't even.
The devil. Hey, he tried to get it off his chest. He said, I can't even do it. I was bad.
I was knocking on different broads' doors, bro. Like, yo. I'm coming through. Like you said, I was doing 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm sliding through, and that was 16. I was 16.
My God, and I was playing football. Look, I'm playing football. I got my own car. Nigga, that I bought.
After the game night, after game night. Oh my God.
How many of y'all from the Northeast on the panel, bro? How many of y'all from the Northeast on the panel, bro?
I'm in the Northeast.
Yeah, I'm from you already know about the house parties. If you from New York, Jersey,
man, that's how it is in Cali too. You know, we don't really club in Cali.
You already know about the house party, bro.
Hey, it wasn't just a house party in the South, nigga. Man, hey, okay.
Yeah,
but that's when we got our first.
In the South though, y'all be having block parties too, bro.
Nigga,
what? Jumping.
They be having block barbecue,
bike restaurant back,
man.
These cookouts out here.
And they be impromptu sometimes. Hey, no,
hey, you come on down. Let's get popping.
Like, hold on.
Like, see people. You call like 2-3 people. Next thing you know, you got a whole party.
Look, but the crazy part, you be ready for it. Like, you be cooking and prepping, you already know what's gonna happen. Like,
oh, yeah.
Right.
Niggas always cooking.
Hey, nah, you was...
Because it worked out.
You was in the military, right, no?
Yes, sir.
So you already know, like, in the barracks or whatever, bro, like, you in the barracks and shit, ain't shit going on. You call your homeboys, you like, yo, and then they call their homeboys. Like, I was in Germany, bro. Like, we went from, like, yo, we going barbecue. I was like, all right, yo, I'm gonna go get a rack of ribs. I had to go to the store, bro, and I came back with a trunk full of fucking food. The whole barracks was partying, bro. It was on smooth turn up for like 12 hours straight. Like,
yeah, you was wild. When you was in Germany, I know you was wild, bro.
Nah, I wasn't. Yo, bro, I don't like white women. In Germany,
okay, all right. I was about to say,
it was wasted on me, bro. Like,
that was probably the best thing that never happened to me, bro.
And I don't pay for things I can get for free, bro. Because you already know
at that point in my life, bro, like, I was wild. But I was at
you already know what else you can pay for in Germany, bro. They got those red light districts out there.
Red light shit, yeah. But you know,
I don't pay for shit I can get for free.
I wasn't paying for shit, bro. Like, look, that's the crazy part. Like, we was just, you know, nigga, like you, especially, so like we was on Fort Bragg. So it's a whole. I don't even want to talk about it. Yeah, we was wild, bro. Like,
yo, I put it to you like this: some of the baddest women you will ever see in your entire life is in Amsterdam. That is not an exaggeration. Some of the baddest women you'll see on the planet.
And I wouldn't even say the baddest. I would say some of the finest and sweetest women.
No, bro. Amsterdam got a picture. Amsterdam is like being in New York, bro. That's how Amsterdam.
I keep hearing this, man. I keep hearing this.
Amsterdam is like being in New York. I'll put it to you like this. I went to Amsterdam. We out there chilling. Went to eat breakfast the next morning. My waitress, the chick behind the bar was a 10. My waitress was a 15. The cashier was a 25. Bro, she was so bad. She didn't speak a lick of English. She was like from Spain or some shit. I said, yo, you come with me to America, you won't have to work another day in your life. I just need to wake up and look at you every day. Like, she was that time, bro. Bang. Everywhere you look, it was just dang. Then you're going to get the chicks from South Africa in Amsterdam. Lord have mercy. I was married at the time. It was hard not to cheat. I'm telling you. So if you can get over to Amsterdam and you're a single man, hey, have your fun. This is going to be real.
That's how I felt when I went to 2K. They used to give us like R&R in Kyrgyzstan. It was wild, man. Like I didn't know. I wasn't ready. Like it was crazy.
That's one thing about the military, man.
I think they was import though. I swear they was import. Bro. Like it was different.
Army, so you already know them SF dudes. They don't get it. Don't matter where they at in the world. They import.
That's why I say they. Hey, that's why I said it was import. I told you he was right. So yeah, like it was the experience, bro. Like it was definitely an experience.
Shit, go to Kuwait. Go to Kuwait, Kuwaiti City. There's a city out there, whatever. I was at Arab Jungle.
That's what everybody kept saying, Arab Jungle. So look, I didn't get to spend no time. We touched down and we immediately had to dip and get up out of there. Everywhere we go.
You go into, what is it, Kuwaiti City or some shit like that? But you go into the city. You go into the city. You gonna see some baddest women.
Bro, Princess Jasmine is real. I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. Princess Jasmine is a real fucking thing. It's wild. It's wild as shit. But yeah, my son would not be doing better than that.
I'm married at the time, so I gotta behave myself.
Yeah, no, bro. I wasn't getting married at all in the military, bro. Like hell no.
Nah, bro. I was raised right, bro. I was built to be. Like I said, I wilded out so young. I ain't know, like I didn't want to do anything else, bro. I crossed up all the shit on my bucket list.
So I feel it. I like. Like
I my first wife, bro. And I met my first wife at 17.
Bro, I never thought I was gonna get married. Look, before polygamy was popping, I told myself, yeah, I'm gonna have 3-4 wives. Like fuck that. Like I wasn't having it. It was just I couldn't, and plus nobody I knew had a successful marriage.
Right.
So I was like, yeah, nobody I knew had a successful marriage. It was like, I'm not gonna do that shit. You know what I'm saying?
My mother and father been married over 30 years, bro.
See, that's
I had the perfect example to see.
Me too.
That's a beautiful thing.
Like, bro, like I couldn't do it. Like, it got boring. Like running the streets, bro. Like I don't like to lie, so I'm gonna tell you the truth. So I was like, fuck, I might as well settle down with somebody, cause I'm not lying. I'm grown. Yeah,
I was supposed to tell them the truth and not give it.
Right. See, I don't know how to just, I just don't know how to smash and dash. It's not me. Like if you go out, we gonna have a good time. You see what I'm saying?
What's up?
Like you gonna have a good time. I'm gonna take you out. I'm not taking you to McDonald's. I ain't taking you to Applebee's, bro. We might go to Brazilian Steakhouse. You see what I'm saying? Like we gonna have a good ass time. I'm gonna dine you. I don't even expect anything from you. These females I used to go out with, bro. At the end of the night, I knew what was gonna happen because I knew what I was doing. I didn't have to try hard. I didn't have to trick you. I didn't have to get you drunk. I didn't have to I just showed you a good time and treated you like a person.
I just had conversations, nigga. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
you stimulate a woman's mind, bro, you can get her out of her pants. These dudes don't understand that.
Damn, bro. And we talking about now.
Reminisce.
Yeah,
bro.
That's why I shut mine off.
Hey, y'all niggas crazy.
I ain't saying no more.
Hey, they get up over like,
bro, I don't care.
It's all good. It's honest. Like I was raised similar to what you said. I had my mother and my father until my dad passed away. They was married for 40-something years. I have a perfect example. My dad was always working, making sure we was good. You know, like I had it, but I was just weak because of my surroundings.
Right.
Like, once I got into the field I was in at that time, I was in an industry where there was nothing but just bad chicks, and I knew what was wrong and right. It was just too many options, bro. I couldn't do it.
You do wrong.
Yeah, I had to get out of that field because I just wasn't going to be able to do right. I just couldn't do it. That's all.
Right. Like
I'm gonna tell you my mindset, bro. My mindset was this. I felt like if I was being honest, I wasn't doing anything wrong. But then I had to realize, even if you're being honest and you're telling them the truth, bro, and you're telling females the truth, their feelings get caught up. And that's one thing you don't want to fuck with is somebody's feelings. So that's why I stopped. Like nah.
Is that really why you stopped though?
I believe that, bro, because check this out. You know why that's so real, what you just said? The reason why I'm married today is because of what you just said, bro. my girl, right? Well, my wife now, obviously, we've been married now for 21 years. I remember the day when I stopped cheating. It was because my wife called me at the movies, right? She called me at the movies with another girl, and the way she broke down that day, I never seen it
all the way up.
Yo,
now this what I believe too.
Yo, she was on the ground crying, and I was trying to get her up, and her body was limp. I couldn't get, and it was at that moment when I said, "Yo, I got chill." For real. So I believe that. That's what
you the smart one. You the smart one. Okay, I believe you. I believe you. Twin you too. Because what happens after that is when they stop caring. That's what you don't like.
For real, for real.
When the woman say, you know what? Okay. You know what I'm saying? She detach herself and it ain't and she's for other people what she was for you. That shit tear your ass down. I done seen niggas, dog. Niggas player for life, pimp for life, all this motherfucking shit. And then the girl they gave a fuck about fucked with another nigga. Like, and the motherfuckers got distraught.
I done had like, 4 or 5 of those because I had, and I never lied to him. Like bro, I was really finna just be me forever, fam. Like,
Don Juan,
yeah, like, hey.
Like, I'm just gonna be real. Like, the shit got old, bro. Like, it got old. Like, I'm not trying to be out there. It got old. I wasn't trying to be out here causing nobody no problems. I just wanted to settle down and chill. Cause like I said, like I didn't like I hadn't like this is how real it was, bro. I had a girl who was down. This is right before I met my wife. I had a girl who was down, and I told her, like, yo, I like you my main, but I be out here doing what I do, and she knew. So we was out. Me and her was out. I was taking her to the movies, and somebody else that I was fucking with on the side saw us. But everyone knew. You see what I'm saying? This is when I really chose to stop. Everyone knew what was going on, but she tried to make a whole big scene, and I had to get, like, I didn't want to do it, but I had to get gangster on her. Like she flipped out all that, and I said, "You done? Like, you done? All right, so you off the roster because you done broke the rules. Like, there was rules and everything involved. But then, like, I sat back and I thought about it. That's fucked up. I didn't give a fuck about what she thought. I didn't give a fuck about her feelings. And I realized I was part of the problem. I'm being honest. She knew what it was, but I'm still part of the problem. Because she fell for me because, again, if you're hanging out with me and I'm taking you out, I'm going to treat you right. That's just what it was. So I was like, I was treating these women, all of the women I was messing with, like I would treat my girl. You see what I'm saying? Instead of, like, just smashing and dashing. And it was causing problems. So I was like, I gotta stop this. I think it's about yourself.
I had a very complex system.
You gotta do self-reflection. I'm divorced, bro. I'm divorced. I could have went back and looked at all the wrong shit my ex did, and she did plenty wrong. But how does that help me get a better husband for my current wife?
Yeah, no, I feel you. Look, I'm divorced, and then I got a current wife. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never. We good.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the point of looking at what she did? In failure, you're supposed to look at what you did wrong.
Right. I agree. Yeah.
So, hey, now let me ask you a question, bro. So obviously you did finally stop, of course, because you're married, you're happy and all that. But are you telling me, like, when you was doing it, dude, you never had that moment when you was like, all right, man, I done did everything to do, like oh wow, so you was on some other stuff, bro. Because there was times I was trying to make it last, and I already knew it was played out. I was like, I done did everything.
Yeah,
like, bro, I would literally. I would literally have like models.
I'm feeling bad right here.
And we would have conversations, and I would be like, you can say you my girlfriend, and that's cool. We can enjoy each other. If I see something else, I'm just letting you know what it's gonna be.
You nigga hell, boy.
Like don't like. but I wouldn't. I never expected.
I wouldn't even allow other females that weren't my girlfriend to call me like they boyfriend, bro. Like I told him like, yo, I'm not your man, I'm not your boo, I'm not your hubby, I'm none of that shit. You just call me when you want to chill. My girl was the only one that called me her boyfriend. You feel me?
Like, bro. Like I had rules like this. Like, if you come to the crib, stay in the living room, sit on the couch. Don't come to my room. Don't go to the bed. You go to the bed, we finna smash. Unless you drunk or something, then I'll fall asleep on the couch. Like, we had I had complex. It's an understanding. Like, I had a roster, man. Like, you can't come by here. You can't pop up. Can't get no keys. You gotta understand all of this.
You sound like twin, or was that?
Like,
who was that?
Like it's you know what I'm saying. Like, I had a whole system, and it wasn't no thought about setting like. And so then when I settled down with my first wife, and then I hated it. Like, I hated the whole situation, bro. I hated it.
Hey,
and so
having your own crib, you could come through and I never experienced that. So as soon as I got my crib, I was with my girl.
Yeah, I loved it, bro. I was opposite because I did so much dirt, bro. When I finally I was like, this is the best thing ever.
But see, that's the thing though. Like, I wasn't doing dirt. Like, I wasn't hiding. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was so upfront. Like,
I was real.
You'd be surprised what you would do, but
I'm so straight up. I ain't got time or energy. I got a girl.
I ain't gonna lie, them stairs though, Blue. Them stairs though, Blue. Like, bro, I had a chick, bro. And this was my high school sweetheart, bro. My mama. I got home. My mom was like, bro, you know you almost died today? I'm like, what you mean? She like, you know, such and such got put out of school today because she had a gun. And they asked what she was gonna do with it, and she told her she gonna kill your ass. You feel me? And I seen her earlier that day, nigga. She tried to make me put my hand in her bag. She like, nigga, I got something for your ass. I'm like, man, quit playing with me, bro. You know, I don't fuck with you no more. Quit touching me. You know what I'm saying? Bro, that motherfucker about to blow my ass. Like, man.
Honestly, I ain't got time. I gotta say, bro, like, we did this shit when we were young, but this is my problem with space now. You have grown ass 30, 40, 50
right.
trying to act like 15-year-olds.
Right.
Yeah, you get this shit out of your system when you're a child.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to say to the sister in the chat.
This shit to your adult age, bro.
And let me make this clear though, because I didn't get to.
And we was really acting out what we seen from the adults until we realized that shit wasn't right. Like,
But I do need to say this part, because I want this part on record. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I met my wife, though, I met my mentor. You know what I'm saying? Like, in terms of...
That's important.
She knew how to conversate with me. She knew how to say, because even when I met her, I wasn't even all the way in this. You know what I'm saying? So I was still hell, bro. Like, I'm making plays. I'm sending shit all over the place. And she was just like, look, you know, we traveling, we having a great time. If we gonna settle down, like, I ain't fucking with you if you get locked up. I ain't fucking with you if you keep doing all this shit. Like, it was just straight up, and it just slapped me like, I really might lose.
I don't want to lose this one.
Yeah, I really might lose probably the best thing that ever happened to me. Fucking
bro, like, grew up. Like, and see, that's how you can tell you got a real one. When people, like, this is how I look at my wife, and this is why I love my wife to pieces, bro. If I do something wrong, bro, she gonna tell me.
She gonna tell you.
She ain't gonna be, oh, it's okay. No, she gonna tell me. Why the fuck you did that dumb shit, bro? You see what I'm saying? I need somebody. I'm gonna tell you why every dude needs that. Every dude needs that because you don't need a yes woman holding you. Bro. You need to fight it as trust that higher, because at the end of the day, your decisions not only affects her, but if y'all have children, it affects them too. So a good woman keeps you on point. That's why I love my wife. I fuck up on any money. I'm thinking of everything because of my wife, bro. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like when King Shinar called me a simp, first thing I thought to myself, you damn right I simp for my wife. All the time.
Supposed to.
I don't even call it. I don't even consider it simping when it's your
Wicked in the building. What's good, big bro?
Yeah, I'm not the controller of money. You know what I'm saying? That's not my thing.
Wicked, you said?
Hey, I wanted to address the sister in the chat real quick though. I think it's important that we address
it. Ain't gonna help.
Yeah. I'm gonna still address it though. She said this is triggering because it's much worse now. And then she said those other girls, women still matter. That was wrong still. So let me say this.
Definitely wrong.
Yeah, let me say this. It was wrong. I'll say this. It definitely was wrong. And me personally, I'm speaking for me personally, with the belief system that I have now. When I look back on it later on, I admit I felt like crap for what I did, and I did contact some of the girls. I couldn't find them all. I mean, I was wild, but I contacted some of them, and I apologized, and I prayed. No, but I'm being honest. I prayed to the Most High, not only for forgiveness, but that He would strengthen those women.
Hey,
but I
healed them women.
Exactly.
Right.
But I did want to say this too, though, because this is important. Yes, it was wrong what we did, but it's like I said earlier. For me specifically, if I didn't go through what I went through, I wouldn't be able to mentor the brothers that I do today. I wouldn't be able to tell them things I tell them today because I ain't live that life. I could tell cats now, yo, nah, bro, that ain't the way to go because I got experience there. And I could raise my children to be productive people in this world because I already got the experience. So, yes, it was wrong, but it did have a benefit to it overall at the end. That's all.
And also, for the most part, we talking about being children ourselves. Like, I'm talking about nigga, I was in high school.
Right. But even then, it was life. Like I didn't know no better, bro. Like when I'm telling you, like the only male real influence I had was my grandfather, and he was married, but he was hell. Like my grandfather was hell. We ain't gonna get into that, right?
Hey, so real quick, now we not bragging. We talking about what led to great men.
Right. And I'm saying it's not wrong though, bro. If you being honest. It's not wrong, bro.
No, I'm gonna tell you
what I was doing was wrong.
No, bro, I'm gonna tell you why it was wrong. Because I'm not sitting here telling you like everything was all perfect. Because you got these times where, I got the rules. They gonna violate it. So they show up, somebody else there, they crying, all of this stuff, and you gotta look at them and tell them like, I'm sorry, I don't feel that way towards you in terms of I let you know, I told you straight up what this was.
Right.
And so, but in that respect,
I felt that.
But in that respect,
you said I want to love every girl.
I was in love for real every time, bro.
Now look, and I was like, I didn't been there.
It should hurt me.
I was in love with
it.
But it was just.
I'm gonna put it to you like this. This is how real it is. When I was in these streets, bro, until I calmed down, there was only I could count. Shit, my first wife. Well, my first love, her name was Brianna. I'll never forget her. My ex-wife and my current wife. Like, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, I felt like since I was telling the truth, there was nothing wrong with it. But like the brother said,
you was telling the truth to her.
I had to take that journey. I had to make those mistakes to realize, at the end of the day, other people's feelings matter. I was like you said, I was a child, bro. I ain't know no goddamn better. I had to realize on my own, like on some real, even though you're telling the truth, even though you're not mistreating anybody, you're still hurting their feelings.
But I think, my bad.
It made me the man I am today to make those mistakes.
Right.
Yeah, but I think one thing that we overlook.
My behavior was absolutely terrible. I will never condone what I did.
But I think what we overlook is when we say we being honest. Like, you're being honest to them, but you're lying to your fucking self. Like, which is worse. Like, you're lying to you building your own, you know.
Wait, what you mean? Explain what you mean by
like, you're not going to be able to do this. This, like, the way that people try to sustain, you're going to get killed. You're going to get killed. Something's going to happen, and you convincing yourself that something won't happen because they're so dormant. They're listening. I told her to go to the store, and she went and got that. I told her I needed some money. She bought this. I told her, you never see that sweet little innocent, good sex having woman standing over you with your blood dripping from a knife. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas don't see that shit till it's dead, and it's like, damn. Then niggas start doing this, but in a different flavor. Man, I was fucked up. That was, you know. But I like to kind of think that too. Go ahead.
Man,
I
admitted what happened to me.
Hey man, whether you admit it or not, man, that blood got it flow.
Hey, look, I'm gonna be honest, bro.
Nah, I got lucky. I changed my life.
That's right, bro. That's what I'm saying. I ain't never had to worry about nothing like that, bro. I changed.
You was in the barracks, right? Just look, this is the type.
But see, hold on. Ever since I've been in the military, bro, I was married.
Oh yeah, you been married. Yeah.
I met my wife in high school, my junior year of high school. So, can you imagine all the dirt I did before my junior year of high school for me to get? Like, I met my wife junior year of high school. We were together 5 years. Got married, was married for 10 years, and got divorced.
Yeah, that's what's up.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
not that's what's up on the divorce we was trying to do, right?
No, that's what's up on that divorce. I'm glad y'all not together. I hate unhealthy relationships. It was unhealthy, right? Or you just fucked up?
No, there was a lot. I'm never gonna say and play perfect. I did wrong and she did wrong.
Okay, so it was just y'all was big. Okay, yeah. Split that shit up. Get the fuck out of there.
That's how I said. This is how I had to think about
relationships. A lot of people don't want to admit to when it comes to that part.
As a man, you gotta admit
both sides. It's not one side of the story; it's both sides. Because she has to take accountability for herself. You gotta take accountability for yourself. But when you fuck up, just be a man and man up to the shit, and she gotta be a woman about her shit. If she
real shit. I sat here because I was mad, and I fell into my red pill rage for like literally a day. 24 hours. I was cursing up the storm going on, fuck her, this, that, and the third. But then you know what I did? I had to take a deep breath, had a drink, and I was like, bruh, what did I do? I can't worry about her. She's no longer in the picture. I gotta be ready for prime time the next time I decide to do this shit again. Cause I already knew, bro, like, I was already with somebody a grand total of 15 years. I'm not running in these streets to be running in the road, bro. I gave 15 years to somebody.
And that nigga did you like motherfucker Kevin Hart did Don Cheadle. That nigga said, damn. I'm sorry. It was a thought.
After my first marriage, bro, I was like, I never do this shit. Like, bro, I was like, it'll never happen. Now, you know, you say that shit again, you know, I'm looking at myself now, but that's because, you know, she put in the work. She's just a solid ass, beautiful ass. She everything I could ask for. So, in that respect, bro.
Yeah, she running from her past, too. Running for your life,
bro. But it's crazy though, because my ex-wife on the stream right now.
She made
my ex-wife on the stream right now. She can tell you I'm the best.
She made me chase her though. Like that was the other thing. Like she really made me pursue her. Like, nah. I see you. I know what you're doing. Like you let me know when you really ready to get serious.
That's crazy. I still want you. But you ain't shit right now. But I know you.
Are y'all all on y'all phone right now?
Nah, I'm on my desktop.
Yeah. I'm on the computer.
Fuck do y'all got pictures of?
I'm on the computer.
I'm on my phone, bro.
Cause I'm sick of this shit. I shared screen one time trying to figure that shit.
You got an iPhone?
Oh, man, what the hell y'all doing? How do y'all got a picture?
I don't know, bro. I saved my
from my Google.
Go to where the camera at.
You gotta get rid of that Obama phone.
I ain't gonna lie.
I gotta be an Obama phone though, bro.
Hey man, let me add this camera.
It should be under your video settings though. It should be under your video settings or something like that.
Hey, but before we move on,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to be sure before I don't say the wrong shit.
Yeah,
before we move on, I gotta add this. And I'm not saying that this justifies it. But man, I didn't have women do other.
You're attacking the other side.
That's the other side when you living that life, yeah.
Yeah, like really living that life. Like and it'll crush you. But you gotta remember, like, I made a decision. Like, it was almost like getting the game, bro. I was like, it's like you chose to live.
It's just like you chose to live. You want to leave your mama.
You chose to do it.
You're grown and shit. You're grown ass. You better not go in there and cry to your mama about this shit. You gonna blow your
You can. And that shit hurts, bro. Like,
Hey, I got caught though.
That's
I got caught, bro. Hey, Blue, look, my mama called me after income tax. My little older shit done bought me she bought me a Jeep Cherokee, one of them nice ones, you feel me? I tried to park it on the next street, you feel me, in my homeboy house. My mama done been circling the block. She an old gangster, so she tried to change her direction every time or some shit. She circled the block and seen my ass, but I didn't see her. You know, I walked to the house, like, you know, I got off the bus and shit, come in the house. She said, hey, so you got 2 hours. You break up with that old shit, whoever bought you that car? Or your second option is, I'm gonna call the police on that bitch. And you know me, I'm like, I ain't trying to get this lady fucked up and try to look out for me. Mama, let me go on and handle it. She let me handle it. Man, look, I can't even fuck with you no more. Guess what, though? I pull up to my cousin house like a week or 2 later. While my cousin getting some domes from him on the porch. I said, oh my God. Oh, bro. And like my boy said, though, I had to try it to the guy. Like, bro, this ain't your gas. Like, what is you upset for? Like, nigga, what it is. I got right back in, dude. Would have got some Christmas gifts. You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't fucking no more.
Yeah, nah, see, like, that was everything, too. Like, I wasn't shit. Because I want to address with the sister and shit.
Yeah, I was just finished. Oh, my God.
Oh, shit. What's cracking now?
No, because she was just saying how, like, a lot of brothers, like, they use women for financial, emotional. Like, I will say this. I wasn't doing that part. Yeah, right? That's
none of that.
Hold
on now.
I ain't speaking for y'all. I'm just speaking for me.
Nah, but all of us on the same vibe. We wasn't talking about. We was talking about wilding, but not like, yo, give me some money on. Nah, we wasn't doing that. Nah, we ain't on that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
I was selling dope at 9 until about 16.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. That's not the black community only, too.
That's what I was. That's what I was gonna.
And it's not just no man thing. That shit go both ways. And we in a. Hold on. How we gonna be some marriage? Hold on, Blue. How we gonna be an advanced people in the time we living in right now? We still talking about not breaking bread with each other. Now, come on, sis. I love for you. I'm not trying to trigger.
Nah. For a lot of us, though, the reason we was able to live that life because we had though. So
no, I'm just saying we ain't talking about the flip side of how we got that.
I was not getting to the bag.
We ain't talking about that shit. The motherfuckers ran up a bag on us.
And we shouldn't be. We should be keeping it up.
When I was a kid, I should be motherfucking.
But I'm saying, when the conversation is
it's gonna be an equal opportunity.
Hold on. But that don't make it unequal. When we're talking about how we as men do women bad, that's the conversation. That's just it.
That is not my conversation. My conversation is me being a child growing up learning how to have a relationship.
Hold on, because you just
tell me children ain't got the right to learn how to have a fucking relationship. What this turned into?
Calm your ass down.
Yeah, no, it's not.
She ain't even being like that.
And on the second half, it's not just.
I'm talking to her in particular. I'm saying if it's looking like these niggas on this panel is talking about how we was dogs and piece of shit, we not saying that. So let's stop making it.
I think that's what they're saying though.
That's what they saying. I ain't saying.
I got my hand
Let's
raised.
clear that shit up.
I got my hand raised.
Let me read what she said.
Before you read this, Blue, because I want to get this out. I'm gonna let
I had women making me take
I'm gonna let y'all know.
I ain't saying none of that shit.
I'm gonna let y'all know. Like I wasn't taking no money, but I was a piece of shit. And I'm gonna tell you why I was a piece of shit.
I wouldn't.
Now I'm gonna tell you why I was a piece of shit. Because I was telling them the truth. And it was just God honest truth, right? And it was almost one of these things where I knew I had, like, my money was right, my mind was right, intelligent, I'm good looking, like I do and say whatever I want to with whomever I want to, as long as I'm respectful. And you know that they're eventually gonna get their feelings attached, right? And so now what? You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, that's a piece of shit. That's a piece of shit thing to do, and I will never let myself do that.
And that goes to show you.
I wanted to say this too, because there is, again, I want to make sure we emphasize there is a good side. Let me give y'all a quick testimony, real quick. So it's funny because we talking about this 16 or 18 and all that, right? So I met my wife when I was 16. She was 14. I didn't know how old she was when I first saw her. I lived at the house I grew up in for my whole entire life up until that point. She happened to move like literally like right down the street, like 5 houses down. So when I seen her the first time, you know what I'm saying, she had her. Now remember, this is a long time ago. We've been married for 21 years. So she had the little braids or whatever. And I was like, yo, I'm mesmerized by her. I walk up to her. I'm talking to her. We children though. And I tell her then, not knowing it was gonna come to pass, I'm gonna marry you when I get older. She was like, you ain't gonna marry me. I was like, watch. Now fast forward, we became friends for 10 years. When I was 26 and she was 14, we actually got married. And like I said, we've been married now for 20
You said
years.
you was 26. You was 26. She was what? Hello, you was talking too fast. You said you was 26. She was 14.
I know what he said, but I'm saying.
Nah, you said that shit fast, fam. Hold on.
Let me get my numbers right because I don't know what I said. 26 and 24.
Oh, okay. You said 26 and 14.
You did say 26 and 14.
I did a
Oh, my life. And 10 is the season. 10 is the season.
It's all good. My bad. 26 and 24, right? Now, we've been married for 21 years. But check this out. The point of that story is this. I got a 21-year-old and I got a 6-year-old, 2 girls. Now, my 21-year-old, obviously, she was there from the beginning. She see how me and my wife get down because she's been there all that time. It set a standard in her life where it's just certain type of dudes she ain't even going to mess with because she see the standard that I set with her mom. So she's looking at these dudes like, nah, you ain't like my dad. Look how my dad treat my mom. You know what I'm saying? So again, yeah, I did some horrible stuff, bro. I ain't even trying to. Some of y'all saying you was being honest. Not me. I was straight up lying, just wild when I was young.
Like you believe that shit? Oh, okay.
But the point is, when I got right, like I said, we've been married 21 years, and my daughter has an example. I never cheated since we've been married. I'm talking about before that. My daughter's seen an example of how a man should treat a woman. And that helped her. She's 21 right now. You know, all fathers think their daughters are virgins. Now, we got that type of relationship. We talk about everything. Literally. Like
even
everything.
And that's
everything.
That's how you know
my daughter
would be uncomfortable.
Exactly. My daughter is 21 years old. She's still a virgin. She in college. She's about to graduate next year. She got her own car. She's seen the example. So again, yes, it started off ugly, but it ended up the way it should be.
So let me back real quick. So let me show you how it works if your daughter didn't grow up with you.
Okay.
You still get the same results, right? So, like I said, I was well, especially in the military. So I have my daughter, you know, me and her mom don't work out. And I go through this fucking decade, basically, like a 13-year fight, bro. Being able to see her not being, because she was still in the military. So she would use the military to move around, hide her from me. Oh, like I'm going through just the pain of not being able to see your kid. When we do see each other, you know, she know her pops love her, but I mean, it's just hell, bro. To the finally, like over the last 2 years, especially, you know, but she's been here consistently for like the last year and a half. The change in her life over just the past year and a half, man. To hear her say the same thing that you said your daughter.
Yeah.
She's like, she's saying, you know, my conversation with my friends is different now. Like, I'll never be in this situation where I don't know what type of guy I'm. She says, so she used to call my wife her bonus, right? Like her bonus mom. Now she just call my wife her mom. She said, I see how you treat mommy. I see how you treat us. Like, I'll never be with another man that doesn't do that. She said, you work hard. She said, you shut everything down with us on Friday and Saturday, like it's family time, no matter what, no matter how hard it is. She was like, you know, to see that she knows. She even said this. She was like, you know, I see handsome guys, and she said, I used to crush on guys all the time. I see a new guy, he was handsome, I have a crush. She was like, I'm to the point now, she's like, I see guys, they're attractive, but I'm always looking like, can he be for me what my dad is for my mom?
Right.
That's what it does for them.
Yep.
Right. That's literally what that does for them.
And so that's why it's so important to make sure you know what you're doing before you get married. And God forbid, even if you decided to get a divorce, because these things destroy or build these young children, right? And especially with our daughters, bro. Even with our sons too, though, because then the son is gonna know, like my son is a handful, right? He's definitely a little boy, but he's also the most nurturing, caring little guy that you'll ever meet. Because when my wife had my two youngest, these was emergency C-sections. So I don't know if y'all know what it is, but when your wife had a C-section, bro, like it's bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And because of the pain, and so then I'm dad and mom at that time, right? So she's pumping, I'm taking care of them, like, and then they had these bad acid refluxes, so they sleeping on me, like, so all my kids knew first few months of their life is daddy, nurturing, right? So you fast forward that, like, my son he's fully grounded at this point in his life, a lover and a fighter, right? And so it's just amazing to see that family dynamic unfold if you can overcome the past and be the man that you're supposed to be.
Exactly.
Right? If you can do that.
Yeah. With my sons, because I got 5 of them, bro. I got a newborn. You see what I'm saying? He's about to be 3 months. But my other 4, I'm hard on them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm real hard on them. And it was to the point to where my mother, my ex-wife, my wife, like, everybody's like, why are you so hard on them? And I had to keep it real with them because the world's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy on them.
So what you got, I said, I can't have my sons walk through this world thinking, shit's sweet, because I provided this really, really comfortable life for them, bro. I explain to my sons, perfect example, my son today, he was accused of stealing.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't steal anything. He walked in the store. He walked in the store with an open container.
Mm-hmm.
And when he walked out, the cashier said, "You got to pay for that." He said, "I came in here with this." So I had to explain to him what he did wrong. I said, "Were you wrong? No, you didn't do anything wrong." I said, "But when you walked in the store, you're supposed to tell the cashier, hey, this is mine.
Oh, I got this. Right.
And I'm walking in with this." I said, "You don't walk in the store that way." And I said, "You are a young black man. That could have ended real bad for you. People have lost their life for less."
Yep.
I said,
"So I know it sounds horrible, but you really gotta teach them."
Right, bro. Like, so it's like I feel what you're saying. Like, do you know how scared I am, bro? Just because I have 5 black sons,
bro. I got 1, and he's the keeper of the name. Like, I'm the keeper of the name, and now it failed in him. So it's like
when I tell you, I'm terrified, bro. Because I know they're gonna have to put me under the jail if somebody do something to one of my boys, bro.
And that's the thing. I got 2. The advantage I have is, like, now with my son, like, he get a head start on a lot of the stuff now that, you know what I'm saying? He get a chance to get a head start on shit I done read now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think how he's gonna understand blackness in itself is totally different from how I understood it.
Bro, that's a hard conversation. Uh-oh. Yara got his hand raised. You trying to say something, OG?
Oh, that's what that mean? I was like, I seen the little hand. Go ahead, Yara.
Hey, look.
No, I had y'all can go ahead, bro. I'm listening to y'all, brother. I'll jump in when y'all done.
Hey,
I just want to see what it look like.
I have a good night. I got y'all for like 4 hours.
All right, Swim, man.
All right, bro.
Please.
All right, appreciate it.
Hey, yeah, like, if we're doing it right, that hand's supposed to mean something. Hey, but hey.
Because I heard you say I got my hand raised. You heard me. I was like, yeah, me too. I ain't know it was literal.
Yeah, you can literally.
Right, that's what made me do it. I was like, what? He
was like, nigga, this the argument league. You're like, hold on, what is this?
I want to touch in on myself too, man, because I got 2 boys, man. Like, y'all already know, you know what I'm saying? Me being with my boys by myself right now, I go through it.
Whole nother situation.
It's it's not a bad situation. You know what I'm saying? It's a good thing. I enjoy my kids. The worst thing I can ever think of is something happened to my kids. And believe me, they would. But they gonna have to kill me by mine.
Yeah, man, I think that's a conversation that more men need to have. In my travels, I see this a lot. Like I said, I got 2 daughters, so I don't have a son. But one thing I started with my daughters from the time they came home was communication, bro.
Yep.
Like when I say I talk to her about everything, I'm not exaggerating. We talk about everything. And even my youngest, she only 6. But she come to me, she be like, Daddy, and she just tell me what it is. I never made them feel like they couldn't say things to me because I was the parent. No, you can say everything to me because I'm your parent. And I'm gonna understand. I'll live whatever you think is crazy. I done heard it, done it, everything. And,
like
it's always been that way. So we talk about any and everything, and that's why our relationship is the way it is, because she never feel like I can't say this to Dad, that's my dad. Nah, she's like, oh, I can say this to my dad. I think that's important that we as men make sure that we have that open line of communication with our children, because I know growing up, I didn't feel that way with my parents. I was hiding everything. Because I was like, if I told them anything, my mother was the meanest one you ever meet. I couldn't tell her nothing. So I made sure when I have children, we gonna talk about everything. And another thing real quick, I can't remember, this is no lie, I'm 47. I just turned 47 on the 17th of this month.
Man, I knew I forgot to hit you up.
I've never, check this out, y'all. I never heard my mother tell me she loved me. Ever.
That's crazy. Everybody I know like that is fucked up.
I could have been, but you know what happened? I remember I told myself, I said, when I have children, I'm doing the exact opposite. I've been hugging on and loving my children, making sure they know from the time, like I said, since they came home, because I was like, this is crazy. I used to go to my friend's house, their parents be like, hey, come here. They be all happy and hugging. I go home, my mother like, boy, where you been? I be like, huh? No love, no nothing.
Yeah, my mom wasn't that, but I didn't feel no type of way. Like, she just ain't a touchy, lovey-dovey person, like the affection and shit. And she never really had, but in other ways, I felt, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was never like a thought, like, oh, my mama don't, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I want to paint that picture. I knew, like, she did what she needed to do to take care of us, but I'm just saying, as far as, like you said, if it wasn't for my older brother, I would have been very socially awkward, because it's just the way and it was out of fear for her, to be honest. She was, like, so protective. My mom was that type of mom where you could go outside, but the perimeter is from the corner of the house to the other corner. You can't go past that.
Yeah,
you know what
that's crazy. That's I saw that, like, one of the people that told me that, my mom never told me she loved me. Like, they did the same thing to their kids. You know what I'm saying? Their kids had that same, I don't feel affection and you don't. Well, I'm like, yeah, that's fucked up.
That ain't happening, bro. I broke that joint. For real, cause that was crucial for me. Feeling like, again, not that I didn't feel love, but not being able to express that emotion, it caused a lot of other issues. If I was a psychologist, I might even say that's why I started wilding with women, because I was looking for like a certain type of affection that I wasn't getting from my mom. So I was like, okay, I'm about to make up for all of this. Who knows?
Yeah, it's just I do get that too. That is because and like I said, we did stuff together. We watched movies together, shows. We cried together, but it wasn't like. And I ain't gonna say she never. I love you, but it wasn't something like. It was like, if I'm gonna be gone for a while. You know what I'm saying? Even like when she had my hands locked. You know what I mean? Once the cuss was on me and I was going through that door, she wasn't guarded. She was. So it was like more some moments like that. But I don't think it was ever like that. Which is something I think now she thinks that was a problem. And she believes that's an issue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Kinda got you.
I get why, but I don't think it was. You know what I'm saying? That's just me personally. I don't think being maybe. I don't know. I've always you know what I mean, forever. Really. even in preschool, I understood shit. You know what I'm saying? So I've always been kind of empathetic to shit. Like, and I was like 5, 6. I'm like, I don't do that. But you just make sure you get something for your bread. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. Like, so it was just kind of different.
So check this out. This is how much of a problem was in my house. I got 2 brothers, 2 older brothers and 1 older sister. I'm the baby in my family. She wasn't just like that with me. She was like that with all of us. So all of us used to kind of like bond together because we felt like she wasn't, you know what I'm saying, the motherly figure we would have wished she had.
She don't fuck with us.
It didn't get right, bro, until we were all grown. We had to have a sit down with my mom and express to her how we felt. Now, it was a bad day in the sense of how it was for her, because she didn't want to hear everything we were saying. But long story short, it actually worked out for the good because after she finally accepted and said, y'all are right, I should have been more affectionate, I should have been whatever, we actually became closer as a family. All of us was messed up because of it. My sister, my 2 brothers, and me. We was messed up.
Volume, I ain't gonna lie, I thought about this early today. Like, I think it was either last night or this morning when I got up. I said, man, Volume has to be a maniac. Whoa, that laugh right there was telling. I said, because, man, okay, I got it. Okay, because it was like, because I like you okay. You sound well put together. Like you sound like you know you can make it in an environment. You're like there's nothing. And to me, that's like it's like a little too well put together. You know what I'm saying? And then you gotta understand, like from my paradigm, it's like to believe in the Bible, right? Because like you and A9 and you know y'all Ron brothers like that, y'all the ones I admire with y'all, you know, a relationship with the Bible. So it's like when you come on, cause you'll jump on this motherfucker. So I'm like, man, what's that tick? What's that tick? So to me, it's like that's got to be some type of insanity, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So he
I'm like, man, this nigga, yeah.
You don't realize how much of a compliment that is for me, bro. And
that's what's up.
Let me tell you why. Because
see, this the maniac shit I talk about.
Nah, the demeanor that I have now, bro. If you knew me back in the day, you would not believe this is me. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, now it makes sense to me. Okay.
I don't want to take the credit and say I worked at this because you know my belief.
Yeah.
Most High has blessed me, bro, because I was on some other stuff. That's why I believe the way I believe, because everybody that knows me now that knew me back in the day, be like, it ain't no way. There's no way that's you. So I know that I'm not how I used to be. I worked on my demeanor, bro. My mouth used to be crazy. I'd be saying everything you could think of. But I've been literally going at this for so long, about 20 years now, that I have actually been able to calm my spirit, bro, and keep myself in a certain way. So for you to say that, that's music to my ears.
That's hard. Yeah, I'm proud of you. Hell yeah. Because it does get easy.
Yeah, I got an advantage.
I'm gonna say this though, like I had like you know, my mom was like everybody's mom. You know what I mean? So like, cause I was the only child growing up, I had a half sister, but it was just, you know, me. And I wasn't no selfish ass little kid. So, you know, I was always taught, you know, you've been blessed to get certain type of things. It's just me and you. You know, we done been through all of it. Like, cause we went through hell at first. And then when she finally got a good job, like it started getting a little better. But even when we didn't have much, she was sure because everybody else had so much less. Right? So she would literally, you know, this is in Cali, like she would go to Costco and she would, you know, whenever we moved to a new apartment, she would build things. So she would build these outside, like cabinets. And she would put a lock on it and just stock it up. And she would say, this is all y'all snacks for the month. Right? You eat them up, it's on y'all. And they would be like, oh, thank you, mama. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it just got to the point where it was like, you know, she taught us to protect ourselves, you know, be in buddy teams, don't never be by yourself with no adults, and just all of this shit. Like, she would just teach us. And just, it turned into, you know, that's how I run my house. You know, like, everybody loves, you know, this is a love fest. Even they hit each other, you know, like, my kids hit each other, you know, I fuss them out. And then 5 minutes later, you hear me there, I love you too, and all of this. You know, my son goes to sleep. If he want to fall asleep, really can't sleep, he'll come downstairs, kick with me until he falls asleep. And every 3 minutes, I love you, Daddy. I love you, Daddy. Like, that's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how I was raised. I couldn't imagine being raised by my mom. And my mom, like my grandpa would come over and just tell me I ain't shit. Well, precisely, you ain't worth 2 dead flies smashed and dog shit is what I would tell you. Right? That's how my grandpa was.
That's pretty specific, but all right.
Yeah, like my grandpa was a cold piece, bro. So, but he said he did it because he knew we was at such a disadvantage because none of us had dads around. And you could grow around thinking you soft and you weak, or you could realize like you got great mothers, so I gotta be the other extreme of it and show you how fucked up the world is. And so that's what he would do. But in terms of taking care, I couldn't imagine raising a house without love in it, bro. Like, I don't know, like I can't imagine what that does to a child to not hear, especially your mom.
Yeah.
So to me, that's a testament to what the Most High can do in terms of teaching you love and how that's needed. Like,
Hey, let me interject this point real quick because I want you to finish. Because I want to make sure I do say this to be fair. The balance though was I had my dad there,
right,
who was always on that. Right. My dad was like the most lovingest dude you could imagine, and he would and he was the example that I had. I would see. Matter of fact, real quick, I know I'm gonna get right back to you. Me and my brothers and my sister used to literally talk about. We used to sit down together. I'm talking when we were small, because we all like 2 years apart. We used to talk about. We used to say this to each other. How could Daddy love Mommy like that?
Man,
because she would be so mean to us, but this dude was always going above and beyond for her, like always. So that's how I learned how I should be dealing with women. You see what I'm saying? I always knew what I should be doing because I seen it with my dad. So I did have that balance. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, see, like that's what I'm saying. I remember growing up. I guess how cold it was, bro. My dad lived around the corner from me at different times. I wouldn't see it. Like, it got so bad by the time I turned 16, I was plotting on, like, getting at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I was already in the streets. Like, I was, you know what I'm saying? Like, and so since then, I fixed that relationship.
Okay.
Right? That was my mom's dying wish. Like, fix that relationship because he ain't gonna fix it. He too ashamed of the way it went down. So you gotta fix it now. And so we did. We fixed it. It took a long time, but we fixed it. The necessity of unconditional love in a household, and whoever listens, if you got kids, you're learning or whatever, the necessity of unconditional love in a household cannot be stated enough, because that child needs to feel like, okay, yeah, there's boundaries and there's rules and there's certain things I can't come back from, but I'll never lose your love, because then they take that and they put that out into the world. See what I'm saying? And so, but what happens is, though, you gotta teach them too, though, everybody else don't live like that. Right. And it's your job to put boundaries on who you allow around you because of that.
Yep. Right? Yeah, I can tell you counsel. I mean, I know you did already, but I can tell you counsel because you just said something that I don't think a lot of grown people understand, bro. Keeping it real. You said that you realized the weakness in your dad, so you had to be the one to fix it. Do you know how many times I counsel people and tell them that, bro? Like, you got an issue with somebody else. That person might not be strong enough to come. They might want to, but they pride or whatever it is, they're not strong enough to actually come to you in humility and work it out. So you got to be strong enough. You got to take the weight and say, you know what? I'm gonna do it because I know they can't. We lack that in our community as people. We'll beef till we die because everybody want to stay on their pride. Nobody wants to be the one to, you know what I'm saying? So the fact that you said that, that's like counseling 101. You know what I'm saying? I can tell.
Like, bro, that's what I went to school for, that, to counsel, to fix myself. Because I could never find a counselor that I respected enough that I would kind of listen to until I went to counsel, until I went to school for it, and then I was like, okay,
it's y'all.
Counselor that I trusted, and I actually had to do the work. Like, if you can imagine, you know, real war plus all the stuff in life, plus, you know, the stuff going on,
and Christmas ain't real. That be what fuck us up in the beginning. Like, hold on, wait, what? Here comes the murdering.
You know, most of us pretty much figured that out. Hey, we didn't even play that, but you know what? That's why we didn't play that with my young kids. Because I told and I explained to my wife, like, if we don't teach them God, and then you teach them Santa Claus, and you take Santa Claus away from them, you know what I'm saying? Like, God don't have the same concept, don't have the same meaning. And so, yeah, we never played that game. Plus, I just couldn't see myself working all year, you know, and we already don't do the holidays. Now, we'll do Hanukkah, right? But
of course, yeah.
But we do more like family gift, like every month. You know what I'm saying? It's family gift time. Like we just, you know, love each other, spoil each other, and to let them, and it's really to let them know, like, you don't have to participate in these things to still show love and a great time and appreciate each other. And it worked too good, because now, you know, you go to their grandparents' house and some shit, like, we don't do Christmas, we don't do Halloween. Right. And that's like their grandma's favorite time of the year. But they super respectful. They know where we at. They're super respectful of it. They do buy them gifts, but they give it to them. They don't say no Santa Claus. They don't even wrap them up in that type of paper. Like, they're super respectful. But it's hard because that really is like my mother-in-law's favorite time of the year. And so, my daughter, like, especially my daughter, bro, like, my middle daughter is the holiday police. Like, you can't even watch on certain movies. Why are we watching this movie, Daddy? It's got Christmas in it.
I get it. Trust me. I remember when my daughter was 3. My youngest one, she's 6 now. We was 3 in Walmart. True story, bro. We in Walmart. It's around Christmas time. So the dude, one of the workers come with the Santa hat. We walked into it. It's like, Merry Christmas. She said, she put her finger up. She's like, no, we don't celebrate Christmas. We celebrate Hanukkah. Feast of dedication. Me and my wife was cracking up. He was like, oh, I'm sorry, what is that? So she had to break it down to him. He was like, oh, okay, happy Hanukkah. Yo, it was so fun.
Yeah, bro, kids take it serious once you teach them stuff, and they hold on to it. So, like, all this stuff matters. And then, I think I told some other people this. I'm real happy to do homeschool programs. I'm talking about it like crazy, so y'all gotta forgive me. If y'all do homeschool, I haven't tried Q Butters. I think Blue said he's doing Q Butters joint. I haven't looked at it, so I gotta go look. But, well, I know it exists, but I haven't gone into the curriculum. Because I really because I do the teaching, so I like to empower my wife to pick the programs. So, you know, she gave me a bunch of choices, and we ended up going to this joint called Power Home. Power Home Schools. It's joined by Celis. And so whoever is thinking about it, like, this program is legit, bro. Like, they doing, so my son is, you know, we talk about, dude's pretty smart. You know, he's 4th grade. Or he's 4 years old, he's on the 1st grade level. So he's doing Spanish elementary engineering. Yeah, bro. Like, and then, you know, like the Common Core, like language, social studies, and science. And it's one more, though. It's one more that's dope. And they got like this intro to coding thing. So he's doing it on the 1st grade level. My daughter is on the 2nd grade level. We're probably going to boost her up to the 3rd. But the program is the dopest thing, because it allows them to move at their own pace. They got this tutor mode. They got all these different things that they can do. And I'm watching them learn at a whole new level. Like, where they at with Spanish right now, because they don't do no English in Spanish class. Right? So off rip, it's just all straight Spanish. And to watch them learning and laughing, talking to each other in Spanish is crazy. So, homeschool, man, if y'all can homeschool your kids and then make sure that they get some type of social interaction, it's probably the best thing that you can ever do, bro. Like, it's called Power Homeschool. Power Homeschool. It's by Acellus, ACELLUS, but it's Power Homeschool. Yeah, just check it out. You don't gotta do. They got a $25 version per kid and an $80 version per kid. The $80 version per kid it's the accredited version. If you got a high school kid, you might want to think about it. I got other ways that I can get you around it, where you can get your transcripts and all of that stuff. If you don't want to do it, but the unaccredited version works just as well, and it lets you put together the curriculum and pick the courses that you want. That's why I like it. But
how does unaccredited affect you?
Homeschool,
It don't really matter if you in high school.
Not. It depends on the state, honestly. If I'm being honest with you. So, like in Georgia, and honestly now, because so many of these colleges though, they actually prefer homeschool kids. So it really don't hurt you as long as, so like if your state has a state exam that the kid has to pass before they graduate, you just gotta make sure they know it worked. But other than that, it really doesn't affect you because you're giving them their diploma, you're giving them the transcripts, all of that. Like, so when we sent all my stuff in for my daughter, she graduated early, so when we sent all the stuff in, we was trying to do, what's it called, like dual enrollment. Because she had finished everything that she needed, so we was trying to do like, where she kind of just did everything almost like a senior year, and then, you know, kind of took a couple of college courses. It was like, you know, she's graduated. She got too many credits, grades too good. You got to enroll her as a freshman. And they loved it. Like, they took a diploma, her transcripts, everything, everywhere we applied up until this point. So we had no issues. I think accredited is a problem if you want it. If you want them to have some type of accreditation, or, and here's the other big thing, if you're going to take them out of homeschool and then switch them back into public school.
Oh yeah, because it's not. Yeah.
Right. Right. So if you're thinking about, there's a possibility that you can put them back in the public school, you it's smart to do the accreditation situation because it can be a problem if their grades transfer.
Okay, I see what you said. So
You feel me?
So more so if I was trained, they was ended up trying to go to regular school.
Right. Any public school, charter school, you could run into some potential problems. My kids ain't never going to school with nobody. I'm gonna tell you, bro. Hey, look, it happened with my middle daughter. So by the time she was, you know, pre-K age, we was told that it was mandatory, but it turned out it was a way that we could have got around it. But we was told it was mandatory for her to go to pre-K. So we put her in school for pre-K. It's the worst fucking year of my life. Because my daughter she's in pre-K, she's reading, she's counting, she's doing everything, writing, everything she's supposed to do. And the teacher, she's so advanced, the teachers is apologizing to us. They're like, the rest of the kids ain't here.
Bro, they will dumb your child down, bro.
If it wasn't for the fact that I recognized it and kept working with her after school, we'd be fucking there. Like like they're not teaching kids anything.
No, I can attest to that, bro. Me and my wife. Well, I'm gonna keep it real with my wife because I'll be busy. Had to go to the school several times. Do you know what they tried to do? They tried to switch my daughter's hand from left-handed to right-handed.
To right-handed. Yeah,
that's crazy.
And I'm like, she been writing before she got here. She came there knowing all, like, we big on being ahead of the game. So all the stuff you supposed to know for the year, we already went through that before she started. So she would be in class doing everything, so the teacher would do the same thing. Well, we kind of have problems because we can't really focus on her only with all the other children. We like, okay, we understand that, but don't try to like make her.
Right.
They wanted to like basically. This is what they told us. Y'all are teaching her too much, basically.
Right.
Slow down. Slow her down. I said, why?
Right.
So yeah, I know what that's about, bro. That's why when I spoke to you, I told you, I said we definitely looking to go the homeschool route because you're trying to slow down the development of my child's mind. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, bro. Like, I'm trying to have my son graduate at 14. Like, that's our goal, bro. he's close. He's on track. Like, cause he's so competitive. He's watching his sisters, so he's watching what his sisters did. He's like, I'm gonna catch him. And I'll be doggone if one of these schools dim their light like these. It's a testament to what your children. Now people say like, okay, me and my wife are pretty smart, so they say like, well, y'all got, they call them ex-babies. They call our children, our friends call our babies ex-babies, right? But I tell them like, all that shit sound good. We just spend time teaching our fucking kids, bro. Right, bro. Your child is a sponge. Right.
Especially when they're young.
Yeah. Like, I wish that I could tell you that I was just this amazing teacher. We just spent the time especially when it was at these ages, 4, 2, 3, 4. Like, we got videos of all of baby can't read, 2 years old, reading everything. Yeah. Running through the whole joint. Like that should be the basics for us.
Yeah.
Because we, especially in this future that we're going into, intelligence is paramount, bro. Like I can't even express to you. Like we get on here, and this is why we're able to have these debates and stuff that we have, because for us we read, study, do all this. Your children have a gap that they have, like this gulf that you read about when you talk about the wealth. There's a gap that they got to cross. Because the elite have made sure that even if their kid is stupid, that they're going to be exposed to everything they need to know to continue a certain legacy. And we got to be able to jump that gap. We got to be able to leapfrog.
Yep. That's why I be hard on mine, because I get up.
Out of Africa's theory is destroyed.
I get up early a.m. Get my kids right on them numbers, alphabets, everything. I don't give a damn how tired I am. I get my ass up and get them right to it. Especially to the writing skills and everything else. Even when I'm studying, day in on base too. So that way we all working.
And that's the hardest part, is that right. They hate it.
Yo, let me tell you why my daughter got in trouble. I'm talking about my sister. Well, she was 5 at the time. This is a true story, bro. So the teacher was trying to teach something to the students, but the way she was saying it wasn't clear. And I know it wasn't clear because of what my daughter said. So my daughter told the teacher that she didn't understand what the teacher was saying. So the teacher was like, why don't you understand? And my daughter said, because you don't articulate yourself.
Oh, no.
So now they don't understand that that's how we talk at home. Right. So they thought she was trying to insult her.
Right.
So the teacher said, your daughter tried to embarrass me. So we said, what's she saying? She told me that I don't articulate myself clearly. And I said, so where was the insult?
Right.
I said,
she like he was crazy.
Right. I said, if you were speaking in a manner that she couldn't understand, that's what she would say to us at home. You're not being clear. You're not articulating yourself clearly. I said, she's not insulting you. That's how she talks.
Right.
Then she's talking to adult. I said, what does that mean? So she literally, she ain't get in trouble because we fought it, but they wanted to do something to her or discipline her for making that statement, thinking that she was trying to be funny, when all she was being was honest.
I can't do it, bro.
That's where it comes in. That's where it get interesting when they say discipline in a school system. And that's the part that really hits me across the head when they try to say they want to discipline your child in a school system, when even themselves, they dumbfounded when it comes to disciplinary acts.
Yeah, we got a rule in our house, and I had it for my older daughter, and I got it for my younger one. And we taught them this system when they first started school. Nobody at your school can get you in trouble.
Nope.
But me and your mom.
Yep.
That's it. You ain't got to worry about what nobody said. They can't put you in no trouble. If me and your mom don't say you in trouble, you fine.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? We've been putting that in them from the beginning, because you're not going to have my child all scared in school to be herself because you can't deal with it. And that's why I already know halfway up.
That's how I noticed how the school system works, because I've actually had to watch a woman, kids get taken away from her on basis of how she trains them at home. And it's stupid. It's really
I can't, bro. I couldn't think about sending my kids to school with what I've taught them. I get at a loss for words. I could not at this point. I mean, you know, their level of understanding, like how you said, like we articulate, right? When my son is running through the house saying things like, "This is so disappointing that you would act like this," right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing you can do with him at school, and he has learned, mastered the art of emotion, right? So he knows how to use his words to hurt you,
right?
He knows how to. Me and y'all will be on the phone, and you hear this dude in there saying some stuff to his sister, driving her crazy. She come running in there. He called me a weirdo. Like, wait a minute, why? Because I wouldn't share my toys with him. Yo, come here. What you doing, man?
It's funny seeing that balance of them being children, but speaking, saying something. It's funny seeing that balance. Like, yo, this is funny.
Like, yeah, like this, like it's, and I'm not gonna, you know, most high willing, I will never sacrifice that. I will do whatever I gotta do to make sure they learn from home, because I haven't seen nobody else that's gonna care about their education like this.
That's inspirational, bro. It really is, because I'm definitely going in that direction. So that's great.
Yeah, and you could do it, bro. Like, y'all got a solid network, so it's time consuming. It is, and especially like, cause we both work. Luckily, we work from home, and so it's kind of these things where you can kind of set them up. Work, go check. Work, go check. And if you're doing it right, by the time 2:30 come around, you know, they're kind of finished, and you got the rest of the afternoon to work. But it's still worth it, you know. But it is worth it.
So Junior can finally get a years from.
Hey, before we switch, Rob, you've been trying to say something forever. What's up? What were you gonna say?
Oh man, I just been listening to you brothers go in, man. I'm sitting here putting lessons together. Yeah, man, I've been listening to you brothers going in, man, and it's funny how we all share some of the same life and similar experiences, but also how we look at them and deal with them in a certain manner. You know, it's good. You know, it's funny, man. So, you know, and it was funny that the sister posed the question in the chat, and you was bringing out the scriptures earlier, because Anon and I was just having that study. We did that study earlier. I was like, wow, okay, he going in. So let me look. But yeah, and you know, we were actually talking about that today. So you see how the Holy Spirit works, man. Like, you never know, right? So we gotta be ready, you know, especially what's going on in social media. You know, it's time to bring those things back out, because just as soon as, you know, we hear these allegations about other people, they simply want to just think. Anytime you bring up this issue of rape and this issue of, you know, how women are supposed to be treated, and, you know, they always want to blame God, blame the scriptures, and blame the Bible for misogynistic behavior and this misunderstanding of, you know, scriptures is basically lies, right? So it's important that, you know, you're able to teach that in a manner. And I just wanted to say, like, after you got done teaching it, I saw the brother that was saying, like, you can't show that and all of this in the chat. Like, I didn't hear anything else from him. And that's how you have to do it, man. You have to settle down, bro. You have to settle down that way. And so, but yeah, man, I just been listening to you, brother, man, sitting here, passing my time, man. And it's, you know, none of us were created to be perfect beings, right? We're not created to be perfect beings. Because if we were all created to be perfect, there would have been no need for a Messiah or a Savior or salvation. So we not all, we're not perfect beings, and no we are, should think that we are, right? The only perfection we should be striving for is maturity, right? And that's it. And so that's what I've been hearing from you brothers tonight, right? Is to strive to be, perfected or to be matured, right? And so that's, a lot of our young men and older men need to hear that and, see examples of that. So, man, I just been listening back, man, enjoying you brothers, man. It is. But Blue, Judah confounded it, man. And like I said, it's easy to deal with this mindset of that there is no God, or you don't need a God, or, I don't know what the creator could be, or, I don't see how it's possible, right? And so it's easy to deal with that because a lot of people, and because when I actually listened to this young lady explain why she was an atheist, so she considered herself an atheist, she told you, well, I was raised in the church. That's what she says. I was raised in the church. But I started to see things happen around me that I couldn't explain why God would allow those things to happen. Right? And I think Volume and Anonymous and I think one other was the reason why certain things happen to us in our lives is that are not always so unfavorable. It's because we can see that in the end there's always a greater good. Right? And so, I didn't treat my first wife just right, but this wife, I got it right. Or I wasn't able to treat my girlfriend right then at a younger age, but now I got it right. So that my children are better and greater than I am. Right? Or that I could ever be. Right? And so that's a lot of times we don't understand why certain things, befall us. And sometimes it's our own, a lot of things are our own undoing. A lot of stuff we lay at the charge of the feet of the Most High, or even Hashatan. Like we blame a whole lot of stuff on him that ain't got nothing to do with it. He ain't got nothing to do with the adversary. It's you. Right? And so sometimes we just gotta, we have to yield to certain things. I've just been sitting back and listening to you brothers, man. So that's all my hand was raised for. I was just I really wanted to try to look. Somebody was like, and I have my hand raised. Yeah, I got my hand raised. Let me see what that look like on this.
That stuff
thing. Yeah, I've never done it. But let me see what it is.
Can't.
I just want to see what it looked like on here, man. But I know one thing. I did briefly was listening at looking at Taharka Bank's channel going in on Polite, man. I was just laughing, man. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Wow. Yeah, because he mixed, I guess, Polite's last interview. I guess his last thing came with that R. Kelly Gayle King interview. Oh, he's hilarious, man. It's hilarious. He's laughing at that, man. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Yeah, I want to see what's going on with this on the because I saw
there it is.
Like a couple of weeks ago. All right, let's see. And I didn't but apparently there's this third strand of DNA. Right? So I have the double helix. Let me hear that.
Yeah, and I guess this part what he's speaking on is something called genetic paths, something like that. Or something, but it is and if that's the terminology right, how the more your DNA has, the more intelligent the DNA is. You know what I'm saying? The more intelligent you are, basically. Let me see.
From the very first touch, Pampers, the #1 pediatrician recommended brand.
Pampers?
Will be skin drier and healthier, so every touch will protect like the
Damn!
Pampers.
That's
of the front piece with all, and a copy of the back page with all the references where you can find it. So I mean, you can take that with you. Yeah. Because the inside is what was copyrighted. Yeah. No. They thought it was going to come out differently. That's why they copyrighted it. You ain't heard nothing about it, have you? That's why you have it. They didn't publish it. No, they ain't going to publish it.
Oh, so they copyrighted it to keep it from being
Now you got it. Now you got it. Well, of course. My brother and I read a book called The Mark of Oppression. And these two publishers, Gardner and Oversee, said that they could not understand how is it that a group of people, African Americans, have been bludgeoned over their heads mentally and spiritually for hundreds of years and are still surviving. They couldn't understand it. And they said so in their book. The answer came out in 1996. Why it is that not only have African Americans survived the worst mental and spiritual bludgeoning of any people in recorded history, but they are becoming champions of everything in which there is a level playing field. No matter what it is, we predominate in every field. This is why they won't teach our children African history, because they know that once our children get on the same level playing field as their white counterparts, that they will dominate just like we dominate in basketball, baseball, football, track and field, and anything else in which there is a level playing field. So that while they teach their children about the greatness of their European ancestors, they won't teach our children about the greatness of their African ancestors, because then that would be a level playing field in academia, and they know that we will predominate just like all of these examples we've given them, that our children predominate when they know who they are from the African historical point of view. Now here's what I found out in 1996. A group of geneticists wrote this book. Little tiny paper. Geneticists.
Can you identify where they're from, how it came about?
Yeah, okay. All right, sure. Yes, indeed. As an organization is called the American Association for the Advancement of Science. The American Association for the Advancement of Science. Now this organization is composed of people who study about DNA and the genome. And you've been reading about the DNA and the genomes. Well, this group of scientists came upon an idea by accident and at first, that different groups of people had different numbers of DNA series. Now, a DNA series means that when your DNA is located, and say they get a hair from your head and you're subjected to certain tests, they say, well, this is the DNA of Minister Brown, and yours is different from everybody else in the world. All right? Then they found further that not only are their DNA series different, but the number of DNAs in there are different in different groups. Whites have a different number of DNA, and blacks have a different number of DNA series. Apes have a different number of DNA series. Then they found this amazing thing, that the greater the number of DNA series, the smarter the person, the group is, the greater the probability of genius within that group. So they tested the orangutans, these 15 geneticists from around the world. Now, these geneticists came from 9 different universities. And we have here on the cover of the pamphlet they put out the names of these geneticists. And you can see it right there, right beneath the title of this pamphlet. Now this pamphlet, most people have no idea what it means. But breaking it down, and after you study it and have it explained to you by a geneticist, a trained geneticist, you will find that they're talking about DNA series. Now here are the names of these 15 geneticists from around the world: University of Japan, University of China. Yale University is the headquarters of this organization called the American Association for the Advancement of Science. And you see it down there. Now this was copyrighted in 1996. All right. What it said is this, and this is the mind-blowing part. It said that when they tested the orangutan, they found out he only had 3 DNA series. They tested the gorilla. They found that the gorilla has 4 DNA series. He's a little smarter than the orangutan. They tested the chimpanzee, which is an ape, and found that he had 5 DNA series. Then they went all into the different races of the world. They went into Europe and tested the DNA series of the English, the French, the German, the Spanish, the Russians, and found they had 6 DNA series. Then they put all of this, what they found from around the world, on a map. And this map really is called the intelligence map of the world, because they tested 116 different human groups and found their DNA series number. All of them, all over the world, have 6. And they put the numbers in form of a little flag that you can see on this map. These little flags have a color. And they show, oh, this is upside down. I'm sorry. Yeah. And they show that the English have only 6, and all into Europe, only 6, went over into Japan and China, they only have 6. Over into America, which is predominantly European, and they only have 6. Then they came to Africa, and they came to the part of Africa. Now, all the rest of them, they put in little flag colors. Those flag colors are orange, red, if you notice. But when you came to Africa, found out that the African people had 9 DNA series. From here, just below the Songhai Empire, down to the foot of Africa. All those 10 nations, of which African Americans descended from one of them. We have 9 DNA series. The greatest possibility of genius in Africa. Now, it's answered this age-old question: how can a people survive being told they're nothing for 400 years? Never allowed to learn that they came from beautiful cities and told they came from a jungle. How could a people survive? How can a people become champions in everything they touch? Because they have 9 DNA series, while the rest of the world is only 6.
Everybody's retarded. But
interesting.
Yeah.
Research.
Yeah, I know y'all deal with genetics and shit. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I had read something about that. I was trying to look for it real quick too. Because I know they were talking about. Yeah, I know how when they look at DNA, they talk about the double helix, right? Or the double strands, or the two ladders, or whatever. I want to find it.
Double snakes, the two serpents.
Yeah. Yeah.
DNA series. That's why I tell them crackers, I got more DNA series than you. Fuck out of here. You
don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that. That's a stun on the nigga.
That's crazy though.
And if I ain't mistaken, that's the dude that traced his family. Well, his family kept the oral tradition of their history in Africa. All the way over here is like his great grandfather was a statue maker, like amongst other things. You know, everybody had more than one hustle, but and he said it was stories about how the white people used to come over there and basically just take goods from the merchants, take goods from the people who manufacture them. And of course, his grandfather, his great grandfather, one of the dudes that stood up, you know what I'm saying, against them, and they killed them. And the family got taken into slavery. He said, like his great grandmother, his great grandmother, or his great grandmother, was conceived before, well, obviously before the dude died, but the woman that got taken was pregnant, and the baby was birthed in America, and that was his great grandmother. And so his great grandmother taught his grandmother what happened, their name and all this other stuff, the history of their family, and they taught him, and they was able to, you know what I'm saying? Like he had the whole oral tradition of his family coming from Africa. I said that's crazy, tribe and everything. Jabari interviewed him. It was on Jabari's show when Jabari had his show back in the day.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Family.
I ain't.
But you got to understand, family.
Let me be clear.
Damn, boy. Let's get this pop. Oh yeah. I knew I seen him. Yeah, you sent me that video too, Swab. Okay, but
yeah.
So what's up? You got, what do y'all think those other categories, or what do they call them?
Series.
DNA series.
Yeah.
I gotta look all that up, bro. I ain't no bullshit, y'all.
Those other extra series are attributed to.
I think us being longer here and evolving, you know what I'm saying, more like shit, you know. The I-9,
yeah. A whole new joint that I want to talk about, but I gotta get off, fellas. I got a field trip.
All right, for sure, big dog.
Going to a space museum.
All right, bro. Enjoy yourself, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man. Y'all be easy. It's love. Y'all be safe.
For sure, big dog. Love. Yeah. I will never say we come from apes or none of that shit, but yeah, evolution is, you know, proven. It's just, I know that they lie about what it is, you know. Like, you gotta understand, they was bold back in the day. That cracker told some hellified lies, you know what I'm saying? And that society grew, you know, they got caught some of them we just didn't give enough of a fuck to check them on, you know, and some of them still stick, so it's like, but then your DNA evolves, your DNA matures, You know what I'm saying? Like only so many generations until an advancement is made, by genetically, where it's like, okay. So to me, that's all that shows, is that we've been here longer, and we matured and evolved more. So it's like the iPhone 9 compared to the Samsung 6. You know what I'm saying? Like Samsung ain't been around to get up to the iPhone 12. You know what I'm saying? They 12th phone. They 12th phone might be the bomb, but we'll be on our 16th phone. You know what I'm saying?
I know you're saying here for the part about the evolution. I don't believe none of that. That ain't been proven. That's a theory.
The theory of evolution, saying that we come from apes, is a theory. But evolution has been proven. Things evolving, that's all that means. Like, your cells evolve. Bugs, trees evolve. I'm not saying that we come from apes or we have the same, what's the name? That's just the mainstream, the popular conversation about evolution. I'm talking about, like, you can't, microevolution isn't a theory. Like, things evolve.
Microevolution versus
adaptation. Oh, micro, macro. One of them motherfuckers.
No.
Oh, you said micro versus macro.
Yeah, you was right. So I was giving
adaptation.
You said who?
Adaptation.
Yeah, you can say adaptation. Same shit. You know what I'm saying? The shit bettered itself. It learned, and it said, hey, these are things that I don't give a fuck about, and I would like to do this now.
One creature going from another ain't what we talking about, right?
Yeah, that's something different.
No, that's not what we talking about. We talking about we talking about you going through your day to day, and then you go to sleep, and then you wake up tomorrow, and your brain has processed information in your sleep where it's like you're smarter. You've taken in everything without you even doing anything. You know what I'm saying? Like your cells is saying, okay, we're gonna be better at this because of this. Like that. I don't. You don't believe in that?
I think that might be happening on a human level, but that's like one of the very things that separates us from the animal kingdom. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see that happening in everything. I don't think everything.
Well, why would you think that would be specifically for humans when we're not the only living organisms?
Because there's variations in our patterns. With animals, there's not.
There's variation in our patterns. What you mean?
Like in our daily activities. You know what I mean? There's variations. We all do different daily activities. Animals, sure. They all pretty much like the lions. They just kind of do the general lion activity. It doesn't really have much variation to it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you see, he said they tested the orangutan and on them. They only had 3 and 4 series, so that's the cap of their intelligence.
Right. So, is this saying something more like this is some evolution, or would this be something more like put inside intelligent design?
You can give credit to what you want to give credit to.
I'll say it sounds more like an intelligent design.
Yeah, I don't see it taken away from neither one. I don't see how you pin one against the other. Like, I think if something was intelligent, you said what?
One is saying a lot.
Which one?
The first.
Okay, but this is what gets me. Even if you believe in the Most High, you don't think the Most High could use the Big Bang and evolution to bring into existence what is here? Like, you think the Most High gonna come down and like, let me put this arm on your chest and the other arm on the other side? Like, it's going to be way more intelligent than you can wrap your mind around. Like, it's not good. Like I don't see science as God separated. Like, God uses science. Like, science is the explanation to what God does. Like, that's just it. Like, I don't see them pent against each other. And just because something speaks to the human body having intelligence, or trees having intelligence, or animals having intelligence. That don't take no credit away from God.
I wasn't saying nothing about that. I was just saying, about evolution.
Oh no, you were saying that those extra series in the DNA, God did it, right? Like supernatural.
Yeah, I think that's intelligently designed. I think that the so-called black man, I don't know why, because if you look in the video, they didn't even test the black people in the United States. But they said, because they tested people in Africa. I'm like, oh, fuck that. Should have tested us. Because, we probably would have had probably 10 or 20. I don't know. I'm just saying. We can that's another 9. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go ahead and take hold of the 9, though. I'm like, I think that's intelligently designed, because that's why we got, like rhythm, and we got squabbles. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we got the speed and all that stuff. That's like design.
Can't take away from it. I mean, yeah. That don't prove nothing on your paradigm, though, if that's what you're trying to
do. It proves more on my paradigm than evolution.
But he clarified the type of evolution he was speaking about. He wasn't saying that, again, even though he already said it, he wasn't talking about us coming from apes and stuff.
Yeah, but we don't see nothing evolving in, not even in...
Man, you don't see the caterpillar evolving to the butterfly?
No, that's called metamorphosis.
Yeah, of course that's what they call it, because it happens right now. But what would they call it if it happened over millions of years?
No, man, it's gonna be a still.
But I'm saying, do you see the caterpillar turn into the butterfly, bro?
They got bugs that's been covered up in sap, prehistorically. Forgot what they call them, but it's the same bug.
Okay.
Same roaches, same,
I mean, that's what they know. They don't know what that bug could have had a language. They can't tell if that motherfucker had a language. That motherfucker would be walking around this bitch piece, yo. Hey, you got some blood for me? You like, damn, it's just a bug, fuck it. That motherfucker was a president, a mayor. That motherfucker. What the fuck, man? Shit, that's what I'm saying, man. I ain't listen to these dumb, smart motherfuckers. Like, I get it, I get it. And then to tell the truth, a lot of that shit is, I hate to say it, especially somebody, that fucks around like you, but a lot of motherfuckers, bro, you gotta listen to your motherfucking internal intelligence. Like, sometimes your eyes and your ears and just intake data in your brain unlocks that part that, you know what I'm saying, relevant to you. And you're like, yeah, you been here before, or you knew about this. You know what I'm saying? And as far as because I believe in, fucking reincarnation and what's the shit, genetic memory and shit. Yeah. So, man, I think a lot of the times, man, you can actually just when you talking to a liar. And you just like, man, without any evidence, I don't give a fuck. This motherfucker, like, this shit don't even feel right. Like, But if they come up on some evidence and, I'll admit that I'm convinced and I'll change my stance because I don't want to be wrong, but I can't let nobody just tell me anything. I don't believe we came from apes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm looking at what you looking for with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for motherfuckers to be changing right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all, it should be men, it should be humans at almost all stages. Or not almost all stages, but it should be humans at different stages of evolution.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
there should be some ape dudes walking around somewhere.
Yeah, some partly ape dude, somebody who just, didn't take off when you took off. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't going with that shit, man.
And I always said, like, I don't even know why we would have lost the opposing thumb on the foot. That ain't something that I would have just stopped using.
So, get this motherfucker. He said, I had a opposing thumb on my foot. Nigga, you know how many times I had to carry a plate, a cup, and a remote control? Shit.
Like, I would have never stopped using that.
And the tail? You know what the fuck you can do with a tail?
They were like, you guys just stopped using it. You know, we just stopped using the tail, and we stopped using the opposable thumb on the foot. I'm like,
it's fucked up.
I was like, there's no reason why I stopped using the opposable thumb on my foot. I said, now they lying. Now that's when you know you lying now.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Like I still sleep hanging from the trees with that opposable thumb.
Like what you talking about, nigga? Shit, bro.
I like sleeping upside down.
Play the PlayStation with my feet. I can do my homework and play at the same time. Shit.
And brush my teeth.
I hate it. Yeah, I like different, man. He said I would have stopped using that. Shit. Motherfucker, convenient as hell.
Hell yeah.
I hate that. Damn, son.
Did y'all see the rest of that video?
Yeah, I saw it. He started going into his own, you know what he believed about the past and shit. You know what I'm saying? That really didn't have nothing to do with the data, so I ain't give a fuck.
The womb of Africa.
Yeah, I want to know what the fuck that meant. You know what I'm saying? Because he was finna go into that evolution shit. He's finna go into that evolution shit. We all walked around. We looked like apes. I said, hold on, fam. Alright.
Chew the meat and spit out the bones, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, that's what people do. They read the data and then they start speaking from their heart.
Yeah, he did do that.
Yeah.
I was just looking. I was watching. I was like, all right, I'm gonna cut this. You know.
You don't need that to get out.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah. I knew that he had a different. You know, it was like an old school view of things. I wasn't tripping. I was like, all right, I ain't tripping on that. But I was like, that category. What was it?
DNA. Goddamn.
DNA
series.
All right, that's something I ain't heard. I haven't heard, but you know, saying that phrase. So I guess I'll make that up.
Yeah, man. I always say that, man. We're
That's some
smart.
good information to go on somebody.
Our bodies are more intelligent.
At the heat of the moment, you know what I mean? I can throw that on the cracker at the heat of the moment. Like talk about, like, man, you already got 6 series.
I ain't never seen a white woman catch the Holy Ghost. I ain't never seen a white woman catch the Holy Ghost, fam.
I had to laugh at that, bro.
I'm cool.
Hey, brothers, man. I love chopping it up with y'all, but I'm sitting here dozing. About to call it a night.
Go ahead, big dog. I'm finna be responsible, too, go in the room with my girl.
Oh, real quick, Swap, I wanted to ask you this, bro. I notice sometimes it'd be audio issues or whatever. Now, here's the thing, right? I listen to this pretty much at some point every day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just something like we could do to, like, you know what I'm saying?
No, I think I fucked up the other day. I have my mic fucked up. And I didn't go into my settings on my computer. So I'm sitting there like, what the fuck? And I had really chopped it up because I had bought one of these mics before and it was bad. But I bought it used. I bought the new one, so now it's working. I thought it had went out. So I had just switched over to my internal mic. But yeah, I found the problem and shit. The setting, my mic was turned down in my computer instead on the Zoom and the StreamYard or on the actual component. I was looking like, what the fuck? But then when I pressed on my speaker on my computer and went to Mike, that motherfucker was down. So yeah, that's what it is, though. I appreciate it. Yeah, it just.
Yeah, because it's home base, you know what I'm saying? We gotta make sure
Yeah, facts.
we gotta get the sound right.
Hey, I appreciate it, big dog. Real talk. Really do. Because that shit
Alright,
is
y'all.
frustrating.
Check
Alright, man.
out, man. I'll talk to y'all later.
For sure. Shalom, Black Powers. Y'all already know what it is, man. Peace, man. Shalom, assalamu alaikum, hotel, man. I say it's the league, man. Tomorrow. Peace.